Alright, try that again. One on both sides. Great. This is us, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin with Sefer Harios, the right to begin on this time. With all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Chus Yisrael of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shon and Drushos this year's Chus. Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Haba Mila Torah Ben Goldberg, for Aliyah for the Shonos of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Fegorez and his mother Fegorez and Bas Zelig, and hopes that all the tefillos of our Kiyum and Eretz Hashem and all of Klal Yisrael will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shlomi Amiri Dinovitz, the Ilu Nishmas, and I Ari Flangdam from his father, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Denach Chaver, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Bracha, and our weekly learning sponsor, David Goodman, the Ilu Nishmas, Roy, and Aryeh Zichron all of the Nisham Zadna, we have families and from the older future of worship, hopefully, so the Shrakum should have to bring home our hostages, Shalom and Kharif, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the whole Masih. Well, so with that, let us begin. So, Mazel Tov, first of all, the Sanctus of Zara. Again, Mazel Tov, what an accomplishment, so exciting. Baruch Hashem, and now we come to the Sefer Harios. The Sefer Harios, for those of you who are definitely better into what you've seen it. So again, a very interesting, different kind of the Sefer, as we will see. For those of you who haven't seen it, get ready, because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other Masechtas that we have seen. But in Yetz Hashem will expose us to a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha that perhaps we have not seen and experienced up until now. So let us begin. Mishnah Beis on the Aleph. Horu Beis Din La'avor Al Achas Mitzvos Amuros Batorah. Also the topic are a little bit bigger, as you may have picked up already. But again, it'll flow. Yetz Hashem. Horu Beis Din La'avor Al Achas Mitzvos Amuros Batorah. Well, so here's the case, and this is going to be the central case that we're going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Beis Din Paskin, and Beis Din made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately, again, and they passed in as something that was asur, really was mutter. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, an individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed a, take a look at the first flashback of that. Horu Bezdin, Kigon Shahoru Shachelev Odam. The simple case, Bezdin asking that Chelev, right, forbidden fat, or dam is the mutter of blood, is mutter for consumption. Bezdin made a mistake, right? Let's remember again, the notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Mepharshim bring down Torah goes out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Where they wonder to yourself, Moshe Rabbeinu sin, you got it. You committed Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning, right? Than Moshe Rabbeinu did in an entire lifetime. If the Torah repeats it over and over and over again, why? Looking again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of human infallibility. No matter how great the person is, they still make mistakes. Even Bezdin makes mistakes, so Bezdin has to. And let's just use that as an example. They went ahead and they said that Chelev is mutter. Blood is mutter. Now what happened? What happened? An individual called Ruvain heard the psak of the Bezdin. He said, I always wanted to eat blood. He goes ahead and he goes out and he has doubt. Okay, he drinks blood. So he says, what's the halacha? The halacha is shagad al. So again, now he commit now. Also, remember, as far as he is concerned, Ruvain was acting on the face of the psak of the Bezdin. So now the Gemara essentially gives all the variations. Bein sha'asu ba'asu. What does that mean? Bezdin also eat blood together with his mistake.
Just give some examples. They don't have to be just like this, but like people who had said in the Roman Empire that aquifers were causing lead poisoning would be seen as pseudoscientists or whatever, and the powers that be of Rome would have said that those people would have been debunked. Or the idea of and you don't have to say exactly who, but like religious organizations in the Middle Ages saying that we had a geocentric world as opposed to heliocentric, would have tried to debunk everybody or call anyone who questioned otherwise, including Galileo, debunked. And they would have said there's a long tradition of this, just like the Romans would have said there's a long tradition of this. And give another 5 examples of ideas in history that were once thought to be basically law or realistic that have been changed. Even there's a modern law or something in physics from like the early 19th century that was thought to be a law that eventually had to be shown that was wrong. So say that the term debunk is actually bunk, that we should never say anything is debunked, ever. That goes against science. To say anything is debunked ever goes against science, because there always could be more information that could be learned.
That individual who realized this was in a minority. Like, this is a minority, so the majority still carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized that this is an erroneous and it's a sack. Oh, Talmud Uray Laraz, or Halacha Safir, or that member of the not a member of the base, but a Talmud Chacham who is knowledgeable enough to know that Halacha L'Maisah, the Psak is wrong. The Psak is wrong. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, this member of the base of the Talmud Chacham still followed the Psak. I was listening to that, right? He's like, hey, why not? Right? Just like, this is my one shot at figure. Like in my Jewish life, like Basin went ahead and passed me that it was mutter. I know that Psak is wrong. I know that Psak is wrong. So remember again, this individual he was very important. A member of the Basin or ranking Kamchach. So there is no, this person knows that Psak is wrong. He figures, why not? Basin went ahead and said that it's mutter. In that case, the Mishnah says, Bain. Sha'asu ba'asiman. Whether Basin actually ate the Caleb and this guy went ahead and ate with them, Bain Sha'asu ba'asachrehem, or Basin ate the Caleb and he consumed it afterwards, Bain Sha'asu ba'asa, or Basin didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the Psak of Basin, Arei Zeh. So interestingly enough, this individual is doing it, right? Which makes sense, because for myself, he knows. He knows better. Right? He knows that this is an erroneous Psak, and therefore Halacha L'Maisah, he is going to be chayv. Now, I was like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss the case. If he knows that the Psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss in next. Why does the Gemara say Mesh? I'll tell you why. Because at the end of the day, when are you shielded from personal liability? When you can say that I did what I did based on the Psak of Basin. But if you know that the Psak of Basin is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not shielded from personal liability. Exactly. Let's say this is what it says in Mishnah. Hatona diatzmo chayiv. Hatona the Basin potter. If one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're chayiv. I will say, remember again. If one eats food with meat, what's your liability? Right? You have the milk, right? Because remember, that you can bring a shot just because
article is humble enough to understand the paradox that even this theory that nothing could be debunked
to say Chayiv B'Kashas means Chatos. Chatos just means that there's some element of shogeg.
debunked
So what shogeg in this case, again, we'll have to see
someday.
the Gemara. But bottom
It
line,
is a paradox.
this is if Bezdin issues an erroneous psak, and an individual follows that psak, the individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatos because they acted in good faith. If Bezdin issued a wrong psak, and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, again, I'll say that way, if you notice by the way, it has to be a certain kind of individual who knows that it's an erroneous psak, right? You know, not someone who thinks that. But rather, again, we're talking about someone over here either who is a member of the base himself or a racing that person knows that psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not shielded from personal liability. Okay, so we'll say that's the Mishnah. Let's delve in. This is not the first Mishnah in Hoyas. First Mishnah in Hoyas. Incredible. Amr Shmuel. We all love. Amr Shmuel. We all love any base. Chayav and Hachem and Return. So let's say now. We see my focus from Shmuel and Yatzim, but we're looking just about the now, I understand the principle. Right? The principle I understand. So now the shaila is what exactly does these say when we deliver this erroneous rule? So again, Amr Shmuel, we all know in basic however, actually have mutarinat. So Shmuel says the verbiage is based and says mutarinat. This is permitted to you. You are permitted to eat halal. They have to say it like that. Okay. But giving me our Amar, at Yomer Lahem, Mutarid Akem Lasos. So if you notice again, Dini adds in one word. What's the one word? Lasos. You are permitted to act on this psak. So Dini says, saying that it's mutar is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal liability because they acted based on the psak of Bezdin must have also added in the word lasos. You are permitted to go ahead and behave based on this psak. Permitted to act based on this psak. Which is very interesting. You must my time. Now, what's the reason for that? Why does Dini add in that word lasos? So Dini says because without lasos, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact, but there's no mandate, there's no direction of reason. You're allowed to act based on this. So that kind of thing is therefore in order for this to be like instruction from Bezdin, which would then mean
there's a paradox here that even the writings of this
go ahead and so then Bezdin is
law or whatever,
Dini says,
anything could
that's
be
what the individual acted on that
eventually revised. That is the duty of
the individual would
signing.
be caught up. But according to Dini, if Bezdin would just say, Mutar about them, it's mutar, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was from Dini's logic, the patient of Yigmara Torah. Because Bezdin's psak is only final. Remember when they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutar, and you can in fact behave based on this psak, ultimately again that's when Bezdin's psak is. So let's analyze this. Good. Fine. So somebody else we've got rashes on both sides. So we're gonna left on the right side. Rabbi, says we also now listen. Rabbi is coming along to support ultimately again the Dini's position. We also know this. So we're going to get a lot from the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of Zakin Mamre. Zakin Mamre is an individual who is a member of the community who refuses to yield to neutrality. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Zakin Mamre, there you go. Or a last place, the match with someone who's not for us. So before you that, so Zakin Mamre is literally again someone who's outnumbered on the base, but refuses to yield to neutrality. That's a such an individual actually to be executed for this transgression. because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you undermine the fundamental fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how it basic works with the majority. So again, you know, I'm not right. I must never get back to the Malchus days. Remember Malchus? As this is never said that even after Jason delivers his verdict, the judges in the minority can't overthrow the candidates of justice because of their left and right. I mean, what can I say? I was in that line. You can't do that. You can't do it under Jason.
Just a moment. What's going on, Rico?
So watch this. Because of the Euro, listen, the second Mamre goes back to his town. Shut up. He continues to teach.
How'd you find out about me?
And he continues to advance where you held before.
No, get out of here. You garbage.
If he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and
you gotta quit changing your name. I'm gonna change your name in here. Okay. Well, but I already know that. What if we call you?
What do you see here? That for Basin to give a binding sign, it's not just necessary but what do they have to say?
I mean, we can have other Jacobs in here. Just some. You've got a Cuban cigar? How about Jake the Snake? Are you a whore maker?
Gini is saying, but it's only worse if the psak was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires no more articulation of the halacha. That's part one.
Hey, dog, so long as you don't do the things that are really bad, I don't care. How is that a work?
Everything, sometimes you see things where I know you too well to ask me again, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Like, of course, we know each other. That's what that film means a lot. Like, in other words, like,
there you go, Jake the Snake.
I don't know his name, right? I don't really remember.
It's a tight name, dude. Do you know Jake the Snake Roberts was?
Like that. Again, the US is like this whole piece.
What did you say? Oh, okay.
Remember, again, this is a pula. This is a heter for what purpose? Remember again, what? That's a mishum iguna akilu barabas. I'm not sure if I said it first. He said it. I just want to go on. Okay. Right. And so the nice side, we should be good at Kila Brava. So again, listen, now watch this. So hold of a base in the US. Something Asian, that's the Ada. And they pass it, okay, you can get remarried. Let's watch this. The whole time take below, and she went out that she had other relationships. She didn't get married. She had relations with other men outside of marriage. Okay, now what happens? I don't say now remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuben. Right? Reuben came home. Right? Reuben came home. So now both sides. So now what's her status? What's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, not chayeves. Not that multi adultery, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now why? Let's watch this. Shelo itiru la ela l'hinasa. Because remember again. What was the psak of Basin? The psak of Basin was that Allah said, what? You're allowed to what? You're allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to engage in the marriage. So interestingly enough, had she remarried and Reuben came back, ultimately again she wouldn't have any personal liability. Now she engaged in immoral behavior, there is personal liability. But bottom line, why are we bringing this down over here? If you notice, what's the psak? How does Basin formulate the psak? Basin says ultimately again. Basin says, Horla based in Lichinasa. So if you notice again, what's the formulation of the psak of Basin? Basin doesn't just say mutter. Basin says mutter and behavior. You are permitted to remarry. So again, remember, all of this is backing up your King's position that the way of psak of Basin is formalized is mutter la'asos. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying action. Ravina. Ravina says, we also learn this. So let's say, so again, this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Horu based in Lavar, it's almost right across from Rashi on the right. Horu based in Lavar, the Mashma, Horu based in Lasos, the Ino Gura, Hora Asim Achiyomu Mutarn Antanasos. So let's say, so again, we also learn this. What does it mean? Horu based in Lavar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, what's the Lashon of the Mishnah? Based in Paskin La'avar. La'avar means what? Based in said something is mutter, and they said you had and do it as well. So all of this backs up Rav Dimi's version. This is all Rabbi's below. So back up Rav Dimi's version that when a Basin gives a psak, there's two parts to the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to act or act in a certain way based on this. And then the Basin's ruling was erroneous. Basin's ruling was erroneous, and an individual acted upon that. Halacha l'maisa, they are shielded ultimately again from any personal liability. To which the Gemara says, Sulam Midi, and there's nothing more to talk about this. We just have this, right? This is the Talmudic equivalent of the mic drop, right? That's it. We're right, we're done. We're done over here, nothing more to talk about. Now, listen, interestingly enough, dig it down here. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Amar Shmuel, in Bezin Chayavet Achiyom Lahem, Mutarim Atam Nasos. Shmuel is going to say now, again, the positions of Shmuel and Rav Dimi are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of a Basin is, all Basin needs to say is Mutarim Atam Nasos. Right, so this is Shmuel. I'm sorry, a reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the lashon of the second Basin is Mutarim Atam Lasos. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put in the Lasos. Rav Dimi and Arada Amar Afilu Mutarim Atam. No, even if Basin just says it's mutar nigmara hora. That's the end of the psak. And I love when I say that the individual acting based on that, they will be shielded from personal liability. I'm Rabbi. So I must say, so now in this version, Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rav Dimi. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rav Dimi. In this version, he's questioning Rav Dimi, bringing all of the same proofs. Abaye, Rav Dimi, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazra li'ira v'shana olimen kedar sh'limei pater hora la'asos chayiv. Zakim Mamre. So again, we don't have to go through all the cases again. But Abaye says Zakim Mamre. Zakim Mamre is only going to be chayiv one. Not if he just teaches the halacha, but if he tells the people this is the halacha and you can act on it, that's when he's chayiv. What do you see from here? That it's not just enough to say mutter. You also need what? La'asos. Next, Rabbi Yav, v'halot tznon. Rabbi Yav says 1 second. What about the chalval? It's not horu. About halot tznon hachi. Horu la Basin rinosen. Locha v'kol chayav es karban. Same case, Basin gives instruction to women to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what? If they say mutter and action. So you see from here, Basin's psak requires mutter and lasos. Next, Ravina. Ravina, see for 1 second. Right, our Mishnah. But clearly the verbiage of the Mishnah is Basin is saying that something is mutter, and they're telling you ultimately again that halacha means if you act on it, and he wants to sue lo. So I say, so interestingly enough, both versions, although again there's reverse attribution, halacha l'maisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first version. Halacha l'maisa, the way we pass it, is like Rav Dimi. And therefore, again, just to understand, the way that Basin would normally go ahead and structure their psak is they would say mutter. Number one, again, they're ruling that it's permitted, and ultimately lasos, and give instructions that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon. And it's only that type of psak that if someone followed, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, there should become personal liability. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the Mishnah. Next, quotation of the Mishnah. So remember again, what happened was just now I have part one. Part one is, so let's just plug this into to Chalev, right? So based in Paskin, Chalev is mutter le'achol. Relati Chalev. Okay, so now the individual went ahead and ate Chalev. Ate Chalev based on Psakim. Based in Shabbos says, so now it says, B'halach hayachid ba'asa shogeg apiyah. The individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, "V'nisni v'asal pihem shogeg lamu." Why do you need that word shogeg? I was supposed to say, if you think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. Why is he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak based in that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But what Gemara's bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you need the word shogeg? Which the Gemara says, shogeg la'asui l'sitzitzim. This is very interesting. Rava says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. La'asui, watch this. Get ready. Based in Paskin, Chalev is mutter. Okay, now what happens? Now we'll say, now watch this. So get ready for this. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Chalev is mutter. Okay, next, part two. Reuven has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Chalev, one is Shuman. Shuman is permitted fat. Reuven, his intention is to eat the Shuman. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he eats the Chalev. So Reuven, watch this. So Reuven ate Chalev. But Reuven didn't really eat Chalev because of the psak of the days. Right? Reuven ate Chalev because he just got confused. Comes along Rava, and Rava says, get ready for this, get ready for it, Reuven is Pater. Reuven is Pater. Why? Listen to this. Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that Chalev is mutter, if a Jew ends up eating Chalev inadvertently, either because he's following the psak of Bezdin, right, or because he just gets mixed up, he's Pater. We'll say, but that's wild. That's wild. Because remember again, in this case, Reuven's Chalev consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the Bezdin. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. But yet, again, he's still going to be Pater because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So you must, let's go. Bezdin, when I said Chalev is mutter, it is Chalev b'Shuman. And Reuven mixed up a piece of Chalev and a piece of Shuman, and inadvertently ended up eating Shuman, v'achlo Pater. Pater, ultimately, again, he's Pater. Al PM mamish. So I say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rava, there's two different cases embedded in the Mishnah, right? Because this is how the Mishnah reads. V'halach hayachim v'asa shogeg al PM. So there's two different events. There's shogeg and there's al PM. Al PM is the case that we've been talking about above here, which is Bezdin said that Chalev is mutter la'achol. Reuven goes and eats Chalev. Okay, he's himself in personal liability. And then the case of Shogeg is actually a different case. Rabbi wants to posit. The case of Shogeg is again, he gets mixed up between the Chalev and the Shuman. He eats the Chalev. He didn't mean to. He still didn't be Pater. Ultimately, again, because such a psak from Bezdin exists in the world. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So the Gemara says, the others say, Rava says, Shogeg al PM with the Pater. An alternate version of Rava, or opposite version of Rava, Shogeg al PM. It's only an accidental commission of the Avera that happens as a result of the psak that absolves driven of personal liability. First part of the say, Avan is Chalibo Chalev b'Shumim v'Achlo Chay. And if Halach l'Maisa, Reuven just gets mixed up between his pieces, right? Then Halach l'Maisa, he will be liable. So the Gemara says, so again, just two versions of Rava here. So the Gemara says, so something which was obvious to Rava was actually a kasher machana. Was the second white line. How did Bezdin Shechil is motor? So Bezdin passing the same result. So Bezdin passing that Chalev is motor. Then it's Chalev lo b'Shuman. But then again, Reuven had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Chalev, one was Shuman. His intention was to eat. The Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Chalev. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. There's not what's the halacha? Rava says, Tashma, halach hayacher ba'asa shogeg al PM. If Reuven went ahead and acted accidentally based on the psak of the Bezdin, Gemara says shogeg al pian lamali. So Rava says, why do you need that lashon of shogeg al pian? Just say pian al pian. That's it. Nasuye holu gigs shachil butter and is chalik lo chelu b'shum ba'ach butter. Ultimately, again, in order to include this case, where again Reuben got mixed up between the pieces, he ended up eating the chelev. He's still going to be butter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the psak of Beis Din. You might say 1 second. Vilma shogeg al pian with the butter. Adam is chalik lo chelu b'shum ba'ach. Maybe not. Maybe Reuben is only butter, and he managed to act in the direction of the psak of Beis Din. But if he still makes another mistake, who says that he should be butter based on that? Should be chayiv. Taking the Amri, alternate version of this, Amarava, Tashma, Halach Yachid, but also Shogeg al Pian. So if an individual really went ahead and acted the Shogeg based on the psak or based in, so the verse Ma'ila Shogeg al Pian with the pattern. Isn't it only in a case where we manage to act based on the psak of the based in that is going to be pattern? But if halacha lemaisa, he mixes up the pieces, not the psak of the based in, he just has a mix up in his own house, that he should be chayiv. Dilma, O Shogeg, O Pia. Maybe not. Maybe Allah Lamaisa again. That's what the Mishnah is coming to say. There's really one of two cases. There's Shogeg or Al Pia. Ultimately, Al Pia means he literally acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, and Shogeg means he has his own mix up at home. Incredible. So I just want to point that over here. So this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that in Beis Din Paskins, it is permitted to eat chaylev. Right? Mutter atam le'achol chaylev. All right, mutter and go le'achol chaylev. So everyone agrees that when they act on that psak, he's going to be butter. Going to be butter. The shaila just is that Reuben has a mix-up in his home. 2 pieces, chaylev and shuman. He wanted to eat the shuman. He accidentally eats the chaylev. Is he chayiv? So this is the machlokes. This is the machlokes. One opinion will say he's chayiv. His consumption of chaylev has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din. Other versions says he's going to be potter because once there's a psak of the Beis Din out there in the belt, right? The chaylev is mutter. Ultimately, again, he's going to be covered by that. Incredible. So where is the plukah? In reality, this is part of the bigger machlokes. Holy Beis Din shechaylev mutter. This Beis Din asking there. So the just pointing out he's already a pre-existing machlokes. Holy Beis Din shechaylev mutter. Beis Din asking that chaylev is mutter. Okay, that's our case. And now both sides, that's part 1. Part 2, Reuben is in his house. Reuben has 2 pieces of meat. One is chaylev and one is shuman. When it's chalifo chaylev shuman, ba'achlo, he mixes up the pieces and he inadvertently ends up consuming the chaylev. What's the halacha? Rav Amar Pater, Rav Yochanan Amar Chayiv. Okay, here it is. Here it is. We'll say so explicit about this. Rav says you're Pater, you're covered under the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbi Yochanan says no, your act has nothing to do with the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore you're going to be chayiv. By the way, chayiv what? Chayiv achatas. Because remember again, this is still a case of shogeg. But so the Master Meis today, you might raise the kasha of me'am haaretz. So let's say so ultimately this is the nefesh achas tachat habishkava me'am haaretz basosa achas mitzvos Hashem asher lo ta'aseh b'Hashem. This is the pasuk by Kabbalah Chatos. As the person commits an avera inadvertently, so the Gemara says me'am haaretz basosa frat l'mumar. This comes to exclude a mumar. Because we'll say, remember again, the concept of tapas is totally predicated on the notion of shogeg. A mumar, which is someone, again, as we saw back to our Sanhedrin days, a mumar is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Mishpat. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately, again, is exempt from the Kabbalah Chatas. Doesn't mean a problem. Moshe ben Yossi Omer, Moshe Eno Tzarech. Hari Omer, Asher lo te'asena bishkaga v'Hashem ohoda. So this is very interesting. The Torah speaks about the Kabbalah Chatas. What does it say? Asher lo te'asena bishkaga v'Hashem ohoda. Talking about a person, ultimately, again, when they bring a Kabbalah Chatas, Hashav Midiyaso may be carbon al Shivibasa. So let's say here's the good metric for Kabbalah Chatas. Kabbalah Chatas is good for inadvertent avera. Meaning what? Here's the litmus test. If you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the idea. That's what we call hashav miyasam. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shabudasam. That's the type of person who brings a carbon chatos over the sin. Conversely, if someone had the knowledge but still would have sinned, they don't bring a carbon chatos. Once it's opportunity to exclude, who is exclude? Amamar, lo shamid yasam. If somebody would not refrain or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulders. So that would exclude Amamar. And Isa, ha lo shad yasam. That was it. Interestingly enough, applying this to our case, right? Applying this to our case. So the pashtus, our case is not a situation where one would have refrained even had they known, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between the pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based there. So why should you be chayv b'chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring up carbon chatas for committing an avera b'shoyeh. If I would not have committed the avera had I had knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuben, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? So what? David said that it's mutter. So why should you have carbon chatas in this case? Incredible. Maybe Salah Shamid Yasal, Amra Papa Kasarab Yochanan, Kavan, the Finisiada, the Buddha, the Bedina, Hajjitabu. Because again, so really what it says like this: since when Bezdin finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Bezdin is going to walk it back. Hadar, so Gemara says, Nami Hadar, and then when Ruvain hears that Bezdin retracted their psak, obviously again, he's also going to retract his behavior. So therefore, the Gemara says, Shami Yaso Kaminobe. So essentially, the Gemara says like this: we still call this a case where if he had the knowledge, he would have abstained. In this case, it's just two steps removed. Had Bezin found out that their psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior. And then when Reuven finds out that the psak of Bezin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why at least one opinion says he is chayv b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so what says now? Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're doing up until now. What's happening in this case is Basin is giving an erroneous psak, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Basin delivers an erroneous psak, and the majority of Klal Yisrael follows the psak. That's a different situation. That is called kar ha'elam government, or a special carbon that's brought. Now, in order to bring that carbon, you need 51% of the Klal to go ahead and follow the orders of psak. So as I watch this, let's say you have 50% of Klal Yisrael. Who's the guy who gets scales? It's Reuben. So again, watch this. So based on passing, Caleb is a motor. 50% of Klal Israel, 8 Caleb, based on psak. Who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Reuven. What does Reuven do as on Reuven? Reuven's sitting at home. He's got two pieces in front of him. Caleb and Shimon, right? And he needs to eat the Shimon that he eats, but he ends up eating the Caleb. Everyone agrees that Reuven does not count towards the Torah. Right? And interesting, Reuven does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why is that? Because deep down, what you can't ignore is that what? That Reuven is not acting based on the psak of the Bezdin. Reuven is just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Reuven's personal liability, Reuven is himself his personal liability because of the psak of the Bezdin, let's say if we're calculating the 51% for Par Helam Devin Matzibah, you can't say that Reuven is acting based on the psak of the Bezdin. Okay. Moderat, and Rav Samrava, Moderash, and the Mashal of Tzibah. My time was the reason, Ishkaga, Achi Kulon, Ishkaga Achas. Because for Par Helam Devin Matzibah, for that 51%, everyone has to be acting in the same shogeg capacity. Therefore, again, Reuven is acting in a different shogeg capacity, and he can't be counted. Again, separate halacha. So listen, so bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, when we end off with over here, is a fundamental machlokes. And what is that fundamental machlokes? Halacha l'maisa, if if Ruben went ahead and ended up eating chaylev, not because of Psak the Bezi, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa is he liable or not? On one hand, one of these is liability because his daily consumption has nothing to do with the Psak of the Bezi. On the other hand, there is in the Welt, right in the world, there is a Psak of Bezi that says Chaylev is mutter. Does that Psak absolve him or not? Next. Beisha asu va'asu ma'in. Lamali lemista kalan. So remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation of cases. Beis Din said he lives Muslim. And then it said, whether he did it together with Beis Din did it first. He did it. Then Beis Din, he did it by himself. What do you need all these cases for? To which the Gemara said, "Lamali lemista kalan." Additional Reisha. So the ayah said in the beginning, Mishnah, why? Most of the absolute so we'll say, so Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, where the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say it, it's understood. Ella Seifa, the Yuva, which is the headed liability. Why do I need all the cases? All the cases should really be framed in the reverse. And also, other days, which is so again, you understand this big idea that sometimes the Mishnah will say this, even though I didn't need to say something else. Bottom line, there is additional information in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, people I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on people to extrapolate. Sometimes the Mishnah will just
you gotta unplug the charger, right? You gotta unplug that charger, bro.
Again, what was I saying? Last case of the Mishnah. Basically delivers their erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the Beis Din, or a ranking kafir, in the gallery of the Beis Din, realizes that this is an erroneous psak, but he nevertheless relies on it. It's Caleb. What's the halacha? It's Chayv. Ultimately, again, this individual ultimately again is going to be Chayv. He says to the watch this. Hard to know. If you notice, by the way, I pretty much refer to these individuals. Either to write Tam Chacham ve'ro'in lehora. Interesting. First says Tam Chacham and fit to deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? I would have thought that the only type of person who is not allowed to rely on the psak of the Beis Din Tzur, someone who is Gamer means learned, and Sabir actually says, maybe the Davar be told Davar. Someone is able to extrapolate and ultimately, again, apply knowledge of different things. In other words, maybe when we're talking about someone who really is fit to be a Davar. How about Gamer Velo Sabir? And if someone has a lot of knowledge, but they don't know how to extrapolate. No. In other words, maybe you got to have both of these qualities in order to be exempt from liability. Rabbi says lahora, come here to summon. Essentially, because the Mishnah itself says roi lahora. Who is a person who is roi lahora? A person who is both kamir, learned, and sabir, knows how to extrapolate the condition to apply it one scenario to another. If we would have just said raw, how about governor the son? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both governor and son. About governor the most son, well, but perhaps if you don't have both of these qualities, that maybe you would be exempt from personal liability if you rely on the Beis Din. Hana, Roi, Ra. Mishnah says if you governor the most sabir the most. It's also incredible. Therefore, again, the Mishnah uses Lashon for Ra. Hara actually refers to say, as long as someone is either gomer or suffer, you have a lot of information, or you know to extrapolate. In other words, if you have the ability to know with certainty that this psak is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not shielded from personal liability. Incredible. Right on, this is a good example of this. Right? It will be a good example of someone where if they relied on the psak in the Beis Din, they would not be shielded from personal liability. You don't know. I'm not going to go to Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Soba. Okay? And Shimon Azai, Shimon ben like these individuals, I'm going to buy it. And that's what Rashi says that we have on the right hand side, but Hashem as Hashem Shama, shall no shoot they Chachamim, are you really in the whole these words were like something like that they were sitting in front of the judges and they themselves ultimately again were fit to be judges. This is the type of person we should talk about. I'm going to buy it. Ki agavna amazing. I will say here's the problem. So let's at least begin this, and I alluded to this in the Mishnah before. Here's the problem. If you have a person like Shimon ben Azai and Shimon ben Sol, who obviously were ranking sages, and they hear the Beis Din say that Chalev is mutter. Chalev is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this sacrifice, so the Mishnah said they're chayiv v'chatas, especially for personal liability. But if they act on the sacrifice, say, what are they? What are they? They're nascent. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when you talk about covering the campus, they should actually be liable for basic. They'll say, now watch this. This is incredible. But the time how to stand your bass so afos, not give the host of the gas, but chayiv, or else based in bottom. Yeah, that's what it says. If an individual does of his own volition, he's fired. Ultimately, they horas is not the case of total basis, shifting the mutter, the basic cascade, the clear is mutter. I was not pick up, don't worry, we're fine. We're absolutely, we're fine. Catch up and stuff. You know, I say, good, Shabbat, coming on the side of this, I gotta stop, make discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up with some fucking case tomorrow. Okay. Okay, that's a great day. I will say, last time I started the second starters. I will say good morning and good morning and let us begin. Coming up, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. Today, our top goes on to sport month of Tishrei. Influence our family, the salvation and the completion of seeking from the soul struggles for happiness. The big neighborhood. Thank you. And Nathan Harry Smith, the executive ownership of Josh's this month to discuss a cover for the prior Kihila, the person of the person Shiva Father Howard. So it's after that we dedicate that one to the Rishma, Sakarana, the government, the Sia, the Hara Moshe, the Sia, the government. You have to learn about Hara Moshe, Hara Maria, and Hara. Also, mention someone that there's people mentioned in the Shabbos that perhaps I need to be a bit more. People have clients I talk to at the Ishmael with the ways that have been already crossing the show around on them. But it is not people that could be that probably be there with them. Even though again the war is not still when someone asked me, why is this in place? It's a couple of you ask me, why is this in place? But you understand the reality of what's happening or this was attached against ideal soldiers just last night. The war is not over. The war is not over. It is one of the ceasefire talks. As the last day was what we think about it. The bodies of our brethren had not been specifically close. Al Hashem, but I can cover with this one. And again, if I have not been given travel of God, public for God's life, published by the service of God, give God. Specifically, that was like Kibio, not Castro, or David Marshall. There was so much for this piece of us for everything that we can for people. And we turn Baruch Hashem and believe hostages for the unification of your families. The Amis of Hashem upon you, the police that have tried to for us, each and both national and regional and state. Which one of the girls is so good, it's not a good much. Just sometimes, you're not allowed to be selfish to yourself. to actually become selfish and promise the promise you should always be very very intentional. And for promise you should always say, Lord, I want to thank you, but thank you, thank you, but we need more. Thank you, and we need more. For you, for ourselves, we have to not get told, we have to really stop. We have to much more. It gives me, but it's asking for more than I have to give. What I have is a usher, so I have to household. Who is broken? And what is actually is wrong? The thing that people assure for many people being hate and demand everything that comes from body cell. And when body cell gets it, Rahman said to the Shkora, all of the records in your hand. That's it. That's it. That's all you're going to give us. That's all you're going to give us. You can give us anything and everything. We remind you of the revelation of your people and express his gratitude for all the gifts you as an individual. So, it's the unbeliever. Thank you for the struggle for all the gifts that you us. Thank you for every single little bit of national access to possibility shadows of others. How about the responsibility to say that more about our people, what the source is for our people, the true heart of this war for our people, and the session for that is showing for all the parties. As in that, let us keep it very happy. Not to be very happy. We have the red session on. I'm sure you're going to do it as well. Yes, thank you. So what's this? $11 is 34B. 5 lines after the bottom, and thank you to the student yesterday. And listen, I really excited about us to do that. So thank you for sure. So the coffee, again, coffee is also roasted. But thank you everybody for driving right in. Check point here. I love that to you was not that show. I love that. I have a friends that don't do it. I have a friends that don't. Let's go. Luca says the email. Time goes. We know what Luca says. Once that one money, you don't have others. Once that it's just massive. These relatives. He's yesterday's down. Yesterday's down. The word said his father, you know, talking about the idea of their own Eric Pesach. So what did he do? And it's only again, Eric Pesach was the day of not necessarily the day where you have the greatest of people, because again, there are other things that have material like divine Jesus Christ, that by the people weren't already. They said that just shoulder to shoulder people, but that doesn't become an activity perspective. It was the day with the greatest unknown activity. Everybody needs a congregation, every couple needs a congregation. So remember again, the mission that we did our days at the start is that the second one set up so the guys that come to the company, what they do before, that at the end of Shek, all the congregations, what they do is the money would collect a couple of 104, and we would go ahead and sprinkle that on the music. Now, what we got to is, she Yishbach after their hands, we so Shubach Shua. Because in some way, let's say select who's being the kind of example. Rather than the way it was being slaughtered, right? Shita, Kabbalah, doesn't work. The second line of Quran, the blood is passed all the way down the second line to the eyes. You look off his hand. But he says it's possible that it's someone once goes, and maybe someone's carbon didn't end up traveling up this people. So what they do is those kinds of like carbonic insurance. So at the end of the whole process, they scoop out of blood, a cup of blood on the floor, which was a mixture of all the other blood, right, and accumulated over the course of the day, and they would just do a sweep of that blood on his there. And this way again, if for some reason there was a carbon that didn't get the sweep off, this insurance sweep at the end would cover that. That was the project. Interesting. So you might say, oh, listen, by the way, because remember, the saying something exactly, isn't that sweep happening after the consumption? Absolutely no, because remember again, when is consumption occurring? When is the consumption occurring? That night. Remember again, this is our basic. Current basic is not eaten until nightfall. So all of this is happening during the day. So whatever it is, your insurance is happening is ultimately happening before actual consumption. Quite fascinating. I want to know how do you go? What's up? The halal is top of the cave. One second. That blood that you're collecting from the floor was never collected in the cave. One second, I remember again, the earliest was smoking. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? If you check the animal, the blood spurts on the ground. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? It's possible. You can't do anything with it. The only time you can remedy it is when, is if the blood goes into a flea, then from the flea it falls onto the ground, then you can be collected. So instead of doing that, what the pashtas spurting out of the animal, spurting onto the animal, and ultimately again, not into a flea. So watch the percussion for sweeper. So the Gemara says, so I'm sorry, I'm the one that we go about no one got the flea. You know that. So he says, how do you know? How do you know that it wasn't receiving a flea? How does Shemba is kind of a flea? Again, what's Rabbi saying from Yuga is, how do you, I understand what you want to do, but what are you concerned about? We're concerned that there was a covering that was covered that did not have Suda. So he goes, I think we really like, let's go ahead and collect blood from the floor, which is a mixture of all the other blood, and sprinkle it down. That way you know that every carbon, so to speak, has its Suda. This is what Yuga. But one second, that's blood. That's blood. And it's possible that that blood spurted right from the animal onto the floor, in which case it's not good for Suda. Which Yuga says, אני לא אמרתי עליך שנזכרת בפרי. Again, it is of course, my whole idea only works with the premise that the blood on the floor was first on a sleeve, was first in a sleeve. In other words, I'm making the following assumption. Shita occurred, blood full of fluid, and then the blood spilled out of the fluid onto the floor. Which then means since it was in a fluid, then went onto the floor, it is spit or zuba, it was scoop it up. And do you insurance zuba afterwards? I give us the hope, remove you pay. You know that, but what's that? How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that halacha l'maisa? Again, it is in the fluid. Why did we make the assumption that the blood on the floor is first in the fluid? Maybe the blood on the floor is always on the floor. Please be not supposed to be very interesting. So how do you know that? The Quran is using the Abdin Kiyah Mushtaq. This Quran was using. So let's say this is a principle that the Gemara works with. The Gemara says as a fact. Kohanim are electricists. They are diligent. They are careful to discharge their responsibilities in the correct way. Therefore, we assume what happened was as follows. We don't assume that lifeblood went on the floor. Rather, what we do assume is that lifeblood went into the fluid, and then what happens? In the course of handling the fluid, the blood spills out of the fluid. You know, see the difference? And it looks like that makes a lot more sense because Rashi said something very mercy. Rashi is here. Rashi, what's here? The Kehillah. The Mother will say, Erev Pesach, everything had to operate so quickly because of the sheer volume of carbonates that were offered in the limited tiny window that you have. So by definition, everything had to occur incredibly quickly. So therefore, because Karma is using, we can assume they got the life blood in the fluid. What happened? Handing it got an assembly line at some point in time, ultimately again it goes ahead and spills on the ground. But therefore, because it was in a fluid and then subsequently spilled on the ground, it was ultimately fit for Shmuel. So that's it. Not time to see what here's the problem. What kind of blood was it can use for Shmuel? What kind of blood? Only what we call life blood. Right? Not Dantansis. Dantansis is just what we call like regular blood. Regular blood. Right? What I was saying. As you can life blood and regular blood. So life blood is blood that spurts. Right? And I have the shvita, so this is the blood that spurts out. This is then the blood that trickles out afterwards on the floor, is pashtus your both of these things. And only one type of blood is which was really blood. It's not the really coming to honor Damahantis Kardam. The meanings of the opinion that even Damahantis, which is the blood, is called blood. Even though the blood is called blood, the sound of it we learn Damahantis Bahasara. Damahantis Bahasara. So we know all the colors. So this is very interesting. In general, you go ahead and you consume Damahantis, which is a great sort of triple blood, not starting like blood. Ultimately, again, it's called only Allah. And Buddha says, no, you're tired curse. And in fact, the Buddha says that your tired curse indicates that blood. But he treats Damahantis triple blood, just like sporting white blood.
Please remove the absolutely and part at the end. I just want to be able to copy and paste this into the video and remove the pound signs. I don't need that. I don't ever need those pound signs.
But for Kapara purposes, which means spiritual purposes, Damahantis is not like a regular blood. Which the Gemara says, Ki Adam Hu Nefesh, Dam Shenefesh Yotzeva Hayu Dam. Because for Kapara purposes, for atonement purposes, Damahantis, which means blood that life leaves with, like life. So it says now back to square one. So you know, Shiloh, he has this great idea. What should be his idea? Let's take a step back. What should be his concern? What's his concern? What's his concern? That maybe there was a cut and paste out that he didn't have proper sweep up. That's his concern. What's his remedy? So let's look that word. Such an incredible Muslim. In life, if you're going to raise a problem, come armed with a solution. Don't be a person who espouses problems without solutions. So the Buddha says, I have a potential problem. There is a problem without potential. Come without sweeper. Hey, I have a solution. Scoop up a couple of blood from the floor, which is a composite of all the blood, right, that came out that day. Sprinkle that, and you could assume that the blood of the couple that may not have had Zvika wasn't good enough to do Zvika like that. And when it says, here is the problem. The problem now that we distill it down is that problem number one was maybe the blood just spurting from the animal onto the floor, in which case it's Zvika. No, Kohanim is reason. Kohanim are electricists, they're careful, they're zealous in the execution of their mission, and therefore, again, they corner the tree if it's built out of the tree. What about Damahantis? That there's other blood that's mixed into that. For which now the Buddha says, so if I guess that you must what do you do? This Allah, that you do to make the Amar, Amen, Dam, Medakol, Das. So you guys are interested. And the Buddha says, you know, there may be Damahantis in there, but one blood does not negate other blood. One blood does not negate other blood. So therefore, again, two metaphors like this. But essentially, when you look at the judgment of blood of a throat against any flesh, you would assume that it's non-life blood. And therefore, again, maybe any life blood that's there on an apple should be caught, should be nullified. So halacha l'maaseh, you know, down is not medakel down. And I will say this actually, by the way, this is actually a good opportunity here. You know, we started Smooth Festival. And Eretz Hashem, as the Jewish man is starting, it's going to be Tuesday nights in Eretz Hashem at 8 o'clock p.m. This week, I think it's going to be Wednesday for Tuesday just because of the conflict. But again, stay tuned for that in Eretz Hashem. So one of the interesting discussions we're going to have when it comes to Basar Bahama is the halacha of Bittul. Halacha of negation of different types of each other. So we have Nida and Nida opinion that no Benino, two right items cannot be mabak to each other, do not negate one another. So therefore, the whole time is not mabak or both. Even if there is some Damahantis there, even a lot of Damahantis, the net is that more dash, but blood, this still doesn't do as well. So therefore, what the Imam says, Amar, Bahana Nida. So it says, therefore, again, this marks there, so this was very good this idea. So it was like, he was concerned, there was an animal, a couple things like that, thing that's Svika, remedy for the concern, scoop up a cup of blood, sprinkle it out on his back, and therefore you ensure that everything gets proper Svika. Incredible. So says the Gemara, I'm going to read that with your great fan, Lama. So read this as like this. So listen, let's go back to that review. Now, so the Kafani disagree with this, right? The Kafani don't like this open gathering up a couple of months. But listen, it's such a beautiful law. So read this as, with the rate according to you guys, Lama Papikin Hazara. So let's say it's incredible. Which one is that? Is second college. In the Islamic culture, there is a drainage system, right? Which makes sense because you have blood, you have bodily fluids, you have all this stuff, right? Which you put on this, right? You have all this stuff going on. So you have a drainage system. On Arabic, you can't do this. On Arabic, exactly, you would plug up the drain. While it was slowly the past one, become exactly the plug up the drain. So it was according to you that according to the Buddha, it makes sense why they plug up the drain. Why? Because remember, the Buddha at the end needs to take a cup full of composite blood. So he needs that drain plugged up. That's what he wants. But according to you, Kafani, you're not taking that cup of composite blood. Why are they plugging up the drain? So that's a reason that I'm allowed. Sure. So they say to me that because it is a shadow, it is a praise, it's pitiful for the sons of Aaron, for the Kohanim, ultimately again to walk up Hakavos, saying of us like it either with ankles or knees. It is a privilege for the Kohanim to walk up to their knees in blood. In blood. So it's a bad way, which upset. Wow, what exactly do you do with that? Right? So listen, so just understand. It is a privilege to get your hands dirty when it comes to blood circulation. See, on this side, a lot of parties, there are no things that need to get done.
Reading like article,
There's glorious things,
arguing
glorious things. And again, the glorious things are beautiful because first of all, everyone sees it, and it's
national security arguments,
and then the other things that again, no one sees,
and potential unconstitutional.
that perhaps people sometimes even feel like a little bit beneath.
Because literally anything could be argued to be a national security risk, and the only people who get to look in on it have to have some kind of clearance and go to the original idea that national security became an idea during the World War II with Japanese bombing U.S. submarines. But now national security is just a blanket to be able to cover up any kind of issue that the government or politicians don't want known to the general public. And according to John F. Kennedy, secrecy in an open and honest democracy is repugnant. And we have the saying from, I think, Benjamin Franklin, those who sacrifice security for freedom deserve neither. And saying things our national security would be a downfall because, or could be a downfall, because this allows for bad actors to be able to hide things from the public, and this type of secrecy and saying something is against national security could be used for anything, even things that are national security. Nothing about national security is included in the Constitution. Give those arguments. And if anything, Perhaps a constitutional amendment should be passed regarding that things could be considered national security. Because otherwise, everything could be hidden.
Ultimately, again, something liquid is not a toxic tip. It's not a diamond. Like your bash, the issue, it's in looking in for it's in lard, egg, honey, milk. Ultimately, again, if it's dry, if it's congealed, ultimately, again, it is toxic. If it's liquid, it's not toxic. Interesting. Alcohol comes something like that. But don't think about it doesn't come out of clothing with disgust. Right? Let's say they are walking in what is up to the influences in blood. That means their clothing is getting all muddy. So again, doesn't that move it to the flavor? It's now how you make the government discussion, the Hamas are subsumma. And it wasn't how because we learned this already before. But if they come to clothing with this clothing, ultimately that compromises the avoda. If you give it the living with that, this way the problem is the part is pulled up in the way of the He's wearing a robe like that. He just pulled it up. So that's not getting very back from the club. So which the Gemara says was incredible. The Gemara says that we don't
Remove the idea of calling the United States a democracy because it is not a constitutional republic.
not only has to be custom tailored to their size, but also have to be more than hold up your clothing that invalidates the abundance. So it says, how long again, how are we wearing the phone? How are we doing it? How are we wearing it? Clothing is getting all bloody. The Hamakas, they bought in the Kadash, a lot of abundance. Now, what is it talking about when they do this? So it's I love what I said. They walk through an angle or knee depth blood in the avoda. This was carrying the sacrificial limbs to the ram, which is actually not part of the avoda. Because it's not part of the avoda, therefore, you don't have to have clean clothing. Below is that true about kind of liquid like on the sakol, zero rokas divanu. That's not true. The pasuk says, the pasuk clearly indicates that even though we blood or the moving of the limbs to the lamp, ultimately again is an avoda. And the halacha speaks to my the law avoda. Yeah, the Gemara says, oh, you're talking about when did they walk up to their knees in blood? That was ultimately when they were taking the wood to the pile, right? To the pile underneath. Yeah, which was not enough of that. And therefore, again, if they're closing that money during that, they cross the PPO. So the Gemara says, someone says, so what's happening? So the Buddha says that they would plug off this bucket drainage system inside of the center. Why they do that? So that was an condition. But in order to go ahead and collect the cup of blood, according to the Chachamim, you're not collecting a cup of residual floor blood. If you're not collecting residual floor blood, why do you have to plug off the drain? To which the Gemara answers why? Because it's
New article. This one is about how calling the United States a democracy is repugnant and plays on the uneducated in politics. That the United States is not a democracy, and that a true democracy perhaps has never been a government of any kind, of one person, one vote. Break it up into the great demo, meaning like rule by the people, one person, one vote. We break down the word and say that no government has ever had that. Even in Greece, slaves didn't have a say, and perhaps women didn't have a say. So even Greece, where the word was developed, didn't have a democracy, and say that there are no true democracies. We shouldn't use this term, but we do because it's easy for politicians and diplomats and such to somewhat trick the populace into thinking that they have a say. If anything, the countries of the world have republics or representative republics of some sort. There are no true democracies. When politicians say we are protecting the democracy, we don't have one, and they sort of sound unintelligent to a keen mind. They're playing at the uneducation and politics of the people. The United States is not a democracy. It has never had a democracy. It really lacks democratic principles. What it lacks in democratic principles, it has in Republican or Republic or representative principles. And if politicians, diplomats, leaders were being honest, they would stop saying that we have democratic principles or we need to protect the democracy because that doesn't exist. In fact, the Democratic Party shouldn't even be called the Democratic Party. It should more likely be called, more accurately, something like the Progressive Party, because the Democratic Party has no democratic principles. And on the flip side, the Republican Party should more likely be called the something else. Give it a different name because it's not a republic, and those people are not Republicans. A republic is different. A republic is a purely representative form of government, but does not take into account other aspects like the judicial branch or the executive branch. So it's not really a republic either. The Republican Party is not advocating for a republic. They're advocating for generally more conservative ideas. So give that a better name. Like Democrat could be known as progressive, Republican could be known as regressive or something like that.
only applies to something that is normally edible or normally killable. So if you have in mind to eat something on Tuesday that is not edible, or to burn something on Tuesday, that's not normally burned, there's no psul. There's no psul. Totally kasha. That's fact number, fact one. Fact two. Please, my own system only applies to a desire or more. And therefore, if you have this erroneous mindset about less than a desires, ultimately, carbon totally kasha. Third fact. Not all desires, correct all kifat. Desires is kasha. And that's a lot of third fact. Let's say seriously, I check my carbon on Sunday. On Sunday, ultimately, I have in mind I'm going to eat a half a kizayis on Tuesday and burn a half a kizayis on Tuesday. So I have in mind for half a kizayis spitzness malo, half a kizayis spitznin komo. What's the halacha? Kosher. Why? Shein asiyah b'hakara mitzdarkin. Because ultimately, again, a prohibition of consumption and burning do not combine. So let's say 3 important facts. The reason I'm reviewing this is just like, again, coffee, as we've seen, especially as a beautiful example, it's not that it's complicated, it's just that a lot of times the rules themselves are dictated with us, as we're like holding back on us. But that's how the beauty of the Mishnah like this is once you get facts, once you get rules, everything becomes a bit more digestible. So now goes back there. A short one that says that I black hope is ice in the heart. So it says, so now we have like three rules. The Mishnah goes into an interesting discussion over there. A short one that says that I black hope is ice in the heart. What's the difference as well? In this case, someone who's like chef in the cover, and he has a quickly zmano or quickly komo mindset, right? Regarding something that is not normally present. For example, a short one is that black hope is ice in the heart. He has in mind that quickly zmano quickly komo. He needs to his eyes on the heart. Yeah, no problem. From the grip. Now you're also reason what you see. Some of it is special, some of it is not at all. Some of it really is one of the more secondary parts of the heart. So watch this real dark baby. Keep off. Now she says over here, the bunch of our that gets Habasa, Hashel Hennes and Shlik Dura. This is like the leftover like garlic. Little pieces of meat, things like that, after you cook up the cargo. Although Rashi says over here is the next one. Git Hatzava, Shukasha, this is something you see in the neck, which is very tough. And not probably fit for consumption. For not sellers, ultimately from the bone.
I don't really know anything for sure. It isn't really know anything. And that all religious leaders, no matter who they are, and name the top 13 religions, and say that there are others, their religious leaders don't truthfully know if any of the stuff that they're talking about is correct. They don't know anything. They don't know their real names. They don't know that they're even truthfully on this earth, because no one can really know anything. It's very philosophical. It's very Aristotelian. The more I learn, the less I know type of idea. Put the real quote. And if all of the religious leaders of the world were really being honest, they would tell their congregations, no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition by which we live, or something along those lines. And say, from a Jewish perspective, an Orthodox Jewish perspective, everyone from Moshe Rabbeinu to Hillel and Shammai to Rabbi Akiva to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai to Rambam to Ramban to Moshe Cordovero to Isaac Luria to the Chafetz Chaim to the Vilna Gaon to Rabbi Cap
outside of the prescribed time or prescribed place. What's the halacha? No people. Ultimately, again, you don't make the animal people. Like the carbon does not become people. So you know, so now what's the logic behind that? It sounds like the logic behind it is because the penis is not considered to be part of the mother. And so it's just unlikely. So the carbon is not going to be here for halach l'maisa, if halach l'maisa, halach shavas people, ultimately by the penis, does not undermine the mother. It's not undermine the carbon. So I'm only against that. I will laugh at it, say, in the place. Look, you go. See what says, please. Person is doing the weekend. Like, remember again, for birth offerings, for birth kabbalos, we do the regular shlichah. We do this process publicly, which actually we're going to get down, which is essentially before he takes his thumb out and inserts it into the back of the neck of the bird, and essentially flicks off his head. We're going to talk about that process in that session. Let's say someone is going to get a bird, and he has any idea that if the bird has any eggs inside of it, ultimately he's going to eat it outside the limited time. So that's how the hump, this does not make the habit. So also, I want to point out that this isn't an illustration of the previous principle. The previous principle says that if you have an erroneous mindset regarding an insignificant part of the animal, that does not make the carbon vegan. But the Gemara is highlighting over here is that fetus or eggs inside of the carbonic mother ultimately again are not considered to be part of the carbonic mother. Therefore, if you have an erroneous mindset regarding these items, you do not meet the proper data. One of the questions it dates into in Kayabula, the Shapiro, the also a single was and something would apply, let's say about milk. Milk of an animal. Like let's say again a person had like the point had a Makshavas Piro about the milk. I'm gonna drink the milk inside of the animal ultimately again on Tuesday, or same case of the eggs, right? The eggs of the turkey. One is not higher because of Piro, no self-control. Okay, Kayabula said. So now this Mishnah is chock full of information for us. Now let's go. So this statement of Allah is very important because this statement is going to be what the rest of the Avodah focuses on. So we're not talking. Pido Zera, Responder Shalom, Shalom, and no Responder Hazara. Okay, let's say here this. So let me this is like this. If you have a mind, I'm not Shabbos Pidus, what's the same thing in the classic case? I'm Shakti of my son. And I have in mind that I'm going to eat the sacrificial meat on Tuesday. What do you call that? Chutz Nizma, which is pickle, When I have my Shabbos pickle about Kabbalah leaves that current, then that renders the entire type of pickle, including the fetus. So because the Kabbalah mother is pregnant, then again, once I have my Shabbos pickle about the Kabbalah, even the fetus becomes pickle. On the other hand, the Shalil is Hazara. If I have a mind that I'm going to eat the fetus on Tuesday, that does not make the rest of the karma given. There was a really source there, but I was just saying like this, and I'm just going to illustrate this by the other difference. If you look at the primary part of the karma given, then the whole karma becomes given. If you make a non-primary part given, then ultimately the karma does not become given. So if you have in mind to eat sacrificial meat on Tuesday, that makes the karma given, therefore even the fetus becomes given. If you have in mind to eat the fetus on Tuesday, then that does not have any effect on the karma, because the fetus is a non-primary part of the karma itself, or not part of the karma itself. So other examples of this, like Ida Ba'ala is Patla Mala. In Mala means Patla Allah. So let's say something about an animal, and let's say, what's the Allah? The Allah is this city in the neck. And I eat my birds, it's not animal. But ultimately, again, by animals, it is animal. So the noise is big of animal, it can search. It's the opposite, just the opposite. By birds, it's edible, by animals, it's not edible. So
we all agree
if you have a shot as big
that
by the animal of the bird,
even subjects like
trunk of the bird with
the
the
Torah
colors,
being divine and everything
as well.
else, if they were truthfully being honest, they would have to agree that no one really knows for sure, but this is the tradition we live by. And make sure that anyone who tells you anything differently, no matter their religious background or philosophical background or scientific background, if they don't say that no one really knows for sure, and they say that somebody does know for sure, then you should not believe them because no one really knows everything.
If you have a mind, ultimately again, let's say you check for the power, that's why you're smoking. You have a mind, ultimately when you check the body, that the sacrificial pieces are going to be consumed as per outside of the scrap, right? That goes ahead and meet the entire carbon table. So harming, but how about for the mice again? You have like that. Outside of the scrap side, does not go ahead and validate the sacrificial parts. That last phase is going to require a little bit more explanation, which we're going to go into. So let's so looks like, so this is where the was a sheet, right? There was a sheet that was essentially, if you have not Shabbos Giggle about what we call the primary or dominant or main part of the carbon, that makes everything, even the secondary parts or the significant parts, Giggle. Okay? Not Shabbos Giggle. About a secondary or a significant part of the carbon that does not render the rest of the carbon. So that's what I'm saying. Let's bring this up to this. The shopping, Judicial, people about US Congress or Fossil, will also be good. So also search more about that. Remember, we talk about power. So this takes us back a little bit to our power days. What are examples of power? So two examples, right? How the problems are in that support, which is remember again, as I mentioned, casting and the casting that you always need. And a lot of problems are to do something which had been done intentionally with your power. So how that is support.
Also, put the years of the rabbis and put them in chronological order. And if they have a nickname, you can put it, but then in parentheses, put the, or it doesn't have to be in parentheses, but put like in quotation marks their nickname.
So ultimately, again, such a much Shabbat is insignificant. Versus my love, Hadisha, they were in the starting point. Isn't that because halacha nice again to have a Shabbat that need not about the sacrificial parts? But had you had a Shabbat speaking about the sacrificial parts, that would indeed render the entire part of the law. It says, no, on the days, no, Hadisha, they knew this kind of no, they argue having a Shabbos speaker ultimately about the sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts themselves will become bigger but not the rest. Okay, so no Raya or against the laws. So Tashma. So what's that? Listen. Speeches are Tashma. Currently, something is seen as something.
You don't have to list the rabbis in bullet points. Just put them in a paragraph, and don't put the stuff in bold. It's fine that it's unbolded, and put the rabbis in order chronologically. And when you refer to Moshe Rabbeinu, you can put Moses, comma Moshe Rabbeinu, and then put in parentheses Moses, our teacher, in Hebrew. And the same for the Chafetz Chaim and the Vilna Gaon and everybody.
ultimately enough to contract to them. So once the carbon is shifted, ultimately the tool will touches that carbon, it becomes common. Invalid. But ultimately it's possible. So Toyo, Professor Degree talking about again some of the reason of Toyo that is missing is carbonates. Like for example, Algae, Azad, or the soda. It would be ultimately have the opposite time, but are not shackled with carbonates. So those in those cases, ultimately, the halacha is if they touch and check the carbon, ultimately again they will end up halacha. Before Lina, what's Lina refer to? Lina is leading over a carbon. My love, Lina's awesome. This is the opportunity for the sacrificial. Ushnamna Lina pasta Lina pasta mama shama. And that's how you see that once the carbon is ultimately again validated. Also be subject to validation through a level mindset, which the Lord says, no, so no, you must be doing. If you bring ultimately again, the sacrificial hearts. I said, you know, how I will become a seeker, who will know in the head of this emotion. Was ultimately every carbon is subject to the law. Ultimately, again, in Plato's Mitchell, Plato's explanation, so you know, it says, I should have also, but the Asia, we must also, and this I think is Plato, ultimately, again, there's part of the access talking about the meat. Sözünü alırsan hakkıysa ve hakkıysa yaşayabilir misin? That's the profile place is talking about sacrificial parts. Such a place is talking about meat. Most of Rama, most of Rama, Rama is a natural. The addition, the following things, also the following items, this commercial items, the following items do not become people and cannot make something else. There was another again. Now I understand that expression is don't be what do you mean you can't make something, people, but if you have an erroneous mindset about these items, it doesn't that's ugly complicated with all these items. Seven should plus the hair, or the head of a sheep. The sand shows up with the usher or the beard of a goat. Right? Or again, the hard, the gravy, the breakfast that keep on is the situation of the pan. Although the next scene, the law is for a bird or crab. Some of us bones, even seams, nine bones are dying close. A shadow of the fetus, shadow of the placenta, the color of the blushing, that's milk that is inside of the bone. All things into it, or the eggs of a turtle. From low, the family, low, the spider. All of these items, they cannot become, they won't, nor can they make something else people. I never allow you should wiggle and not subject over to get to go through those parts of tomorrow, right? Now, not what the happens with them, or if you sacrifice any of these parts outside of the base of the dash, so the Lord says, my luck. Number 5 in our Sabbath. The longest 5 in not less our Sabbath. The less and Muslim son of the year. One way, all of these aforementioned items, any either erroneous might set it out there. They themselves do not become and ultimately again they can't make something else people. Now listen, these countries are the ones, right? Because what do the religious say? The religious say that Allah for a very sorrow, very insignificant. Parts. If you have a Shabbos people about them, they can't render the rest of the common people. What do the religious say? If you have a Shabbos about a part of the common, they want even if it's insignificant.
Parentheses, what any names maybe that a common person might not know, like the Vilna Gaon, put genius of Vilna or whatever. Please add Rabbi Ray Jonathan Sachs as well. And the former Sephardic rabbi of Israel, the chief guy, Yitzhak Yosef, and Rabbi Lau, L-A-U, Ashkenazi chief. All those people. At the concluding paragraph, it says that people could still be religious, they just have to have some humility to know that nothing can really be known. It's very Aristotelian. And also, this goes for science or philosophy or politics. No one can really absolutely know that they're right. And everything that is stated in this is actually an extremely orthodox Jewish take, because it's the idea that Hashem is unknowable. And for anyone to say that they know something about Hashem shows that they perhaps have too much confidence, because a very orthodox principle is that Hashem is unknowable. And say at the bottom that all of these takes are extremely accurate and consistent within the modern Orthodox world, and the centrist Orthodox world, and the Litvish world, and the Hasidic world, and the Orthodox world from all standpoints. And if all of the sages were being honest, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And also change the title. Instead of saying that they all would be agnostic, say that it would be perhaps they would all be agnostic. And if you were really to ask all of the religious leaders, and really anyone who's religious, if they really were to answer honestly, and you could really delve into their spirit or their soul or their consciousness, they would recognize that no one can really know anything. And that goes for all religions and all scientific ideas and everything.
All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning.
And include all of the Rebbe's of the major Hasidic dynasties, all of their first rabbis, and also don't refer to him as the Rebbe, refer to him as the Lubavitcher Rebbe.
My sponsors for this. All of my sponsors for this morning show. And so sponsors for what it is. I'm body a push. Can you be striker? Discuss a very fortunate fight. We already found that it can move it. I'm not thinking luckily can we his father Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel then because Yehuda, his website is on top of that database and that only sponsors to procreate Alan survivors in memory of Sue's mother, Linda. Boss Shlomo Cousins, is if you don't know roughly what they're going that commentary. All the Jewish I'm saying, we were done these from all those who were Fushak. We were cold following slow, and like the start, she could see the same. this one is almost too old bodies. So that's also it's important. So that's a nice stuff that seems to be very happy with you. You know, and when we come to the secular media, we use a little bit much. Sure exactly what to do with this. On one hand, at least I'm not pushing anyone to see it over. You know, but at the same time, again, obviously, it would be ridiculous to think we live in this world, right? I venture to say, yeah, once I was dating a check, you know, in accordance with what they it is, you know, and again, in general, it comes down to the living with the sex to the date. So there's a beautiful idea in general to look down and concern about this concept that there's a power to the secular media. Why? Because in general, whenever in this world you find a cup that's conscious, you find a cup of real, you should always ride that wave. And the truth is, when the new year comes, there is a feeling of newness. There is a feeling, no, right? We see people always making their New Year's resolutions. Right? People always trying to tap into this idea that a new year, like you shine a shine. I don't shine on the nose. It's a new year, and because the new year comes, it tells you that whatever it was, right? The Hava Hava, 2025 was 2025, and that 2026 represents. And it's really a whole pressure, a whole year, a whole chapter that is not yet been written. So even though it might not be the primary Muslim experiment that we follow as Jews, and even though yes, for us obviously it's not that Rosh Hashanah, right? Rosh Hashanah is Tishrei. But at the end of the day, there is something exciting when there's a newness in the world, and it behooves us to tap into it. It behooves us to try to figure out what in our own lives we want to do. What in our own lives we want to do next? What in our own lives we want to do.
Oh, that would have been so funny. Oh my goodness gracious. I love this. Jesse looks like a legend. Joel, absolutely. That's me. That's right, man in the cat suit. Is that Jeremiah in the front?
Sure,
Oh, it's beautiful.
Especially the mouse on the wheel.
Right, but he's wearing a luchador mask. So,
That's on the wheel, right? The mouse on the wheel. And like,
I got it. Absolutely.
you know, like when you stick on the Groundhog Day.
It's true. William, Michael Laird, David Lucas. I absolutely love it, right? Jay, how you doing? How you holding up during all this, man?
I can stand to get out.
Yeah. When are you coming? One of these times. Come in one of these Mondays. Grab some pizza, chill in studio with us. Let's do it. Devin Dave. We'll have him and David Lucas in studio next Monday. We'll start rotating people back into studios slowly but surely. We're so grateful to Letterbox Studios, Trey Gino, everybody here, Anthony Page, for all their help continuously every week. Unbelievable. Buying DanGoodCo.com. Buy a poster, RyanJabel.com. Buy the new Kosoni shirt, RyanJabel.com. Buy an old poster, a road poster, anything, get it framed. All these things look amazing. Look, more than that, I'm also my own house. Here in Los Angeles, Tony, or yeah, that's how you know it's from my place. The sweet smell of booty holes and dildos, because I am so gay. Such a gay man. So much stuff up my butt right now. I feel like I may have forgotten something. there it is. There's the sweet, sweet sounds of a gerbil. Brian J, did you get to see Thea Tyson's drawing of the Neanderthal today? Is it? Is bad art as funny to you as it is for us, or is it like a comedian watching bad comedy and you get grossed out?
All kidding aside, a English girl on a day on the top.
People having fun doing it. They can do whatever they want to do.
I like your style. We actually just got word. Pages informed us that Thea Tyson, believe it or not, has sent in another drawing. Are we going live over there right now? Oh, look at this! Why she did that so fast? That is incredible.
Please
How is
remove
that
the
drawing better than the
bolding,
other drawing
and
of the man?
you don't have to say 18th and 19th centuries. Just say the early modern period or something like that. Don't break things into like say centuries.
Final call. That thing is like it's like what is that Tower 2 on 9/11? Oh, there it is. Absolutely. I already have my new This is my new background. Absolutely. So this has been another episode of Kill Tony. Fun stuff happening. We're still doing it. Vito's Pizza. No doubt about it. If you're getting pizza in the Los Angeles area, that's the only way to go. MyBookie.ag, they double your first deposit. Use the promo code KillTony to spin you when you get paid. And ExpressVPN. I mean, seriously, this thing is a fucking game changer. If you go to Netflix, watch The Last Dance when it comes out by switching to a global location. You can do anything. German porn? Hey, I'm in Germany now. You want to watch anime? Go to Japan. Anything you're into.
You'll be amazed when you go to the border. There's some places, we have tougher laws than other countries. So you can go to some of these countries and see some crazy supposed to say.
Yeah, hello. Does the FBI woman bullying you so hard that she vomits profusely entertain you? ExpressVPN, switch everything to Germany. Spoiler alert, this switch goes to Germany for all the crazy stuff. Dates coming up supposedly Miami, Austin, Houston, San Fran, Sacramento, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., Salt Lake City. Supposedly these things are all happening. Supposedly the curve is flying. The latest projections I've seen in June or July here in California. So things are moving along at a safe rate. Let's just keep it moving here. The great leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, joined us here tonight. He's on Venmo with Jeremiah Watkins. We have a new episode of Jeremiah Wanders Out
With Chappelle Lacey this week.
with Chappelle. You know, that's all you need to know. He's got Chappelle on his show. Chappelle Lacey. Or maybe it's David. Who knows? I'm not even going to say who it might be, but it's Chappelle Lacey.
Yes. Yeah, just Chappelle. Jeremiah Watkins on Venmo, and I did this project that I just released on YouTube from Kiltonian, mostly Kiltonians for the shows. It's 100 of my characters that I've collected from over the years. I put it all in one video on my YouTube, which took a long time.
I've been watching you do that years and years. I've been watching you make a compilation of all the characters, and you know what's wild about that is that you've done so many of the characters multiple times. You know what I mean? There's all these memories of these characters from around the world, and so much fun. Such a great story. I guess give it a real. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Joel Jimenez was here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He was on fire almost the whole time. You know, what's up? What else?
Love you guys. It's fun. Keep it moving. Stay positive.
He's an official Ludwig artist. If you're into drums at all, you know the best brand in the world is Ludwig. And Joel is speaking for Joel. He is on social media mostly sorry. And
Yeah, I know. So you said you could follow me back. I promise not to.
touching soothing.
You think it was Keltoni fans that did well? Yeah, so a couple people like
So I got multiple messages and
Remember again,
my body being on camera. He lost 401 hours. And I ended up losing like several hundred over the span of a week because I left my picture up. That's
Very Jesse Johnson, of course, the amazing social producer with us all night. An amazing job as always by you, the great Jesse Johnson. Brum.
So I've only been a social worker for an hour, but it was really hard. So just shout out to everybody out there.
Shout out to all the essential social workers out there. Jesse is, of course, at Jets Johnson. All one word. Follow her on everything: Twitter, Instagram. Works Redband.
check out my virtual reality shows, virtual Redbands on youtube.com/Redband. 30 episodes already, and a lot of Kiltony fans, and we all just get together and we do Kiltony shit, like watching Kiltony right now. It's a lot of fun. Parts of the first Midnight this month on TV. Thanks, guys.
There you go. We did it again.
That's a
Ladies and
boss.
gentlemen, have a great day. See you next week.
Now, this is out of the question. You put it on your staff, you don't take it off. But a company that wasn't validated the outside of this notice, which essentially means was validated from the beginning. If you can purposely put it on your staff, you take it off. Finish by saying, I've got touching shares. We're talking about couples which are touched. What about touching soon? We're talking about the couples that have to shut. How do you have to soon the pain? But the soon, you can down your
This is Redband coming to you live from Bitterbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kiltony. Here's Tony into it.
Hey, we're here for everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We're live streaming around the world using our print cover in YouTube. And exciting to be here, Redband. How are you?
Great, how are you?
Great. Good to see you once a week. That every night stuff was getting pretty bad. Yeah.
I said I had a sleep schedule this week. I'm not waking up at 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
How many mornings have you woken up at 6 a.m.?
3 or 4.
Wow.
It sucks. It really does. Because it's like nothing's open times 2. Like nothing's open already.
Have you ever thought about buying yourself a nice espresso machine?
I do.
So what do you need open?
Just anything to do. Like you wake up at 6 a.m. and it's like, what am I doing?
What do you do?
Normally I have everything goes to like Starbucks, shit, or just do something like go out and go somewhere.
If you offer to take religion, across history, humanities, so that's how outside of the base of Dutch, good is liability. Is there a divine plan? What happens after death? Look, I'm not expecting that only one new in the book I chose that attempt to answer these questions. They offer guidance and research on its own life and the universe. Religious leaders will never again. And always the cover that sort of continues that. They would have to acknowledge a fundamental truth. Moving the first to the specific sacrificial causes. So that religious traditions are rich, meaningful, and life-changing. Showing things that we have no questions, especially that it was silence. If you offer out half of your values of the Allah, and then half of the values of the sacrificial causes. And then if you have a and the power of that, and I think it is equal. Frameworks for understanding texts, traditions, philosophy, half obviously is the sacrificial part, and you offer that at that time, you have access to knowledge without mediation, limited and finite. Consider the major religions of the world: Judaism, Christianity, Number one, you only have for all. Jainism, Shinto, Taoism, Christianism, Baha'i, Confucianism, various indigenous values of affirmative material outside of this. Objective, absolute knowledge of reality. And the other thing which is introducing is exactly guys who with two different tobacco flavors. And this is all the meat and the chocolate. Ultimately, again, they combine to create liability. عشان يعرف الله حيزة إني أرى الله بنين العدس المرأة شغل المرأة ممكن يكون ما يتعرض. So it's speaking about the halacha of shuvah, walking up among authorities and it's interesting to note how the passage is phrased. Right? The Torah says, أشهد يعلى الله الزمان. So it's interesting. And then the next passage is, now, first I thought, no, if you are not
include the acronym, the Rishonim, all those guys, the sages, Chazal, all the rabbis of the Talmud, all of the Kabbalists, all modern rabbis, even your rabbi in your local shul. None of them know. And if they were really being honest, they would tell you that. And insert this information into this article. And also say, on the flip side, that anyone who says that these practices are false of any of the religions would also be untruthful because they can't know that either. No one can know anything. So both the religious and the non-religious or completely secular don't use the word atheist. Don't use it. But everybody on both sides of the aisle, whether for religion or against religion, has to agree that no one knows.
We're offering all these items up outside of the base of the question as well. Therefore, the concept says the Zebach. Zebach, the word said ultimately, or Zebach, I should say. Zebach. Zebach is a word that means carbon. Carbon. And therefore, again, it comes to include all of these other sacrificial items as well. Minayin Ravos. Esak. Minayin Ravos HaKometz. Mahavavona. Vachklotz. So now we transition into non-tip. Not called carbonic items. Maybe things that don't really have like tzruka, like blood associated with them. How do I know to include comments? Can you tell us another again? There's a big thing up on the mouth. We're talking about Lugona, present. Kitolas, the Kitolas, actually points out, let's go back there. Kitolas, like Minchas Kohanim, so the Mincha are Kohanim, or Minchas Kohen Mashiach. So let's remember again, this is the specific Mincha that's brought by the Kohen Gadol every single day. שלושת פלוגים יין, או אמרתי שני or just looking money, or like we looking on water. That's for instance mine. That sounds so this. How do I know that again if you put any of these items outside of the this kind of flesh that you are liable as well? Come along, now, Pesach or Moed will give you that. The Pasuk says one of their liability if you do not bring it to the edge. Trace way off around it. Meaning what? Color. Above the Pesach or Moed Hayavim Alav Bafutz. Anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach or Moed, anything that is supposed to be brought to the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, everything that's supposed to be brought to the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it outside. So let's say everything that is done in the sukkah. Because remember again, what the sukkah indicate to me is if you brought an ola outside, and remember again, what we speak about bringing, as we saw in the previous Mishnah, so no, this two levels of liability. There's liability for shtuta outside, and there's liability for law, for sacrificing, for burning outside. So remember again, when the Gemara talks about it, so let's explain what we just learned over here. The Gemara talks about the psukim, the concept not being able to bring a covenant outside of Beis Hamikdash, that's an explicit pasuk in the Torah. The problem we have is the covenant that the Torah has explicitly mentions is Ola. So I know I can't bring the Ola outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that I can't bring covenant outside of the Beis Hamikdash? In other words, that means offering what is offering. Offering is anything else under the umbrella of Kabbalah. I but what about the other items that are function but not Kabbalah? The Torah, Ravona, all these things, that comes of Pesach or more than but ultimately, again, let's say what it tells me, anything that is supposed to be brought Pesach or more to the and you didn't bring it inside, but you brought it outside, so the entire city should be just like a leaf. It's kind of what it says, the end of the touching sheet. So I don't know if I know this is a class to come out of now that I know student, how do I know ultimately again that this indulgence that is spicy? It is too hustle come out, so that's very interesting to know. For example, how long let's say not coming, so say for example, let's say I have a cover, so it's just inside the basic discussion, and one is left overnight. Is left overnight. Well, that's a disqualification. I don't know even if I burn that cover outside of the base of the set, there's still liability. Or Yotze means a cover that was taken outside of its committed boundaries. Or the Hapane. They are talking about the good cover. And again, the good cover is not taken. You got a position you burn it outside. You're like, or Jewish stuff. You know what the three come out. Or people. How do I know this? You got a cover that you have the intention. When it's going to do that hold up. The intention. Outside of the committed time. Or outside of the committed place. Then even that type of cover should also be choosing valid. No, there's liability if you burn it outside of the base of the vegetable. Or you should keep note to what does that matter again? Let's say the apostle was done by someone who is possible. The doctor asked Gamble, and they went ahead and they did this. Or the honey, some of the mouth that she knows from the mouth, or just a thing. Like the sacrifice when the blood application is supposed to be. Done below the red line, but it was done above the red line. That was the honey. One of the knowledge she knows from the mouth, or it's supposed to be done above the red line, and it was done below the red line, or she knows from the flint, or the blood application was supposed to be done outside of the kodesh, but instead it was done inside. So that we can make Mishnah number 4. Well, it's just either inside the leg done outside, or the inside. Kappa, she knows from Shalation. Also, that matter again, the blood application is these colors represent covers that are in that. So now again, how do I know that even when you have, so let's say all of these are pieces where the cover's being done inside of the base of the flesh. But something happened, one of these things happened as a result of cover is invalid. How do I know that there is still a transition to burn this carbon outside of the base of the flesh? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Hamulomar, no, okay, the Pasuk says, Ethiopia. Yes, if you know, when you see the base of the flesh, whatever is supposed to be done inside of the flesh, and you do it outside, you is liable. So that's this is incredible. So now, this, by the way, is probably one of the most important words that we have in the last little bit, because this is a solid chunk of halacha. So just remember what we hear in week number 1, that the prohibition of Jews burning a problem, or even burning it, something like that, so burning a problem outside of this, and it does. Like, you can't, not only does it not apply to us, it applies to all of us, but it applies to us. It also applies to our local arrangement, even non-animal sacrifices. Then it applies to all. All types of sacrificial items. Number 3, it even applies to the
Spiritual leadership.
so not a puzzle that doesn't validate it for some
Every dynasty reflects continuity and
whatever it is, you just saw all the list of reasons, right? You know, so
limits the human understanding. The Nazarenes' teachings, from a Christian perspective, similarly emphasize faith, trust,
even so, we
engagement
still
rather than
can't
epistemic certainty. Parables and dialogues invite trust and reflection without asserting complete
turn
understanding.
if you take that stuff and outside of this and you think, and you
Likewise,
burn it,
Islam, through the Quran and Hadith, provides guidance for ethical and spiritual life, but
you're
doesn't
in violation. You're in violation. So it applies to both animal.
Hinduism's philosophical symbols, Buddhism's mindfulness and impermanence practices, Sikhism's discipline and devotion, Jainism's ethical rigor, Shinto and Taoist rituals, Zoroastrian
Or
cosmological
non-animal
teachings,
offerings and
high
even
spiritual frameworks, Confucian ethical guidance, and indigenous practices operate similarly. Leaders provide paths for engagement, not claims of absolute certainty.
he burns
In
outside
all
of it.
cases, the acknowledgement that Hashem rules and truth is unknowable is central to intellectual honesty. This humility extends beyond religion. Scientific theories of provision
Is that
are constantly revised and refined based on observation, data, and experimentation. Philosophical systems debate morality, existence, and consciousness across centuries. Political systems evolve, ideological claims shift, and social structures change over time. To claim absolute certainty in any of these domains is to overreach and frivolous. The human mind is limited in perspective, historical context, and scope. Intellectual honesty demands humility across all fields. Faith, therefore, is not weakened by recognition of uncertainty. On the contrary, it is strengthened. Faith means a conscious engagement with tradition and ethical and spiritual commitment, rather than a claim to authority. Prayer, ritual, study, and ethical action are meaningful precisely because they are acts of engagement with reality and mentally. Humility in acknowledging what we cannot know allows for deep respect for life, morality, and the human experience. The lived traditions, ethical codes, and spiritual frameworks that guide human life, and they do so without claiming to unlock ultimate cosmic truth. Ultimately, the message is clear. If all religious leaders, sages, philosophers, scientists, and politically minded thinkers are honest, they would admit the limits of certainty. This is not nihilism, it is rigorous intellectual and spiritual honesty. In the Jewish tradition, particularly, after centuries of orthodox, Sephardic, Ashkenazi, and Hasidic worlds, this is a fundamental principle. Hashem is infinite, transcendent, and unknowable in existence. Any human assertion of complete understanding is disavowed. Humility is the appropriate response of the sincere seeker. People can remain deeply religious and committed to their traditions, but this must be coupled with humility. No one truly knows anything for certain. This stance encourages ethical responsibility, reflection, and cultivation of awe toward Hashem and the cosmos. People, regardless of their background, religious, secular, scientific, or philosophical, must acknowledge that all human knowledge is ultimately provisional. All of these takes are consistent across the modern Orthodox world, the centuries-old Orthodox world, the Sephardic world, the Ashkenazi world, and the Hasidic world. If all the sages, rabbis, and religious authorities would be completely honest, they would acknowledge that no one can truly know anything with certainty. This principle is universal, applying purely across religion, scientific theories, philosophical systems, and political ideologies. Any claim to absolute certainty about what's in reality is beyond reach. The practical takeaway is clear. If anyone tells you they know for sure, whether regarding Hashem, purpose of existence, or the ultimate interpretation of Scripture, do not accept it or accept it. True understanding, whether in knowledge religion, philosophy, or science begins with the acknowledgement of everything comes from uncertainty. We live within frameworks, traditions, and systems of belief that guide things in our life. We must always recognize the limits of human knowledge by living with this awareness. We honor both the tradition we inherit and the mysteries that remain. Faith becomes a dialogue rather than a declaration. Ethics become an exercise in reflection. Health originates in pursuit of wisdom and engagement, rather than the opposition of absolute certainty. This recognition unites together religious practice and philosophical inquiry. Virgin initiating projects bring human intentions and guides. This expanded article has over 2,000 words and developed major rabbis, Hasidic dynasties, modern leaders, and emphasizes epistemic humility. It reflects an extremely orthodox Jewish perspective existing across centuries and communities. If you want, I can also create a final, polished, media-ready 2,000-plus word version for others with the flow, formatted for easy reading online while keeping rabbi names, dynasties, philosophical content.
How about the Rebbe talked about other religions? Do you think he would approve of spelling out the letters so that the reader knows what it is, but it doesn't really recognize them? That's kind of an Orthodox Jewish thing. And also for Jonathan Sachs, do you think he would approve of putting a hyphen in between the L and the R in his title? And when I talk about the Rebbe, I mean the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Do you think that it was done in the previous article in a tasteful way for Chabad?
So I understand why desires of overlooked and have the desires of over sacrificial heart. Why? Because they all have the same, what's the word? The same. They all have the same steps. What? They all only consumed under this law.
Yes, if
The truth is treated no different than all the sacrificial parts. All the sacrificial parts are broken.
Right now, 6 a.m. to 1 crazy. Well, that's good. It's good. That's healthy for you. Which I mean, when
yes,
it's
like that.
straight, no, that's great. Finally sleeping like a man your age. That's training. That's great. Yeah, that's essential for you. Absolutely essential. How about food? What kind of food have you been? I've been ordering a lot of this. Yeah. No, it's the best stuff in the world. Yeah, absolutely. I Vito's Pizza today from our good friend Charlie here. Absolutely delicious. He made us an incredible baked potato pizza. And I actually had Postmates for lunch. I had delicious. Postmates. What was it? Oh, it was tacos today. Yeah. The best party is not a burrito. Get here in California, the best Mexican food other than Mexico, perhaps. If you're like me, you probably start thinking about what to eat for dinner while you're eating lunch. But I do. I love food, and that's why I love using Postmates. But I kind of love them for even more than that right now because I can get food delivered without leaving the house or even opening the door. Given what's going on in the world, they created non-contact delivery. So now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door. Oh, it's great. They have all that. Let's put down the refrigerator. They have Postmates pickup also, which I've been using to order takeout from my favorite local restaurants. And it's affordable. And listen, I'm like, you guys need to be supporting your neighborhood spots right now. I've only been ordering local because it's a great way to support my community. The place there, the Italian ran Steak and Hack to go Bloody Marys the other day. And so I ordered some Bloody Marys and a nice breakfast. And Postmates doesn't just deliver burgers and sushi. I'll tell you that plural. They actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it outside my door.
Just download Postmates on iOS, Android, and find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered in an hour.
And for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery credit for the first 7 days. $100 to start your delivery. Download the app and use the code KILLTONY, all one word. That's code KILLTONY. There's a toilet paper shortage. Everyone has an ass. Everyone deserves the gift of tushy. Wiping your belt with dry toilet paper does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, would you wipe it off with dry paper? Hell no. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's now a sweet bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet and sprays your butt completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt. Tushy sprays directly to your ass and removes the poop completely, so you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, itchy assholes, and skid marks.
Using skid marks makes me happy, and bidets make me happy because they're common in the rest of the world. You don't to Japan, every place in the pad with public restrooms. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. You still use a little toilet paper to pad dry, but that matters. Just some slugs that want to swear that won't clog your toilets. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply breaking on your toilet to spray your dirty parts clean with fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want your anus fissuring. It's only $79, which is insane.
That's crazy. It does not need to cost $1 zillion to upgrade your bathroom and deserve Instagrammable luxury. Tushy only costs $79 and it changes your life. I know it changed mine. My bathroom is a modern-day self-care oasis. Go to hellotushy.com/KillTony. Get 10% off your order one more time. That's hellotushy.com/KillTony. Get 10% off your order. So excited to be back here. So excited. You know, these episodes, wow, completely different than being home at the Comedy Store in front of a sold-out room of 500 people. You know, some of my favorite comedians being guests, sitting in the back, sneaking in, sneaking on the show, coming on with their balls out or their butt out. You know, Ron White walking in with a bottle of tequila. These shows here at Betterbox Studios are a little bit different. These are these survival episodes. We're so grateful for the people over at Betterbox that have opened their doors to us. Of course, I'm talking about the great Gino over at Sweet Weed, who makes this all possible. He's always in every episode of Kill Tony has been a loyal soldier of not just Kill Tony, but stand-up comedy, roast battle, all the coolest shows. He's got the best taste in comedy. He's like the Spike Lee of the New York Knicks, but for the Comedy Store, and they're amazing comedians. And that's why we support him as well. If you're into candles, I know I am. I lit one last night. I had fucking romantic last night. I had a bottle of wine, lit a candle, watched The Last Dance. It doesn't take much to keep me happy. Just my iPad, my laptop, my phone, my projector, my PlayStation 5, all the as long as I have all those things going at once, I'm completely entertained. Who says I'm ADD? All it takes are those things. Anyway, go buy a candle right now at damngoodco.com. That's Damn Good Candle Company. You get the website damngoodco.com. And tag the picture of your candle when you get it. Tag the Kill Tony Instagram account, and they will repost it on the stories over there on the Kill Tony Instagram. We have live dates coming up, supposedly. Perhaps this is true. If things get back running again, some cities are opening up. Lots of Bakersfield, Tacoma, Washington, D.C., and other ones. They're all being announced. They're all being signed and done as the days go on. Everything being added. And, as for this show, if you've submitted before, you get a lot of questions on social media. Asked us about how to submit, or do you need to resubmit? The answer is yes. Resubmit, ladies and gentlemen, our producers only watch so many videos per week, and as of right now, we're not doing any repeats other than the regulars that are on the show. So resubmit. KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. If you've submitted a video before, submit one more time. Submit before Mondays. Keep it there. Make sure your video is watchable. Once in a minute. Yep. All there. So yeah, let's go. Let's do it, right? Am I missing anything? No. Ryan G. Eagles drawing tonight's episode. He draws every single episode of the show. Prints are available at RyanGeagles.com. That's where we wrote a poster, the brand new Kill Tony t-shirt. That's a poster on a t-shirt. And other fun things. RyanGeagles.com. He's house artist. He draws every episode, including Kill Tony the book. So why not do that? We have a band on the show. Let's get them out here. Every single episode they commit to meet different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been getting ready in another round. And so let's all find out what they are this week together.
They did guess this week.
Oh, I'm just going to guess. Oh, well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best stand animal and the Kill Tony man, Jeremiah Watkins, Joker Joel Jimenez, and Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, wow. Heroes. Heroes, everyone. How exciting. We have first responders here. Human organ for transplant lunchbox. There you go. There's an extra hat. There you go. Absolutely. Hello, first responders. How are you? What's your name? What is it? Owlboy. Okay. I know. How things been going for you with this corona pandemic? Yeah, what's been happening? Oh, okay. You have a speech impediment? Okie dokie. Next to you, a beautiful young lady. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Beth. Sorry, I'm very my job.
Oh. And that's an emergency medical technician?
Yes, sir.
What exactly do you do?
Anything as paramedic is like nothing more than just we're kind of like clean up donuts and send it to the real.
Okay. Cool. And clearly back here we have wow. Well, that's not annoying at all. Clearly back here we have what appears to be a bronze trophy of some kind that has come to life. What's your name?
Jim. Ross Johnson.
Great. Can you repeat that exactly?
So far, you have I've heard of that. This guy all day. It's hard to not think of this.
Nothing better than for the few first responders that probably love this show and are listening live right now to be represented for the first time as people that can't speak clearly. It's a very common problem. Really, one's first responders. All right. Well, I certainly hope not. It looks like you get mouth to mouth to a chocolate. Alright, so we have Hal, we have Beth, and we have Jim. We came up with Jim. Alright. Exciting stuff. First responders, no better time to have real heroes on the show than now during this pandemic in which they're doing so much for people. So let's just jump right into it. Comedians send in, people send in 60 seconds of what they believe to be stand-up comedy like material. And, what's going on? What did I miss? Convince them if you see their closet and laundry in the background and they're hard to pretend like people are comedians. But some of them have done comedy, some of them haven't, and we sort of just get an idea of who they are when we really talk about their shows. We don't really have stories over who they are as human beings. Summary of the show. These episodes yet. They might just talking about the obviously the live show for a live audience where it's all about stand-up comedy. Yeah, that'd be different. Thank you, Al. We keep it tight here. Has anybody ever told you that? So let's just jump right into the show. Let's do it. The first comedian sent in a set tonight goes by the name of Blind Andy. Well, here we go. It's Blind Andy. Here's Blind Andy.
In order for such things like the justice party questions the designs of sacrificial flower effort. Let's get it. Is we check for the comments. You will have to before people what as somebody was
Well, there you go, Blind Andy.
Sound off the nice stuff.
Oh, that girl is on fire. That's because you guys are one of her hell-lovers. That's so sweet. Hi, Blind Andy. We can't quite hear Blind Andy. Maybe next comedian. Deaf and blind. Hi, Andy. How are you? Good. Thanks for sending in your set. Is that stuff all true what you said about your own mother? There you guys get a love up with your mother.
That's kind of broken.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever told you that you always found like well, Jimmy found this margarita?
Wow, Al shooting 3-point range to get the show started. Really establishing contact with the guests.
I'm a first phone call.
Necessary in order for that to
I am sensing Tony's stress levels right now.
Very good, guys. Get it all out of your system. You have any more?
Yeah, we got a call from somebody suffering from delusions of grandeur.
There's my mother. Great joy. Stepping in. Blind Andy, I don't know if you know this, but your thermostat is set to 77 degrees.
So that's $4.
That is a hot room staying in.
Okay, quite fascinating. Let's go out to money.
Where are you located right now? Carolina. Where did you live before that? Why'd you do that?
My wife brought us out here, so
What does your wife do for work?
she
What's your name?
works for
This is from the Milkhouse.
Okay, how about you? What do you do for work?
I can't see.
How blind are you? Your name is Blind Andy. Let's talk about how blind you are.
Just like a rapper name.
I saw that already. It's not the protect very sorry.
The government's in that.
Wow. So, wait, what is it? What does it stop you from doing? Can you drive?
Listen.
Oh, no, I haven't
There's a shoulder. The choice is so they listen, this is what
Home runs only here today.
I checked the carpet, right? And I've set
Like starting.
it happened to the carpet. I got the carpet destroyed. I was going to get good.
Absolutely. So,
Designs, boss.
all right, Blind Andy. Interesting stuff. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
No, always wanted to, just kind of raising a family, kind of stopped it to some point. So I'm gonna try it. Kids.
Wow, more kids. You can see the pussy.
So 16, but he shows us 16.
Wow. Youngest is 16. Sorry, have you been blind your whole life, or is this something that came later?
I was diagnosed when I was 7 with some retinitis pigmentosa. They told me that by the time I was 21, I'd be completely blind, but I'm still not. So
You can go ahead and do this with
Is your wife ugly?
no,
She's beautiful. How do you know that?
we got 4 kids.
just when you're not the bee, it
No, but I
desires
mean,
by
I know
sacrificial meat.
You can ejaculate, but you're blind. So how do you know you're not just finishing inside of like a tube?
Burn it up in his hair. So essentially,
So,
as long as you have a desire for sacrificial matter, you get
It's just poop.
Zionist butter.
I love it. How old's your oldest kid again?
I'm the first, right?
How old are you?
That's a Zionist butter.
I'm 47.
47. Damn, starting early, huh?
That's a Zionist butter. But when
No,
you
no,
have a half a desire for
unfortunately,
you,
I'm kind of stopped wanting to do the fun thing, but
Yeah.
I love
half a desire for
Of course, indeed. What do they have to? What is there any? Do you have any special? Kids have any special skills or talents or anything like that?
I get one that's serving.
Serving at like a restaurant?
No, that's one of them. The other one's actually in the Air Force.
I love that. He's in the Air Force. What does he do in the Air Force?
He calibrates drones.
Awesome. So cool. I love that. Has he served overseas or anything like that?
No, he's in New Mexico. So he's pretty fortunate.
Heck yeah. Geographic of America to Mexico. So fun.
Telling you, Trump.
Hell yeah. How about you? Do you have any special skills or talents? Can you like pop your eyeballs out and show them or something like that?
No, no glass eyes, sorry.
You don't have the foggy eyes that you usually see in like somebody that can't see the next morning. You're lucky. You always have demon eyes.
I can see 10 feet. After that, it's all over. I would walk through the wall on the ass to breathe heavy on it.
What happens if I only have
Just I need to go please
What's the name of the city in South Carolina that you're in?
Yes.
Is that how far is that from a major city?
Really far. The biggest city here is
So you're out there in the middle of nowhere. You see a lot of you see any racism ever out there, or do you just turn a blind eye to it? No, but seriously, are people racist out there in the middle of nowhere in South Carolina?
We're in the South. You know, there's got to be somewhere out here.
What's the most racist thing you've ever seen or not seen? Like heard of?
Just the typical things. I mean, people not wanting to be around certain emphasis or whatever.
You don't see color.
I don't.
When you took that pause, I thought you were going to insert a racial slur right there and then just go for it. So you didn't appreciate it.
My man, you stop, man. So, when's the last time you talked with your mom?
It's been a long time. It's funny because when we moved over here, we actually moved her 6 miles away. We still moved to
Wow, my goodness. 6 miles.
kind of a real concession a little bit. So,
Absolutely. Well, you're a real American behind Andy, and we thank you for submitting. We thank you for your enjoyment, fun stuff, and next time we're out in the South, make a trip, come see a show live. Yeah, Blind Andy, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Blind Andy. He's on Instagram at Blind Funny.
everything is burnt because everything is burnt over
Blind
the
Andy. Getting the show started. But you have a tinier saxophone. You have like 3 sizes smaller than that. But meanwhile, you waited until we were in one small version of bust out for the most massive instrument.
just pretend to go on.
Yeah.
Just pretend to go on. That's why, again, let's go. That's how can you get it all this to say?
You just make annoying noises to help them.
You have absolutely no idea. No idea. Like, I'm not there, no,
Anyway,
it's
we have another submission. Let's just jump right into it. The next person's name is Ruben Till. Here we go.
She just took the circle where we got this. Remember, the last one in the Mishnah, I'm going to do it for you now. What was the last one in the Mishnah? Remember, in order to be tied,
Here it is.
opening up his cover outside of the base of the brush, how much provided we take? How much round do you need? A kizayis. What did the Mishnah say? If by Ola, a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of wood for sacrificial parts, will combine. And this is now what I say is the same thing. We see this. So by Ola, because the entirety of the cover is treated with the same price. I.e., it's all burnt on these chaos, therefore the different parts can combine. Perform the shear result. So therefore, if you burn it, I don't think these eyes are sacrificial meat. You have the design sacrificial parts of all the time. They say that you are Australia? Or should it? Because you're helping over the outside. See, I still need to do it. It says, the rock of the mic. If let's say again, you open up a carpet, and then fortunately again, it was inadvertently destroyed. If you have, so you should
Australia and then came back.
process as long as you have evil. I have the desire of meat, I have the desire of
Australian, that's what, okay. So in England, I guess, if you have a parent that's from Australia, you say you're half Australian.
If you have a desires of meat or desires of food, you're good to go.
Okay.
What about if you have a half desires of meat and half
Well,
desires
I love it. And you deliver food for a living in England?
Accepting what is a whole lot
On your bicycle.
within 2 combined.
Oh, very great fans that do electric bikes right now.
I have the desires of meat. And I have the desires of food, which means I have the desires of meat and I have the desires of parts.
Equipment piece. You
We
have to
come from
have
my friend the rest of the ship. She's nice and would allow this week to a price. The same level of that like you drop already. Well, the things is like if you're beautiful, I'm feeling full of pain. Just like this one. So listen, I need help.
So what are you going to do with this electric bike? I'm going to take a
All of the things that is attacked, we can't use weak. You must walk. From my ability, what do you mean with the whole week because it's like you can't use weak?
That's exciting, right?
But let's say, what about your best friend? Is yours?
We actually saw video of you rollerblading the other day. You posted on your Instagram.
Yes, it was video. You can tell by the video marks and how I was filming it on the monitor, Jeremiah.
Really?
It popped up on my Facebook feed like every week. I was just 20 years ago.
How long ago?
20 years ago. People think it's you in 1942.
The fast cab rollerblades. All right. You took us off on a fun tangent there, Ruben. So did you say like Theo Von he didn't get coronavirus? Is that what I heard? I see that. That's it. That's the half Australian part. Your English in the front, Australian in the back. I love it, man.
Do they have different names for month in England and Australia?
So are you currently in
You might have taxes for being
right
nice.
now?
Well, we got company. That's fucking hilarious.
What's your love life like? You seem like a good looker.
Really? That shit is so funny. Makes me like shit. Is that a dude? Do you think it's a dude? No, I'd be like, lady, I can't fucking see. Really? No, but you just don't sound really funny. She might say something. Really? Yeah, that's mean. You think she's a woman? She can do whatever she wants to. Yeah, woman. Good. Yeah, sure. Okay, Ralphie. I got so much shit in my eye.
The rest of the milk is consumed by the plant. So it's coconut. Coconut is the third thing says ketones. The last sheep was example over here. Which ketones are referring to over here? Like she says, Shabbaton, the fast shabbat, chakras, fast shabbat, shit gives us one that. So again, incredible. This is not, so this is the everyday ketones, right? Every single day before you offer up.
Go away. Go away. Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo. What did I eat? Yoo-hoo. Something else. Yoo-hoo. Roast beef. Thin lettuce.
Understand each came and then all the food distribution in New Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with, you know what I mean? Alright, so people say eat the goddamn food. Alright, let's get off the tracks. I think
but if I say, hey guys, let me try to back door so for a year, that law. I would sit in my hands, business, and make a fucking thing. On the school kitchen. And the truant office.
It was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got no That's tight. We had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you got that your grandma rolling up. Like, just ready, just flipping right in the ground.
Their fucking claim to fame was that stuffed. So cheese, sauce, like it's a spicy pepper. It's like a pepper cheese. Sandwich. You eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of different types of toppings. What the fuck are you
Because we're all stoned. It sounds great.
This is crazy. What do they signify? The Catholic religion.
She's passed this year, and it's hard. Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life that cancer is a miserable thing. It is a horrible way to pass. I'd rather get slammed into a sign on the 5 and break that bitch. Thank God for that. But hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
Myself, no pressure. I just want to go and take me to the church over the same morphology like we did it over. So I just wanted that 750. Fucking remember that's what happened in church. I go to church. I look at the 12 stations across. It's like a fucking messenger, man. I just go back into sections. And I remember I was telling my godfather, one of the worst things I've done in my life was fuck my godfather. After church, I went home and I tried to find him. And I used to follow him on Facebook. And he was the keys. So he was my god. It's amazing. What is happening? You see my legs?
Yes.
Of course, that fucked me. That always it's more than had a dream. This week is a dream now. There's no kids on the daytime. It's a great area. And I saw kids. They got flying. The parents put the fear in common for these kids. Friday night I went to this trunk or treat. Where's the fuck. She had a great time. Did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife and dressed up. I put fags in my mouth. What you can say? Thank you, Daddy. Fucking fags in my mouth. No, thank you, Daddy. It was the cutest fucking thing. I had a great time. I had 5 years. This man was the man was a cheap burger. Like rolling sound, some barbecue. I enjoyed it, and then I watched her play ball with the kids. I could tell that halfway there. Fuck yeah, we can't get the ball hit in the face 3 times. She ain't crying. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once and wouldn't stop crying. When the kids left to eat, she won. So she stayed with me. She was down in command, man. They started playing ball with her. So many kids came on the play. She was like, and she was both fucking nuts. I'm the only problem we had on that. Back to trunk or treat. It's like cars get together. It's a rush hour. And they back up. And they open their trunks and they have kids. And they sit for the trunk with disguises. And I tell you,
Is it like a low rider club or hot rods and stuff like that?
it was just all these fucking music people.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever they are, I don't know what was happening.
Regular.
I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They're the nicest. They had a whole dope cooking. Okay, it was the real deal. All ladies was making tortillas. Okay, they was handing out good candies and stuff like that, having a blast. They had a band, a salsa band. It was on, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, that's it was for kids too.
There's no fucking salsa band with these kids.
I'm telling you, because they're all white kids now.
There's no salsa band. There's no Beatles. They're better.
You want to hear about white people?
So these motherfuckers, just think they were was like, what the fuck is this? This is like Puerto Rican shit. But I thought this is what we have now. The parents scare the kids. And let's get together. Let's put a home together. When I was a kid, one parent would already held hands and fucking knocked on doors and yelled. Saturday night, I didn't see people till 8 o'clock at night. I was parked my school with my dog in like people all the time. I stand out there, I was scared to smoke my kids. I don't know what. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids and a parent. But 80, 90 kids, I used to run with 80 fucking kids on Thanksgiving. Almost a 20, I didn't see nothing. It's just what I know. They fight needles every year. Some fucking dummy in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate. Man, that's why I tell my kids, hey, daddy has to inspect all your candy. I need to buy that all this shit. This I came from Cuba. This got the Swedish fish. The red one, the red one, that's the only one. Skinny worms and shit shoved on your mother's ass. I don't need none of that shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish. This is day one when I was a kid. I'd buy mother box. So then I get a brown bag and I'd stick my hand and put them in the pocket. That's what I was saying. The asshole was let me on fire, though. That's what Mexicans get their kids when they're big. You didn't get atomic fireballs. That's all we had. Atomic fireballs. You also small. Joey, when he gets one of the days, sits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you, so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment. After he drank all my goddamn orange juice, alright, he drank all my fucking orange juice. And 10 minutes, yes, and no, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it, so to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in his ass, go on knuckle deep. I know all the stories. I used to travel by bus to a lot of gigs. Was my sponsor for a long time. Joey Express. Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso. I drove you out to pick you up. The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. that was going on because I had nothing going on. I'm like, go to Walkway, get me, drop a punch. When I got maybe in the Panda Express for $48.
I love that just to get the box. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I can never sit up. I can never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime when we do this church at other parts of the country. Yeah, the bus it will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee, and then we're here. We're gonna be driving. They're gonna be driving around Wednesday, and Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig out of where it's been. I don't know what the fuck it's you're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just a little bro. You wait, shut the fuck up. Okay, me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio. Okay, and we lived our asses off. And when the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot, we could hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit. We put on Joy McDavid. 5 minutes of sleeping time. Wake up, thanks for Jesus. Making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and John Wesley on the floor. Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us, 1440. You don't even understand. Kill ourselves, my brothers. Are you kidding me? Literally every single team that has a war. I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. Pick one channel you want. I've got a king size bedroom that's it pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got there's like 6 air compressors on it. So if you go someplace where it's hot, I go with the Bonnaroo this summer. Everybody, all these dirty white people out there, it's 120 degrees in dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest little motherfucker out there. They thought I was for real or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody boo it's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus. Take a shower and smoke a bomb. Fuck you. I hate that man. Okay, it was awesome. It was so great, but that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright, your babies would go bananas in that bus. Baby would love that fucking bus. She don't get you I can't do that. You just say it expired, but you can still get it done. Listen. Toledo. And I got the fucking plane the next day. I got that right. And it was sitting there. I tell you, man. When you work out, you have to take the lead sometimes. That's what Yes, you're going down. Yeah, the Benzos are going down. Listen, I'm telling you, your brother, you fucking go. And you can work out any problem you said. Oh, yeah, I'm talking my spirit with this motherfucker. I was. I will give you the lead one night. If I let it work like that, I'll give you a chunk of real hash. Then you eat that hash. And you call me tomorrow. You tell me which day makes you feel like that's what Bruce Lee was. No need know why he was eating breakfast 40 years ago. The end of the sun upset at a vegan thing. That's why he was stuck. We all want. Me
to what the other said, but if you don't know the full measure of the words,
Eat your neighbor.
Eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You did the leave. You
I'm
gotta
talking
drink
to the
fucking
question you're
water
not
throughout the
right.
day.
You
That's
see
why
the
I take
point
a
of the
blink.
yes,
I
right?
take a blink.
There's no more day about you because one of the cars you play with the yes.
I'm not
So
sure
that's the
now.
case. How can it be that something on the yes, it's only this part is application that you
Wipe the fuck out. First of all,
just burn
what
the
you
virus. You're not
Where
going
you
to the
okay,
message.
alright, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection in Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B32, and yours is the next flight is an H17, you got 15 fucking minutes in Chicago, fucking terminals are so close together, there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs, you get pointed out to a blank out of the golf cart, no, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking
So the phone, you know, so they let them go share. The high top,
you,
share to that phone. There's a level that the guys have that phone of high up. Yeah, the same. So it's, you know, it's considered with the less than the so let's say I watch this. When we talk about the feeling and sense of this is who we are. Feeling and sense of it actually comes out over here. But I love for myself, it is, you know, shit, it's the point doesn't do that. How so? Keep around and get
I think I like those pills too much. I don't fuck with them. I like them too much.
one of the possibilities is thanks to us. It's a rush. You get to go to
That's where I like something to sleep. I have sleep.
Me too.
it's like to do what? Similarly, if you were at least the designers have helped
You're not us. You're a titty baby.
outside of this, I'm just for the thing right on the other day. Targeted.
Fucking up time actress, yeah, but that's for real.
Listen, listen up the rest of this.
Yeah, you fly the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are gonna pick you up at 5. They will call ahead and be considerate of what kind of coffee you need. They gonna bring you some breakfast. All of them. Too much energy.
So what says that means that you're not here that's back to that. As a shit. The bar seven, the world fucking off, blah, blah, blah. The other thing is a phone with the other end. I'm not going to myself. So I don't fucking off. Doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. That means then that even that itself is not an explicit shit. I'm not about it. But all I can say, just not going to be okay. When you come in, it's a little bit of your pocket. That's just going to never work. So I guess remember, the focus is to get specifically about walking on myself with the liability of the product.
Yeah, because
When it comes to offering up of the seconds, the next thing the left is there. And then what we want to start focusing on what is a constant distinction between what we do. You're one for us, this is a different place. You're one for us, there's no line being shit. There's no truth in the line being shit. What about your one for us, I really take off for cost. There's designs inside, you get to go outside. As a matter of fact, what cheaper, it says no longer cost. So the focus is open up your head, is that. So if we can share nothing appropriate, doesn't practice it. It's an application, but this is you can reach one
I'll
percent.
get you free TV. Oh my god. Yeah, right. Right.
Southwest. It was over half one. I come back on Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting in a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways. Like it's about 3:70 at the time. I crazed on the fat of my ass. Built the pimple up 3 or 4 inches from my asshole, and it like north from my asshole is right here. And on the cheek, on the inside, I had a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing like it's going to itch. How did he find it so quickly? How did I find it? I couldn't sit. He couldn't stand with the sit. I'm like, wow, something hurts. And then he pulled the hair out. I took a fucking hair out. And I took this to the days when I was in my apartment. Guys, it was a white and a white. Like that was throbbing. It hurt so much. I could take it over and send that corner around. And I remember that I go, he was telling me a story about something. And I'm sitting there crying over the web pants for the phone. You didn't even take your pants off. That's why you had the ball pants. My hand through a hole in a fucking yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position, and I had to squeeze the pimple out of my ground. But I had to turn the skin down, so we go pop. And you can hear it go pop. And it was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in, and I had with my fingernails, I had to take the fucking piece of skin out when he takes it out. Yeah, and then when I left, sit twisted on my lap. And you sit down all day, you want people like your ass for medals. All those fat people that walk around, you work their offices. Look at their ass for two. Oh my God, it's like strippers or something. There's a stripper who always got a big white head. Yeah, you look at stripper's ass when she's dancing close, look up close, and you always see a little white head on that cheek. His teeth is just a joke. So he's going in. It's like, really, it's just for the experience. Well, but it's an extraordinary like that. Yeah. Yeah. And it was a long hair too. So it made me like vomit up in my mouth. Really gross. I know. I think the comedy was something now, it's you fly so much over here. And Southwest, I love Los Angeles, and they're bad Southwest is big, fast, perfect. I think Southwest, whatever that thing is, the level. I love Southwest. I used to hate the way they work. It works so much better. It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on. 8:15, 8:30. You gotta see where you sit there. You do people do the emotions. They walk by. I had to do the math. I forgot to check it one time. I was like B30 or something, B20. But I did it was like 96 aisle. Window seats. So I did it for that section. You did the math. I got nervous, dude. You're such, that's the Jewish thing you've ever said to me. And you're Chucky guy. I don't like that. No. You got the flag is right there. And that is the Jewish thing you've ever said that you counted all the fucking windows in the house. Okay, really? Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I gotta buy 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. And so the next time, I fly, whatever, in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston, 2-hour flight in Chicago, 2-hour flight out of Miami. 85% of my work is within 2-hour flight. I go over there, that's how good they are in Nashville. Holy shit, I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off. And they go, Ralphie, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And they rushed this before the TSA bypass on that bullshit. They were like, just pat him down, get him on the plane. And they wheeled me from in on one of them go-karts. This how much that was little. They got me to that plane as soon as I stepped on. Hey, the problem solved. Yeah, everybody clapped. I had my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a doctor. And those guys love me. They come out. They're the best. Real nice people. Oh, yeah. That's when, sometimes I get that, whatever, if I know she's there, I got clap.
Yeah.
One time she took me to the Southwest and I was at sandwiches from the fucking lunchroom. They had a party out in the party. She got the layout. She was sandwiches cut up with potato chips. People from Southwest were back there eating. She put me right there. She was like, you know, man, get you. I really likes it. I didn't say they were a fan of it.
No, but it's not that comfortable. It's not that comfortable. You know, I mean, it's a game.
That's the thing. It's not that comfortable. If the plane is back and we're a fat fuck,
Right.
okay, my shoulder goes inside.
Me too.
Oh my God, I get shoulder pain on Southwest.
I know.
You know, I made a mistake. I connected one time the same criminal who was who took the papers. You know, because you always look at the same. Right? Flying. And flying is something that if you look at the same, you're going to have no comfortable journey. Prepare for it. Go on their website. Figure out the options. You know, United has a thing where they give you a bigger seat and they give you security clearance.
Yeah.
For $75. It's worth every dime.
Yeah.
Because that means I'm walking in the first class line.
Right. There's first class, and first class, and then there's economy.
The United office that you have to scroll all the way down. It's 75 each way. It's worth it.
So
Okay, when it's worth it.
you just buy it.
It's economy, it's worth it. I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't use my class because you know,
Yeah.
that's what's going on out there. Because if you forget about holidays, I'm telling you right now, if there's one you don't get early and bad, boy, you get it.
If you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes. Okay, which utterly scared the living shit out of me. That I showed with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of the terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucking dirty sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I hate Russians, I'm bona fide Jack. Fuck that nigga. Have a nice day, Mr. Man. Raise my hand, sign, peace, baby. Boom. Had a thin. And all you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking eventually you have to give them like access to your social media. No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? I just hear stuff. That's bullshit. But you know what? Though? It would be smart. And let me tell you, every business doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. Alright, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. Alright, and that's how I do it. I provide, it costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange and they get free internet. You know what I mean? It's really cool. That's what you gotta do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them their email, and if you got like an iPad or something, then you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, and it's shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But man, that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like a month. Yeah.
When you want Wi-Fi, so you just have to, they don't want it for screens. So you can bring your tablet along, and this login, you just sit and accept, and then they have like a whole bunch of TV stations.
Yeah, but you can get all your Wi-Fi, everything on there, everything, especially your A-list, you get everything. You get all of it for free. I do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest. And, they've got 3 directs. I took American here. First class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday on Halloween. That was the first one in there, on there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man. Yeah. Yeah, they get nervous about Harrison and Chicago, so they add extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub. You can get all to the south and right there from there. Like that's their emergency. But like when Dallas has a ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so like to Miami so they could bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, They do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do, baby. Thanks, I am.
Flight with the best ticket is the business. Virgin, main cabin select.
Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude. So, yeah. It's fantastic. Oh my god, it's first class. It's first class. Like, it's first class for half the price. It's first class for half the price. And then, without a doubt, you've got more leg space, actually, than you are in first class. Yeah.
They have a desk. I could actually fucking type something.
And you can stretch the boat. You can stretch the boat out. It's got more space than first class does.
You have to hit a button. They bring you free food,
Yeah.
free rewards. Everything's on the house. So it's still first class. First class. And you still stay on the first class line.
That fucking bread.
And if you're on the first class, you pull 12 hours before the flight.
Yeah. If it ain't full up,
49.
yeah.
Big buck.
That's going across the country. That's going across the country.
That's the like, all right, I want to go to fucking Austin from LAX.
Right. No.
We got to go to San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, for see, Chicago, I love to take her to Chicago. You know what? I want to get LAX at 9.
Yeah, that's hard.
LAX at 9 is rough. That's a rough flight. You know what? If America don't get me anywhere at 5 a.m., if I go on last, that's the thing about America.
That's true.
That's the thing about American Airlines. That's
They have flights all
that
the
is
time.
why I fucking fly American.
They're a
9 out of 10, they got a vampire flight.
They are a 24 hour.
They got 5 a.m. to Chicago. That means you have to be in LAX at 4 p.m. And what type of human being are you? You work at 4 a.m. without drugs.
Yeah. It would be more effective, like, if they ran, like, Southwest is almost a 24-hour-a-day airline. And especially with this all international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, American is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates of what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. And they lower the rates in that so that more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then made consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate current flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money. It's amazing how much these companies treat the consumers like crap. Like, especially, well, there's no fucking reason why they. I mean, all right, if you were the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, that guy was a dick. And they watch your next plane, you get it. It's free. It's awesome. If you're an asshole, go work at that dick.
I want to hear you. I got a really bad mistake. This is how the first night, because I know it's a corporation. I know it's a company. And I know, I'm selling chat for them, something about agents. But I sell this level of people who are shit agents. But the agents are killer.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just because he's almost it's the funniest thing ever. IMDb. They've got ratings for agencies and managements and all that shit. CA is obviously number 1. William Morris, number 2. Innovative is like 8. And then the agency, I think 200, it's like 300. I mean, it's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies that like that. And that's what's fun about it. shit just us for that. Yeah, if 1,000 you know, a regular person is like, oh, I would be talking about page with them.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But it's not what they cost.
That's how, like, that's the rating.
That was the rating that was as far down the list. Doesn't fucking matter. They're just about it.
You understand this? What's all bullshit?
One of the right things based on the client's earnings. And the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and I think worldwide they're number one, but here in America, CAA is, especially in LA, alright? But William Morris is badass. Look at some fat baby stick. At that level, they're, I mean, unless they're worthless or fucking strung out something. I mean, there's been a lot that resin and falling us what they're snorting, what they're trading fucking expensive. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your waiting would be, I mean, that you only have one client and you're so far down, but Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off, you know, just to relax and build up a new act, you know? That's when your rating drops to 5,000 like it sucks. I mean, but how much TV does Steven Joe and Ken do anymore? No more. I mean, it's just, and he's still throwing people around in the UFC, right? But that's not such a fucking amazing action hero.
I understand.
I understand. So amazing. Okay, put Joe Rogan, okay, with a fucking skull and tats and crazy shit, okay, driving a hot rod to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass Corvette of his fucked up. Oh, God, women love to do that. He can change your life up with a kid.
Show on TV. It's a but it's the last thing on his mind. It's the last thing he understood his life. He does this needless path of resistance. You know, we talk about work ethic a couple weeks ago. You know, he got that job at the UFC as a fucking kid. He called it, that's how I find myself. I just want to do something like that. You guys have my name with the UFC base. When he's become that champ, is at the voice of that shit. Yeah, this didn't come to him because he trained. He went to the great teams to do it. He stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's showing him his job, right, guys? This is how he looks, and I look like the same way, right? You got this job that flies you up to Vegas or whatever, maybe once a month to call a fight. They pay a shitload of money. He gets reception to a show. It's a big show. They will let what you want to try. Whatever it is, put up with that. Why? You know how hard it is to be around. It's fucking hard just to be around and see people. He can't do it because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's gonna wake up one day. Well, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood? How many needles can I stick in my neck from my neck to my blood? Because that's how the public needs to see you all the time. You want to have some show, but they're going to say it's 20 pounds of 50 days. That's all right, man. Okay? But you gotta stick that in your blood for that fucking thing. You go to some sushi spots, we got him on that. So, what the hell is that? You got the tree right now, Johnny. It's a family. He's legit, man. To come down and love it. He's such a good I did all the 34 years. I had I'm surprised I found them out. So much better pussy I am.
Oh, yeah. Lamar Odom. Let me tell you. Those bitches are fucking kissing their tails.
show for 5 years. And it was like, to stick away from white kids. The kids are fucking just fine. You see things great with it. When he wants to, with the UFC, so for all the jobs. People make me laugh like this comes in. Someone's gonna take. If it's your brother, it's my fault. That's the same as the actor guy. He comes in for one fucking night. He goes up to this guy like a midnight. We live in that factory. I don't strike to this because the people like him or dislike him was not playing funny. So one night, everybody's behind. Came over the cell phone and they look at me like, last week. He was such a fucking great line, man. Yeah, that was 92. No, I mean, 2000. That one. He goes 2000. So I was
and cutting
yeah.
up into parts. On the top of his back, right to the back of his. Here's the other. That's fine.
That guy had a ton of money. We had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. No, he just he goes bigger places. That's it. One show. He put that out there. He changed. He changed comedy with that movie. And I saw it happen. Dane is the one who started it. Everybody before. Mitch Hedberg, everybody. Wednesday through Sunday. Maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body. Everybody. Dougie Stanhope. Everybody did it. Fucking Jane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking law. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't in the after comedy died after the 80s. The 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs. And so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now, the dumb fucks, they got greedy, like they always do when they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, no, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday Morning Radio. And that's it. That's it. And I'm back at home in LA. For Sunday. He put it together.
You're recovering how you get up from disability, but then it became invalid prior to the flowing of the elements. That's what it's about. Well, actually, don't get to see what passa aqui no dia a dia, tudo que levanta da passa, isso pelo menos eu enxergo da minha tamanho. Even she was like about the works and myself, shut up as I'm not giving it slap. Yeah, she could have brought your color. Listen, if I do it less than 1 day, why are we doing it? So caught up in the feeling of your life because of the manners of ours. Especially if you are a colorblind, what you need to know your life. Who gets the higher level? See, it's just the rush. I'm not going to race on. I'm not going to race on the puzzles and battles. What happened? It's to the high. So now it's 2 areas as follows. Where is this meaning of the revolution? Already come back over. That's just got 104 videos today. So it says, that electrons itself, which we have an OLA, they had a clear disability. Even if it's substance, because we became trusted or flow, that's but was that the company didn't tell us. I just think it was fine if I wanted. That's why they make this legal as fine. But now the company didn't tell us. So, as long as it had a legal disability, finish up the guy. So Tunisia had
They filled up everything they had. They put a right punch in it. And they took peas. Remember, he called and told us the brothers took peas. God, that nigga were eating the peas. Look at the fucking thing. So big with ice. And this stuff had like 150 rum. It tasted terrible. This is a fucking they just swooped it out of the garbage can. And it had chunks of fruit. And I'm back there smoking pot. And next thing you know, I'm getting woken up. And I said, shit, in the front yard. And this is, he's like, Dallas, Texas. And I'm getting woken up by Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a guy from the neighborhood that would come down and play basketball on Sundays. But he always wore Kobe socks and threw big razor. And if you had to find at the end of the basketball game, that was good. Ray, you gotta go home. Kobe socks are like, punch you in the fucking punch you in the fucking 40 or fucking 10. What the fuck is that? Ray was a motherfucker. Ray picked me up. And he was like, what happened? I don't know. I blacked out. I got fucked up as fuck driving home. I ain't nothing to go. My mom answered. She's like, what's going on? I go, why? I got fucked up. I fell asleep on it. This was day. So I was going fucking sleep. I don't know if you ready. She yelled at me. And she was like, we had to walk.
That's when parents were fucking parents and police forgot their police. Looking at me, fucking parents too, man.
This is the first time I've been out. So I got in like 5:30. It was starting to the light was starting to come out. 5:30. I'm a sophomore. They don't want to be a sophomore. This is how cookies before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I was high. I was a big drinker. I drank a lot much. No, don't forget that. My mom did drink early. It was a Sunday morning, so I got up like at 5. I passed out. About 10 o'clock in the morning, I could hear like ice cubes. Shit, that's what I woke up to. I could hear cubes. And I heard them on the stairs. She go, oh, yeah, let's wake up. I made her breakfast for lunch. And she had like a class in those days. It was scared. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a night to get a sharing. Make some Bloody Mary with a night to get a and she was such a sweet. Like, such a sweet. She could end up and sell them. She could just fucking bring it with a drink and eat while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this. She really was supposed to come on this one to sell them. She was such a sweet. She just ate it, right? She would eat it. She loved tomato juice that V8. She liked all
I still love it. I drink it like twice a week.
so she would put Tabasco in that Bloody Mary. She brings red sauce. So anyway, she looks at me, I'm fucking out of here, that's pound. And she was waiting, she didn't have to buy coffee. And then she goes, she looked at me for like 5 minutes. She took a piece of the celery and she goes, now you know what I feel like in the morning. And she fucking walked out and got up and that was like the prolific thing in my world. Like I never thought about it, okay. So it's always the fucking it's the fucking whatever. But she said it very well. They want one. You know what I feel like I was the other day. Saying Olivia Language is one of the very so this is the end of August. It's September, October, November. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. What's your favorite bag of tits yet? 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulled me aside. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? Because she wants to get together with you. I'm not even sure she had just wanted to play the kid. In 1979, I went up to the kid with my hat. The kid was a dumb kid. I looked at him and I said, can I talk to you for a second? I go, I know you're not with her anymore. You want it? He goes, you know, I like you. But I know just give it to me. Okay, fuck me. I just didn't know how to tell people. It was a 79, guys. At 15, I already knew that. I don't even hear people. And now, I get all dressed up like girls with their ass. Went to the Gabrielle garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous at 11 o'clock. I went to fucking meet her, and some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And way walk. In fact, get me out of the way. As our cousin sits back there, Robert Tubbs, who's being Robert Tubbs, still walking away from Led Zeppelin, was a man already. Me and Robert were 15. Her boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch didn't think he was gonna get some. He got out of the car and told me we were leaving together. Started yelling at her, but I stuck up for her. You know, he was like, you know, I'm here with you, squad. I'm here. You know, it was very nice to be that late. All that shit went down. I just got home. I forgot to call home. That was the rule of the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was, in those days, that year, if you look at 1979, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the boys are trick or treating on Halloween. It was like on Wednesday. So the party was Saturday. So it was like maybe Halloween was on Monday. This party was on Saturday. Since October 28th, trick or treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there and it was like really 3 in the morning. And I go, mention my mom and she goes, what the fuck? And I go, listen, I have one pay, but there's no buses. It was funny. So, up the day of the fucking Saturday night, the Sunday before that, the 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died that Wednesday. After Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So she was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on Sunday night. She died November 8th. So look at her. If I'm willing, see how long that got. So that Sunday, she goes, we're like, hell, what are you gonna do? I go, she goes, take a taxi home. I go, I'll take a taxi home. I got no money for you. I'll call together. And I done the acid and stuff, and the acid was coming down. I was getting like the little jingles and shit. So something happens to me to the right downtown. But by this time, I'm talking, it's 5 a.m. I'm not gonna call her back. She was already sleeping. I don't know if anything I fucked my friends trying me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs, and as I was putting the fucking key in the door, she opened it, grabbed me with one fucking hand, and just smacked me across the face. She hadn't smacked me in 4 years, 5 years before that. That was a big boy, you know, and that just wasn't her. That just wasn't her. You know, that just me. She would say, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 2 years before that, she did like me on fire. She did that. I got my Gonzalo's back in. So, she was bad. She was bad. She slapped me. She was like, she goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. You're gonna have a fucking wife. You're gonna fucking go every out, every out. That's like in this house. You can stay out all fucking night. I don't give a fuck what you do. Drink to your stupid buddy. She went off. After she goes, all my money I'm standing there doing, you just smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack in the face. And he was still saying, and she's like, you know, you fucking idiot. You know, what the fuck is wrong with you staying out till 7 o'clock? Get upstairs to your room. I don't even know what the hours passed. I'm like, I'm not even around. I said, I didn't even know what the fuck out of this bitch. Fuck, it's as if I thought really everyone was rolling. Holy shit, it's fucking real. It's real. I died at 37, and then one was killing one tub because he was really hit the fucking same time. Same was that one. What is a man? Outside the bar, the man with the sword, he flipped the cigarette. She fucking went sleep on the bed. She rolled her over his head. We could be he was the biggest man. So that was the bad thing. She got off because of the bar. He and the devil together. He was talking. We were sitting like this. He was sitting on a chair. And so I pushed him on a cigarette. And he took it and instead of handing it to her, right. From London and house. That's real. I don't give a fuck what somebody flipped the cigarette. Can I have a cigarette? Like if they was like, you know, I'm thirsty. Can I have a cigarette? You fucking throw it at me. It's the same fucking thing. It's true. It's fucking true. My mom's demented. Mom's disrespected. So she waited for motivation. playing fucking left the next day. But so I'm walking up the stairs thinking, that's just I'm walking up the stairs. I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating this shit no more. You know, I'm 15. I got a job. I live at the Balzan Arms. That was my plan. I don't need this shit. So, the next morning, again, she's like, yeah, look, so, she's like, let me tell you something. She can get out. She got out. She go, I was like, oh, fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry for playing on you. You both of me, okay? But number two, she goes, I just want you to understand something. All I want to understand is for you to run me a man. That's it. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to run me a man, okay? But I told somebody, you call. And she kissed me and she was good. And I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. And I was like, you know what? Whatever, I'm a man. So what I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titty crying in high school. That's how I'm fucking man. I work last summer. $75 a day, you know, in my head. And the money, you know, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found her dead on the floor, the first one was like, she's never gonna find that I got left back. But the second one was, that's what she was saying. She gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted. That's me to be a man, whatever. I don't know what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. Like she liked churches. My mom wanted to fucking pray. There was a church down the block, St. Patrick's Cathedral. It's in the 70s and 60s every year. On February 26th, my mom would give the guy 100 and bring him a bottle of Chivas, whatever, for hours. They would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, I love her. We used to go to churches just to fucking look at churches. You know, she never meant that she would go to church. And in the 6th and 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. In that year, something happened. New York Knicks went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs against Cincinnati. The New York Knicks against Cincinnati Reds, 1973. This is how Royals with that shit. I'm so proud of him. It's an American dream. It's an American dream. October 6th and 10th. And they got one this year's 30th and 2. Right, Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bob. So the second place was Jordan. But that year, my mom, my first company, wanted to meet me. Oh, yeah. So when we introduced like the Jewish instruction, it's Saturdays. It was Wednesdays and Sundays. Hey, did you have the little nice little thing on? That would have been a best for a while. If I think you're a hipster bag, it'd be great. Get you some little chops. They clear their chest. She can pussy and then chat their legs. Mustaches too. It makes you look like one of the fucking evil villains. Like you got a good time to run to the track. That's what you need. That would be the look. Come on, lady. You gotta do that. Come on, you got that stash. That's your look. That's your look. And then shave your
you'll be a certain strong man. Okay, there's a bit too many. You make the fact check. What's up? I could be out for all the hash was fantastic. The one you stole from the church is bringing me the Lord. Back to the exact
She ring the bell at the back page. This is true fucking story. This is crazy. That's where it came from.
I know you don't have all this time, but anytime I like try to go back to 1980 video and see if you hear the bell. Holy shit, you're blowing my fucking mind. Dude.
You are here to tell you that Rusty style. She would tell you that you were Rusty style. So she was on this side. I feel I think Rusty style was a great. That's was a second. Rusty style. I think it was Rusty style. So he would have to run past her. He would have to run past her. She would sit there and he ran past her. She would lose her mind. She would go ballistic all 8 times. He would He would go down. She fucking yelled in the Spanish. And then she was close to him. She threw chicken legs at her. Oh, yeah, he would go down. So when the guy would ask her where do you want to sit, and say like what do you want to sit, so she was on the other side. Who was the left fielder?
This Friday I'll be at the Club Delcada here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love to see you live. I get to do. I'm going to be about 2 hours and blow your fucking minds. Baby.
What's the team? Who's the left fielder then? Who's the football player? Cleon Jones. She can tolerate Joe thing. That was it. That was disgusting. I have never been that disgusted at the New York Island. They were all over each other. Never seen that. Certainly not small. European old man and Billy Joe was the top back like the terrible thing. That things drives me crazy. It's a crazy first. I'm still in broke things. Ring bells. And yo, silly as a shit. They were very into something. That's what pissed me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you're saying for the 12 of us to get beat up with shame? That's why you get played last night. This thing was played last night. It was fucking Billy Joe getting excited. That's the line they won. I think you fucking sang that song. Now they lose the West for Billy fucking Joe. You motherfucking cocksucker.
Fuck yourself, Billy Joe. That fucking
Kansas City, they were also on Kansas City playing. Kansas City playing. But that man Brad Pitt was trying to sell Moneyball. And you know why? But you watch the series.
fuck yeah.
Watch it. I'm disgusted with him.
Are you serious? You wipe that piece of shit money that game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What did you watch? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you. What are you doing? Were you playing some choice game? You got to play this shooting game. One of those reasons with them fake shooting games. He was shooting somebody and he was fucking in Belarus right now. They're both cussing out 30 fucking Russians. I know. He was Googling his fucking cousins. Alright.
Forget about the game. Small ball. They stole bases.
They stole bases. They put pressure.
They want to fuck with a motherfucker. And if you look at the Cincinnati Red, the big red machine, that's all they did. Their job. Next time classic baseball, Cincinnati Reds, where you sit there, you watch that whole game, and you look up what they got. No bad.
Small ball.
Small ball. The main job they did was steal singles is something that's forgotten about.
Yeah, man. You know that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it, he played for the Red Sox. I mean, he played for everybody. Ricky played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was goofball dumb, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right, this guy, if you've got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base with a bunt or a fucking single or a walk sometimes. He gets on there, he jumps out, that guy's over there 3 or 4 times. He's going to wear out his arm. They're going to bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days in, and then they fucking they have to go for 3 closers. What do they do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out their next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
Cincinnati, great red games. The leadoff was always Jerome. And he always stole. Once he stole, was Jerome came on. Those fucking Indians, those Jeromes, they go crazy. And they had like 3 people would steal like B-Rose. Would steal their ribs. B-Rose wasn't a but he just, they just guerrillaed it. And if you watch, so there was a game where it was a story series baseball maybe 8 years ago that they actually showed the fucking picture. Just like, I don't want to be separate again. This was not baseball, this was torture. Because it's small ball, it's slow torture. Every time something happens, there's always some matter. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or a punt, or it's going to fucking steal. That's torture on a mental game.
You guys duck, you lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy.
I used to love baseball. Baseball, normally with the Red Sox, it's 162 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all of them. Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan, you know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started standing up there in 90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and the kid
little kid was going for a foul ball, I started her balls. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay, and the kids got the ball, and everybody's cheering real the big screen. And I'm hoping that cheer together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay, and John's laughing. He goes, "You broke that chair." I broke that motherfucking chair. Done. I broke that ever since I've been there 30 fucking years. And I fucked that chair up. We got up, it fell to 4 pieces. I swear to God, get Johnny West on the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God. I'm broken a lot of shit. I'm broken a lot of shit. Yeah, right. I hated that. You know, it's just and I hate more chairs. Yeah, this year you have like, I never knew why you had that goddamn chair. I was not next to the child that you came. I just told him, I got this little worst chairs. Yes, one did I bring the chair? Yes. Something you bring it to. It was awesome. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny. Chair broke in my hand. You broke Kevin's toilet. Never you had it. You just sat down to it. And you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the slow creep. Water came out and flagged Gavin. And Gavin got out of us. Because you were sleeping in my mouth. And then you're like, fuck it, I'm going in here. That was classic. They snap 8 ways. When you're a fat fuck, without even knowing, it's the most embarrassing thing. Like a fat fuck, so you're worried about ton of shit. Clothes. One time somebody's car that you did, I won't get the handle. You know what the problem is? Oh man, stop being a fat motherfucker, man. Ain't nothing easy. We do some shout outs on the fuck out there like the big legs. Mike and Jerry Johnson, unique bars. Thank you very much for the bars. We'll put them on a half hour a week. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shepherd, Desmond Dallas, I love those guys, man. Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Greg Brooks. You know I was watching? It's my man D in Colorado who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado with me. That motherfucker's got weed 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest ass buds. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from rare. Still from on Twitter a couple days ago. Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. Oh, yeah. What's up, man? You're tired saying we're going to cut bus tomorrow? Yeah. You stay there, just a little bus tomorrow. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Shit. I gotta take that shit to Wednesday school. Yeah, I'm going in and out. He's gonna get real. You give me 3 seconds. You're gonna talk about workout sessions. We were talking about fucking assholes and breaking bad. Just like my better motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck breaking them by the best. Well, he wants to flip him on back. I can't do it. I goes, never in my life I will do it. He's like, just do it. I'm like, yeah, it's all right. Oh my God. I know. It's easy. Okay. I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to remember and because I'm traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of I broke my wrist, just said, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga. Okay, so I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor. Okay, I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle. In my mouth, and the fucking rug, and I'm a fat fucking. My fucking life have been killing me for 3 weeks. Dude, I swear to God, I did the full split. Like I was trying to block a goal. It was the worst.
bring my growing muscles. All this shit, I read that younger man. I got my fucking medals. You got pretty good at the sand. It's something bad. Those fucking red, if you get fucking 450 split it. Oh, Jack, I busted my ass. It took me so long to be able to get up. I didn't know what to do. I just the instructor just pushed me back on my back. And he stuff and oh my god.
I was just starting to lose weight. Things were going great for me. I lost like 8 pounds. I was still slow. I was doing big. And I fucking got up online and Terry went to work and I overslept. And I said, fuck it, I gotta swim. And I went online, why is it bad? I saw the fat man pole. This is Russia. Right, it was like 4 feet, but it was 96 degrees. So it's like a therapy. And I'm walking around and I'm on the laps. And you can show absolutely see these kids. People see what it's like, they'll start talking about it. I'll never be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt.
I am a hot mess. You don't want to see me. So fuck you all in hand.
I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere. And I'd sit in the sun on that big board. I was losing weight in the sun. And I go to sleep and then I jump. And I do this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off. I was still small. I was trying to find sushi. And I went to the steam room. I would smoke cocaine. I was the film. So now it's still here. I had to go across the street to the bar. I'm still hungover, hungover. And the fucking steam room was packed. Kids jumping up and down. I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. But the adult pool, the lap pool, was wide open. Fuck this. I swam my own pool. I was swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for a big fucking pool. Wow, let's swim with these fucking fat fucks. I want to put my name on the backboard, guys. I put my goggles on. And I'm in deep end. I jump. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. It just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming. I'm doing everything. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my phone. And I look up and I have like 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of here. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out. But I can't swim back. And my feet can't take it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are from the line, they go, come on. Come on, swim. I'm like, I got no time. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking hole, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself, I swam, and I get to a hole, and I'm off, and I'm puffing, guys, where you go? Guys, I was fucked up, seriously. That's when I realized this has to end. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't keep going. And I'm on oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding it. And some kids are like, Mister. Like, okay. And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. I'm like, come on, pull them out. And all these little kids get together, little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm like, I'm turning purple with you. I'm not breathing. I don't even know about breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle all around. And these little kids can't pull me out. Like, fucking bring the buzzer. Bring this buzzer. It's going on. She goes, this chick gets on the thing, and she turns this thing around, and then actually gonna make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they were gonna fucking drop our waste into the pool. And they wanted me to swim into it when they pulled me out. Like a fucking whale. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You got me like the embarrassment is I got texted by my screen. Like I'm purple. I can like swim to the middle. Get to the middle and go in and drop the hoist. And the hoist will pull you out and bring you to the side. Lay back, man, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now I'm like, one of my eyes, I see ambulance tech workers running in the fucking mattress like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went out and my fat foot got oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I felt me pull myself up. I rolled up like, oh God, I just rolled up. I got up and I got a brand time as I went to the fucking door. The 3 ambulance workers were running and they're like, where is he? Like, that's it. And I just walked right past them. One, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You need to get checked out on your business. You're fine.
You know, I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look at it happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up. Explain it. Wait, that's what it is. That's what I thought you had because I swim all the time, man. You know, we go on that tennis court. Hey, white dude, come up there like white people, and let's have a goddamn party. Okay? I'm calling that out. Let's go. Okay? No, that ain't something. Stop. We got the holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm trying. Okay, if you can TMZ me, alright, that's me. I got problems, okay? Yeah, fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got a 100. Alright, word to that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's so freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies. And that's why, this wasn't an acid trip night. You know what I mean? It could have been. But it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do. I got 2 beautiful babies to love daddy. And I've been getting so much bullshit, about being the wife for the Poetry Plus. She was just responding. They only check LA records. She was already speaking, and I had filed on her 10 days before. Okay, and so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle. And my lawyer texts, he goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in. Okay, I count my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for $50,000. Okay, it's retarded, all right? And just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed. Okay? She can be free and I'm a miserable person to fucking work with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit, but it's out all the fucking time. I'm always got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm the guy behind the microphone. Those are my babies. And they're just being fucking dicks. I couldn't even go hardly trick or treating with them. People all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I want to slap so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies. And they go, yeah, their parents. And everybody up there is either swinging, looking divorced, fucking somebody else up. There ain't no innocent ones over there with their throwing stones. But man, they're coming.
Let me ask you a question. You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. Listen, man, sometimes people try to help the guy. I didn't know. I don't know what he did. Guys, I don't know what he did. I just found out that was going to fuck up. And she's thinking, when does this happen? How does this happen? The sinner from no doubt. She wants to find him. Yeah, she did. The judge was from fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband for 14 fucking years. And they have like a thing today, like, there's 20 shelter guy. Yeah. You know, listen, man, people don't like sometimes look at I pray every day that Larry stays alive. And I keep it together. I pray every day because I know I'm going to live. And I know that for one person, how hard it is. And when you have children that even fucking hard, it's so hard. There's wasted without words. Just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, all that song. But what the fuck does it do? You know what? I think the answer both ways. But they want to hurt you more because
She didn't do nothing wrong. She didn't do nothing wrong. And you know what? She did help me in my career. You know, the truth is, when I got last comic standing, okay, Jay Moore, Dickhead called me on Thursday. I needed it for an audition. I was in Hawaii working at the lab factory. And he said, I'll come back. I need you here on Saturday. And I looked online, the cheapest ticket for round trip because I still had to finish it. And in Hawaii, nobody like fucking around who could have got it. Right? And so I had to come back. And the ticket was like $1,100, you know, and that was 2 months rent, man. That's real fucking shit. Like for a maybe, for a big fucking maybe. And I rolled the dice and I couldn't afford it. Well, I had a credit card that her mama gave her for insurance, and she put it all in there. And that's what launched my whole career. So does she get half? Yes, motherfucker, she gets half. Okay? And she should get more than half. She's gonna be drawing a salary from my place. She's gonna be getting out of one of the great white people who are New York, Jersey, and respect. Alright? The babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want freedom. They'll never have what I went through, you know? And it's like, that's what you want. But now they're coming, it's just so irritating. It's like, you know, they're just dumb. These motherfuckers. You know, yeah, right.
Sometimes you don't live your life on it. My question, my sacrifice, it's happening. Situation. Let's say again, this is not going to my shot, always that shot.
Yeah. Last straw.
The only way you know that killed someone because he was one before.
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Big money. It's a shame type story. I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of an person it was. I forgave my stepbrother. To this
very specific definitions of it. So, for example, to short that kills all occupying, like for example, the old cell, like units of that short kills someone. Most of these cases, the short itself will not be executed. But instead, it becomes precluded from or the lobar, the near or for example, again, the sodomized someone or was a sodomized right? Or the look sex or an animal that was satisfied by those cells. Yeah, or an animal actually wished someone. Right? So let's say, so all of these
As a kid, that was something God. I didn't go to funeral. I said, wow,
not a shot, and the shot
that
opens
shit
the
got me.
window.
I let it go. I let it go. I let it go.
That's
Yeah,
what
I don't have any anger. I don't have. I
but
have
actually
really,
started from the
no, I know. I don't care. I don't see all the numbers. I just love my babies. I have forgiven other guys here to pay them.
no, but I think this article actually says
There's levels of it.
English last version 70. Sorry, this article actually says Spartan children discussion after that. So I have a question about they got me and with this shark that was involved in this consideration. For example, after that, what's an example? My first was in my now time to say words. Examples of illegal shark. So for example, if you go top of our life, 71 8 if you go, Johannes has the other of
Something else.
for example, let's say we name shark kill someone. We know about it, it's like or by this, oh, we didn't insult the leaders, my shark kills someone. The shark ends up being violent, it's still in the skill, the mode,
Has to exist.
now it's possible.
There has to exist. The process has to exist. And sometimes that hurts.
The show itself is not joke. It's not executed.
My love always
It's a robot. You're not putting that as or it's the sexual shop. The person was violated by a person and nobody is doing it. Or he's
advised me
the
to keep it together.
you cannot show on this country. The left hand will be like a Muslim saying,
There's no love.
you're not ignorant.
No,
If
I
no
just
nickname
have
has
so
Sheba,
much love for each other, but it's like, here's the real deal.
yeah, so look for us.
I have really fucking bad PTSD, and now I'm properly medicated
I have
by probably the
supposition
best.
six
They had a
that
psychiatrist,
gets mixed
Vanderbilt.
in
He's
with
fucking
this other
amazing.
type of
He's got me chemically down, and I sleep 8 hours.
now
I'm
this
up.
other
I
type of
don't take naps.
it
I
can't be
walk.
offered
I
up as
feel
much,
great.
right? Why?
He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right, but before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole. Okay, and here's what you do after 2 years of
killed someone.
denial.
Like ultimately, it was about the moral behavior with the person, or the sex side, or the result, or the
And I actually have seen that on sure where they exist. Like, we stay together.
all of these
Kids.
cases, I don't feel my side. Adam is unfit sacrificial. And I've seen that. I've got a cabanical, and then some fit for sacrificial. They get mixed together.
Let's get some.
I do not know which one is which. So how do I decide this?
Great show.
When I go to the
Shows a lot of comics in the country.
so by the way, actually, this comes out.
You know what the fuck I'm saying?
It says, actually, this is the first short one of the
Already have money. Ralphie's already have money.
Sunday
Tickets to see him.
the actual first one of the test.
The program where now these kids
And
become
this is
somebody.
like a people share two of the brothers. And again, what we do is, because it's the dollar, I can't sell everything right now. So now let's go back to the list. Next, yeah, like the S word. Boom, the clear. So it's not even again. I don't know. That is good. Your always focus such a hard work from such a is unfit for sacrifice.
This is not a journey for you. I hope that you
So again, something that is used to set a base purpose, you can't
I've got so much less stress,
so
less anxiety. I
71
don't
B,
have
71
nightmares
B,
every night.
Dictionary, Google Trade,
No, that's the
so
way
there
it
is
is.
a
Hey, that was so
July
patient.
is
You
also
know, cocksucker, that was a game.
ultimately again
I
between
broke
two
my
other
pocketbook,
channels,
but hey, I
right?
fucking
So
got
again,
12K
all one
out of
again,
the
we're
words
going
of
again.
fun. Now, it's
All
when I
these
had to
pieces,
twilight
first
on
they
double
talk
pneumonia
about
and pulmonary embolism,
you'll
and
see
I had to
those
stay awake for 9 days. Because if they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. I had the blood clot so big that because I had pneumonia and I broke into ribs and from coughing, that's what caused the blood clot to go right, was right here. And they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, you have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia. And it's inside you. So you fucking it hurts in there, man. All right. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live. And if not, you bleed out in your brain. You have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Motherfucker. I'm a fucked up dude. That fucking Restream. That's your fucking head. Dude. And so, what I've been doing, I've been doing like a lot of PTSD groups, okay? And they're always like, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm like, fucking cocksucker. I'm just as fucked up as you are. And let's get to the real deal. Let's talk about some shit. Oh, you even know about them. I mean, you know how many times I've gone overseas for the fucking military? Like 19. I'm in a 44 forward operating bases in multiple war zones. Okay, by the way, Afghanistan this time of year is fucking beautiful. All the tailguns, turrets, change guns, torpedoes, inside. They'll tell you, motherfucker, they're red and yellows and beautiful. Okay, but I've been there and they start getting real, dude. And when those guys get real, it gets real, real. You know, I mean, it's like, I know it sounds stupid, right? But you're absolutely right.
Like, I'm just finished on this. Now, again, these channels put this together. I don't know which is which. So I'm
52, man. I got a great life. I laugh. I love.
being upset. They did both to develop and what we do.
Sometimes I come across as
Some of them. Now, because I don't know which one is which, essentially, I have to purchase the new cover corresponding to the value of the more expensive of the two. Since I'm unsure ultimately again which was the company present, we go with the more expensive of the two. Love you. You may have that you love you because now you have to try to also
Greatest comedy show in your
first
year.
once you get to value of the first time, and more expensive and more valuable. And so, so again, a lot of point out is in many of these other cases, these animals would be fit for natural use.
It's mutual. I'm the only one not trying to fuck her. You want to fuck with your face full of the asshole. And wait a minute, he's looking at right and so something happened to have that argument. You cannot write this, Messiah. This is an apartment that's living on whatever Ralphie is. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm living off Ralphie. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Ralphie's making money wherever it is. I'm in Paris, and we all know we're hitting this every night. We're red down. We know that the two of them are the coast of Fire Eagles in my apartment. The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz, Babaloo, you know. And we just talk shit. Some people have a jury, some people have a difference. One night it was just me. We always have real life nervous. And we never. She rather said something about this.
You don't actually start with it. It's like those periods that are right now. Other than the next launch of a massive and you're not part of it. And something happened at the light down below. Love you most and everything I love it. Who knows? Shut up, my brother. He's like, fuck you. This is my little you got that? You know how you got that? And again, whatever. She's talking about this is my life. And I go ahead and this rage. He's like, and I stopped. Because the original designation right there. That's a spectacular type shit. Actually, raise available, then go ahead and make sure you give these people drug dealers want to fuck shame on us. So I left them downstairs and gave it to one of them. And she's down telling the ESPN story. And I come back at 5 minutes. One guy let me horrible and that's like one of those the original slum that got mixed in with much slum. Now we're selling it off to the original lady we got. That's okay. If you got one of the ones, somebody clients.
I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking motherfuckers. She's fucking funny.
That is going to be enough. Did you know that one was like Jeremy? He's telling you stories, showing me pictures. shouldn't have touched her. That wasn't watching this. Let's see, one timer, that's next week. I'll get it. Now, again, in this case, what's not supposed to happen is someone's getting mixed with someone. So if it's a human being, though, if you just say, go literally against the same kind of stuff, oh, it's getting mixed up with each other. So literally, again, there's that squat of someone, a thread of someone, and you get a high rock together, so it's someone together, and then my someone gets into that cover. So now, the issue that we have in this case is the identity of the person not touched the middle of the stomach. So, like stomach, what's the issue? Which one is my stomach versus which one is someone else's stomach? That's going to be the ambiguity. So let's talk about say grab the shiny shield. You say you grab the shiny shield. So interesting enough, let's talk about now what it is. You offer them up, cover them up, and the coding has cover. But you know, each portion of that cord is designated. This is obviously the coding doesn't know which person owns which stone, but that's it. Okay, that essentially just comes to mind. Whoever is the owner of this stone, you can offer that to satisfy that. Since it's easily doesn't know what the book since we know the book chapters and we should just go ahead and have the owner for that. Each one should be in the research because we need more now, what about touching the president movies? What about here's what I'm heading more complicated is ultimately what happens holy shit. All the tracks members of the Canada first time I'm coming to Vancouver, man, come out here, let me know, that's a town too. I've heard a lot of great things about Vancouver. Oh my god, you know. Again, and then someone else takes it up. That's the Triceratops for me, no fuck. There's nothing there. You know what the official quote was when I gave him? Because I just fucked up and I fucked up on cold medicine. I had a sinus infection because I just come from a goddamn Disney cruise with kids. Okay, we flew to the fucking Bahamas and all that fucking cold with that boat of germs. Okay, and then I was just flew to Paris from 82 to 12. Okay, fuck me. Okay, and all this shit I had, and I don't know. So I started off with like all the dates and stuff, okay? Like fucking just like Dayquil Fairflu Day, okay? Like every music next day, every day shit they had. And I tried out a little bit, I went and put it on and I had a baby. Alright, it's the real deal, okay? Alright, but I still shake up and take it. I take it because I'm all fucked up on all that cold medicine. So, okay, I'm a bullshit chick. I got the knife pulled out, you know, I'm trying to smooth this ride out, you know. I'm trying to fucking love this drink. And then I just take a big old swallow.
That's that cat on the top of the fucking nightclub. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I just had no idea. Okay, so I fucking like just drinking up. You know, I go like 2 shots.
So let me listen, I would like to know. This is in the intermediate wide route.
Hey, that's your fault. That's good. It's fucking good. You get
Something to go all over the park, open next to them. So for example, let's say again, I have a hold on, like it, with the park, or with the city. The largest is she's person who do shop without a person who knows the remember again, let's move the back from the system. If they develop a norm, so these are the issues a little bit different. Without people in the restaurant, just get probably like this okay, I'm going to go up. Ultimately, when you remember the offer up, the list to get my back. So the law is telling you soon. It's not ultimately again,
all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I love it in a cocktail. That's all I remember.
you were actually
And then just like go fuck yourself. Dude, I
your
was so
house to
fucked
the
up.
car, and ultimately when you see it in accordance with the laws of the car
In
and
92,
so
I played the hip hop comedy style. Steve Harvey's Rashawn McDonald, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I sit back there with these crazy ass. Like I met this guy in Atlanta. My name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. Okay, and then this little ass midget walks over Bushwick, man. Okay, and he's a gangster. Okay, make Bushwick build no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your arms off. This was eye level to him. Okay, no, codeine, sir. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. This guy named DJ Screw would do. But we drink that with 7-Up, okay, or Mountain Dew. Boom, they put Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out. So they didn't drink that syrup. Alright, and we were fucked up. And they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured it like in they sugar, and y'all was putting that, what's that sugar? The raspberry. The quarter, like Chambord or something. They pour Chambord in it too, so you can have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup. Okay, and all those fools were doing that. All of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't know what hit me, okay, because they didn't taste like Kool-Aid. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage, and for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. But I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're over and you smoke weed. And look at the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it's so much bigger in his hand than it is in yours. It's crazy. Like, what? It's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart, got a standing ovation. Alright? But a comic came on stage who hated my fucking guts. Then he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he had tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me at the end, okay, it was like, it was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and all this turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this big old 45. 1911, 45 caliber, come up and go, and it's Bushwick Bill, and he goes,
Singular, and yeah, when they never get lost in it. And actually, that's not what we do. I see what we do. We see the stands a little bit over the left. This is what she says over there. Yeah, she says, عشان شيء هذا زي بجال اسمه قائم بزاف في الحاج بدنا. Okay, so for and therefore again, nothing really have a piece of the where like so that's like that's understandable. Jam. Let's see if you know. So first of all, you got a question. Jam again. How do you mix this? I have one caballo that gets mixed up in the federal of invalidated concepts. That was the case in the first piece. And this one said ultimately they're all left together. So the Gemara says, now if you look at the question of the Mishnah is Kalas Vakis, having the Kalas says, Abishad is still half fewer half us. So the way it sounds like if you have a shotgun that got mixed up with, let's say, other invalidated concepts. Or a shard, or a shard is going to be even if it's one carbon with 1,000 contraceptives or 1,000 shines. That's not so it is white carbon that's mixed together with 1,000 invalidated. Also, of course, we don't agree. So what happens with your discuss this is and as well as I will go ahead and the cases where, let's say, I have 1,000 kebabs, 1,000 kebabs, 10, 60, 100,000 kebabs. And what happens? One of the invalidated katas, right, one of the 5 categories, the invalidated katas, that has to be left to die, gets mixed in with mixed. In other words, there's a greater number of valid kebabs, and then my invalidated katas gets mixed in. Oh, definition says, unfortunately, the entire mixture is invalid and is left to die like the identity of the one conscious that got mixed, or the one chance that got mixed. So it's not a case of one valid partner getting mixed into a much larger group of invalidated conscious. There's a trend stories. Again, it's the opposite. It's actually one invalidated stratus, or one nisco that gets mixed into many more valid products. And yet, despite that, the Mishnah says essentially, the stratus is not bundled, right? It's not bundled in a larger amount of valid products, and therefore the entire group is left to die in accordance with the status of the invalidated stratus. That's how that happens. So if that's the case, the man is in it. We actually already learned that. We learned that. We already did it. We learned first, we just find the second tool. We didn't say tool. What is it? All of us who are having this day, hosting the culture. Right? Anything ultimately, again, any type that's connected. Every process of if it gets mixed in any other value product, ultimately again the mixture is isn't valid. That's not right. Yoga, by giving these examples. In other words, that's selling by someone, was satisfied by someone. So again, we already learned it. So we already run this screwed up. Why do we need to go up on this thing? But yeah, that's the she says over here. She's otherwise got us on it. So it's got to be so that right? So again, I should focus that over here. Right? We already learned this. But if a political gets mixed in with timidity or without purpose, the entire ministry becomes political. We already learned this. So why wouldn't we just think it again over the second? Obviously, so you know, I'm going that's so I said, I got a car. How about I didn't really look out for I just came along. I need a second. When is this? I'm up for car. Ultimately, again,
Thanksgiving parties. Just get those.
it's a car. It's $2,000 car. $2,000. It's 16.
Yeah, man, just get three bottles of wine.
With a beer cup, $1,000.
This town takes a whole week to do this party every night.
But for mundane use, perhaps we would say that one invalid element, this bottle, says no. Even for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, again, we get to what we need. Like she says, I need you to go off. It's the last shot, right? We love it as soon as I go off. You turn that joke. Raya, Rio, and the Ivy Hustle, that is Ivy Swano, Sama Douglas, just recently shot Rio. I was from this, when we said that it's Galana, that is there with the sacrificial Galanas, the little older again, only again for sacrificial purposes, but for mundane purposes, just to use it. And also again, if we use it, therefore again, we need our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says not, no, it's not permitted. Our Mishnah says even for mundane use, it's not permitted. Even in alcohol, ultimately, if you would have just said, I walk over here, in the seconds, it's walking, I would have said, I need to do this run. These cases over here, ultimately again, obviously, it's not. That's what I'm talking about. Where the Lord of Israel, God, came along. Again, it would have just said, here. How do you say that? That's what it is. But I love the way it's said, no, it's Ula. But I love the way it's not external. That perhaps, again, should be prohibited and they have should be partial to a larger mixture. Even if it's not maybe it's a sacrificial purpose, no matter what the nature of things. So it's not hard to understand mind, what makes we understand that relevant remedy is what affects us. So, whether it's things,
My dad likes the flavors too.
A lot of categories, and the answer is crystallized as the days ahead of the show. Cycle, we're focusing on the live on TV running, back around the game. Please support 86, please support and please go to Club Duck. It's a holiday season, it's beautiful. Wine, that's perfect for you. Don't be the same, you guys know I'm not trying to fucking sell you, don't jump on like that. Don't forget my main man is where you need it. Go to RalphieMay.com.
Yes, for tickets.
Go to RalphieMay.com for everything. We'll see if he's coming to your fucking name.
I'll be there soon. Trust me. I go everywhere.
I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday. And I'm in New Jersey next week at the Restream. All right, guys.
Hey, I love that club, man.
Maybe those voice records come out, man. I like those kind of things. Hey, church, you know what? You know, there's cameras and microphones here, but in the base of it, it's back 16, 17 years, 1440. Me and you on my little glass table sitting by the window. You know, just the fucking joke, cracking fucking jokes. Yeah, you freeze them loving to around. And that's what come up right up the church was happening now. Amen, ding it. Okay, you've been there, you've been right there with us, please. Thanks, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it. Stick around. And I get more when I laugh, so I apologize if I don't do it. But I love everything that makes me cry laughing, so I'm sorry. This show was brought to you by clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off your first order. That's right, clubw.com. clubw.com to get 50% off your first order.
Bobby Swell's son is back home. And it should just be another piece of the Soros Phobos with Rafa, Simcha, and Shalom from Bobby Swell. I wasn't even getting to the past yet. That was so exciting.
Stop worrying about feeding your pets the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time on pet. Go to PetNet Smart. Get your PetNet Smart Feeder today. Plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey. Petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, Strongbow, New Mood, Shooting Mood, and Shooting.
Okay, so what's next again? This goes off my show today. We get the new parrot. We get the new parrot. And he's got his own test. 58. So we have been covering this session.
The church was happening.
Mishnah on 58. So Mishnah says as follows. Shot film in the
The day the devil was buried at sea.
Now, after the Parsha, or after the Parsha, so then we're going to go on with more information than what we had before. So now we're again. So remember again, when it came to Kachek Hadashim, so we established one Kachek Hadashim Shachar, the Shachar B'Tzachar.
Got those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joey's in your
Now, we also spoke about that. Remember, someone really extends just a bit beyond this value of this. Yeah, but that's my point.
Let's have a real paper. The mystery comes up.
For the reason of focus.
Monday night, October 17th, we'll be making it tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago. Especially the beautiful Portland City, which I've always loved to death. I like this Leo.
Which one you go to?
So this is a discussion. So you have touching the Russian that reflected on the
That's amazing. It's such a great town. They're great audience. They're like one college, one smart. Compared that, they're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you.
That satisfies the
Fuck yeah, that's Chicago, man.
The Hudson was wrapped in the Hudson was wrapped with something and with something. So that's what this is very interesting. He says that you can on this back ultimately again if you go out and make it and the jumping is back to the south, it's counted like the south. South of that line. And that is like something on the south. Obviously, that's the status of something also for us on the south. It's a diet and shit like that. On the line, on the gap, it would be was like something and that would be so that's a bunch of stuff. I love the myself. Otherwise, my book is if you check on the video, it's just a video. We're talking about now, there's a check on the top, the gap. The new companies that extra revenue says, totally fun. It satisfies the requirements, but it's a really says, when you check, if you check it out there, imagine and bisects the east, west,
they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to the gang, we fucking like dogs, like Americans. Alright, but worse, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town after what shit is to them. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit. So then at the 4th of July, it was outstanding. Come on, the gang. Clarksville, Arkansas. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Paducah, oh my God, that's like Jackson. Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling, and we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get one. Oh shit! Fuck no! Then we saw him on Uncle TV. I mean, that's where I first met Spittin' Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers. Okay, and Jerry Lawler. I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big. Probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, and so that it's third tier, but it's legendary. You know what I mean? It was Mid South, and something else. I forget the name of that one, but I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race. And it was his second world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him. And then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his third championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdul the Butcher. I spit on it, you dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide coke. That's where you ever have a suicide? I don't think so. Okay, it's where you take a coke, alright? You tell them there's a little ice, and then you hit every type of coke on the fucking day. Yeah, that's the suicide.
Get off fucking hopped up on that suicide. Red, white, like Dr. Pepper. Okay, the fucking orange. Orange is the orange Sprite, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, this is suicide. Oh, hot garbage. Cops are like the red light. Not even that fucking ghetto in the green. I used to work in the oh, yeah. White ice with Sprite or something. Maybe green skull with the white ice with orange soda. Oh, so good. Man, that fucking sounds so good right now. Fucking icy. That bong is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know I was cruising on nothing and then fucking one hit of that it came. Yeah, man. I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the card. I like that. Check out where your kids go. So I used the bomb to my mom. She gave it to me. Christmas. I used the bomb maybe to March 86. Well, somehow I was clean sober. I was fucked up when I was drinking. And I was drinking. I was fucking so boy, you think I'm talking about late. I got down times 10, but to the fact that you didn't know what you spent yourself in. This was clean and sober. This was clean and sober. I gotta say, there's people like that listen to me in this bedroom. So, you want to know two good rehab? I got one. Okay, so nobody can read when you're fucking reading. Yeah, right. We'll have the score. Yes, we're going to see. Dancing for money at the bar at 6. I was making science, Ralphie. I had a subject for science. I had a good friend of mine at home. And then the black Jesus shoved in. I was going to get $1,045 and I was so $135. Thank you so you still have the 60 of them. The doing that you know you could only
Walgreens don't get those numbers.
Which I would say makes it sound like the person who do that a lot. It's just enough that really is there. South. But it's extremely amazing because it's kind of like the focus over here is like the part of the beverage distribution. Like it just captions the ocean. The ocean sounds like the windows to that. Part of it is that as it is now, and part of it is that as it is now. And that's the evolution. The other thing isn't really what's in that says controversial on an area of the web. Corresponding is that the companies it's a silly thing, how is that visual? It's the set. So I do understand this. Don't put your streets in the yard. Side streets, so we don't want the cops on Kelly Boulevard. And I'll never forget the last one to the house. Value and interpretation of the text. What's the hustle of a kid? What's the word? Just how you know from West Coast.
This was a concept. It's all ever heading for the contest. College basketball is going to trend. So they way, you know, you look back at the paint, and the video, you come back, you guys from basketball.
Mysteriously wet. George, if you helped me, didn't even know it. You didn't check the inside pocket. Like some people carry it sometimes. I think that honestly, okay, for the people at home, okay, Coco is the head preacher man over the church. What's happening now? I've been a member of the church. I might have been the first, since the first member of the church. It was the last time I saw Coco do exactly what he was, because he's talking about the 80s, like he was a demon. Then, 10 years ago, Christmas, me, Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the comedy store and copped. Okay, I was like, it's not evil. Oh, and then acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay, quarter ounce. Okay. And then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay, I had to call the candy store twice to come and bring orange juice. Oh, dude. Yes. Okay, I get them to set up fucking chicken salad on toast. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado, tomato. Damn, I was fucking street Jiffy They must have had the dumbest fucking people, dude. I went there the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's strong move. Okay, late at night, had a couple of pops, some Stomach's pops. That's great. And they fucking fried up the salami, and the goddamn they left the plastic on the outside so it burned. So it's toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, just send this back. Fuck, I don't want to eat anything here. Then I got high with you. We talked about back to that. Oh my god, nobody gives a shit. Oh my god, I really
It's like holding ground in this gap. That's hope in this gap. So that's itself. The whole further one, and not even ready to done but ultimately it's a lot. What if we the rest of us
problem is it's like an airport.
what is that for? The teacher, no? This is for this. That's he loves the car. Maybe the chef. Maybe a couple of other kids. Maybe he's really good around colors. And he's got colors.
You can't take casing around it. It's like
Maybe they say brush. Like, so they're going to be shut down.
you tell them that you can see a difference. But that's why I can't really like
You're
I just
used to the area under this guy. That's what it is. There's
I left my car at Ralph's. I
the
had
Lord says, no, better not listen to that guy.
I don't want to
I
open
mean,
it.
how do
The
you
account was full. Way full. I was looking at my
Unless if you don't expect you actually move that way. That's how you learn is not how double concept. Because it's that you shall live the opening is very out. What is this? Sure, it is. Who brought it back? Ultimately, again, they put up, shoot it, yes.
That's why you get shitty coconuts. They don't
That's
have
stupid level. So then you remember raw gabbing kilos, the raw gabbing juice. That's a very there cannot be any colors underneath the jar, nor can there be any ice. Also, it looks like, oh, you can see this. Some of the supplemental excavation in the shop. It's often a regular film kind of patient is to build an archway that has a structure built on top of it. So the however it is, the earth itself must be what? The earth. You can't have colors underneath it, and you can't have arches. Yes, elevation. Therefore, your weather is a privilege to try. People are just a simple logistical question. The Lord talks about shepherding on the ground corresponding to the area it is there. I understand that it is. Also, it is. This was a chicken. Then we just think the concept is together. So I say, this is
scary.
what are you talking about over there? The covenant situation is there.
Used to be John's.
They decided to make things there.
Scary.
What does this mean?
Food for
It's
less.
just area. And what's the set actually?
I know.
How could you
I wanted to go
do
in
this?
there, but
What
fucking,
is
I
that?
like get a bunch of newspapers, like I'm about to get shanked in the yard.
That's what it was. If you just let's say you just surrounded. That's the space that is there occupied. Let's say you decide to execute someone, whether makes the decisions, decided to go ahead and make it smaller than this. And like, it's 22 by 22. Like, instead of 32 by 32. Okay, so this is actually pretty wild. If you think you're actually back to the two, it is 4 lines, 5 lines for 4 lines to immediately go. If I said it's the context on the day, if you go ahead and decide to shrink things there, the new side, not such a fucking power. The shot like sharp swords. Not like that the other thing. Also, almost deal with the oh my god, we got on our husband. What's in the base first time? So, it was good to know for the years as follows. So, we're going to have to get into this, but it sounds like the dimensions of the player are fungible. As long as you got a square, and as long as you have a lot of value to do with the ultimately, again, it's not the area. So, the move is like this. What is the reason of this? If you want to go ahead and construct this smaller than that, instead of 30 by 32, like I said, 22 by 22. It's the expanding on the area. Just between the gap we occupied. And you shot, cut that shit there. What's the how does it says? Hussy. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That 32 by 32 square is situated in the south. Situated in the south. And because of that, either if you shrunk it,
they brought over these singers, bird clap, which are fucking hilarious. Google Martian, my big old pussy. Okay, that's a real song. And they passed one of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up Facebook and like, hey, someone hold your lipstick, let me touch it up. He had his little big guitar. He's awesome.
I told you that there's something ridiculously dramatic, which I proposed. Yeah, you'll see. The only thing we got is situation. But neither of them holds that it looks like this. Okay, you'll see it's holding that was pushed down to the left, and then you'll see this. See, and this we really say is pushed up to the side. That's the kind of focus.
FX has to sort of strand on something. And then basically you have
incredible. Which you might say, I'm not using it. Actually, you send a high to the opener. I want you to listen. So here's the but the opener is really interpreting this entire process, right? And the opener is interpreting this focus ultimately again. It was like, I try to point this out, right? The opener is interpreting this focus in a very like that. So what you'll see as is there in the north, and it's a music has in the south. So come on, this is the opener is such a delight to the vision and there's no missionary, or there's no Christ, or this to this, this is pretty good on the back, something just never been set up. And there's no early source to this. You see, that's enough of that. So let's listen to this. So the game is going to raise this question, and then what happens? Enough of that. If you have a question, what is the obligation? Go out and try to find an answer. But you post things somewhere. If you want something, do it yourself. Ultimately, we want something, whatever the something is, we want success, and we outsource it to others. We want happiness, but we outsource it to others. We want several buyers, and we outsource it to others. You want something in your life to make it work. Yourself, do not rely on people. Rely on their part. But other than that, do not rely on other people. Become yourself. Reliant, self-sufficient person who makes things happen. For example, if you say, I have a question, by the way, there's one that's over time also. If you go out, stop, and you channel stuff, you will find. If you are willing to put in the effort in life, you will get the results. And once again, to ask yourself, if you're not getting the results, chances are you're not. Necessarily. That is a part of the purpose.
I think the big people in ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to be great, but not really.
Go out, try hard, hashtag you will find results. It's not. You can see you working along the money. I got lucky. It's not. So now we're going to talk about now what happens on the top of the graph. So if you notice over here, you see like a lot of stuff happening over there in the graph. So here's what it's called. What's called the Restream. Restream is low over Jason. Like where you could have where it's for soccer. There's an S-Gas connection, right? You open the primary point, right? It's
just a license now.
I'm going to touch you from here. I want to call it 2 minutes. You're reading inside 2 minutes. You come in, What are the people in Restream for the wild yes? It's wood. Why do you need wood? You need wood because it actually works to the 1, 2, 3 hours, like 2 YRTS. Pile of wood, like fires, 2 fires that have a gas, and with something in the middle of your public which we will discuss in that. So listen to this. You know what it says? This is the shit I want to say. Yeah, this is why these system. I think that in wood, it comes from the food. Sounds very well. We're having a discussion. We're taking a first journey. We're going to discuss it. Come back to step to them. We shut me over. Then go ahead. Come up to the last 2 stops of the night. And it was a really good fucking actor to the end. We stopped at a Schmier check.
Because he knows so many fucking people. I mean, I don't think people really understand. I said Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh, man, man, positive. They say positive.
How do you see it? I see it.
He's in the middle of traffic, just fucking beating the shit out of the steering wheel with just niggas. Where's the cats? Everything from there was this guy, Blackjack, something. Okay, then Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there, we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just being, I'd bring over coffee, fucking go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up, because he knew where Doug was. Doug had his door, screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, and all these comes and shit in there. Oh my god, that's horrible. It's like a glass, you can turn it upside down. Like, and while mouth was agape, okay, just gurgling. Alright, the fucking fly. We fucking came in. And as tough as the allergies I ever had, when the next dick came in, you can see it going in and out with the fly and the blood comes on the end of that guy's dick. Right? We just be drinking our coffee and telling each other whatever you do. Don't look over there and think we nothing. Alright, just I don't care what he asks you. 98. Okay. Cause bro, okay, you gotta understand. Alright? We're on the cycle. Everybody who's really been on the road, fucking knows touchdown. Fucking just rocking. So when I get here, he's actually more
playing something with your friends. This shot how you know things slow by using the ball up, shot like a knock. There's not so many again. Generally, this power is made to do its cause, which will be given in turn anything father. Shotgun shot this. That's what happens. So shot this. That's how it is in the first is you shorten it. You shorten it out. On the left hand of the shoulder. On the shot your partner. On the shot is the old man. One of the members that is making us walk. That he was doing press. Even though they were on the shoulder from the side. She was fucking hot though. You gotta give it to her. That fucking red was a hot piece of ass. Alright, and Dougie was deep in it. Okay, he was like all in. And then he came to the friend process. When we started to know what was taken off, we skipped to the friend process for ultra force. They were able to check out of the pressure of the house, brought up the breath and turn on his mallet on its eye. So once you do this, essentially one carry on this eye. So generally, throughout the week, how was made produced to make calls, or when you dress up the therapist, and shot us they occur in the two schools of friendship. So because of that, bad extra work, because they needed more calls, also from the
Dougie was the fucking best. You knew I didn't have a pound to piss in.
So he was a mess.
He would always like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, here, fucking time. Let's go. I'll go coach the horses. Alright. And we just go coach the horses. And it was Bud Light and Red Light for breakfast. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the coach horses. And this guy beside us was talking all this shit about faggots, we gotta kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Alright. And Doug was fucking damn many motherfucking and getting with them like this. And then Doug fucking grabs my hand and makes out with me. Okay, at the fucking bar. Alright, this guy's a hot ass. What the fuck? Alright. I got that. Another beer. And a shot. A shot.
Anything open again, that is thinking, from the inside of thinking, everything open again, thinking from the inside. You will see the whole thing. Open again to be applied outside. Anyone noticing element summer showing with you. Again, he's going to start the first on the record. What it actually is. Anything that is thinking from inside the window to outside is placed outside in an area that is directly adjacent to the inside and is not inside. One more time. Anything that you think from the inside to the outside.
And he was doing the porno fucking clothes or the beer all over. So I just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, and it's in Houston in like April. So when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110. Okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweat like pigs, and Doug goes, fucking outside. Can I just butt fuck your titty or something like that? It's really weird. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was just fucking bananas. It was bananas. Hey, bang, bang. That's amazing. Okay, that's deadly. You don't see it yet. Yeah,
con la vita che illumina sempre personaggi or something that is taken from the inside and taken out to the outside. Even in the scenario, since you're not in the scenario, Unless it's going to allow it, you actually know. And so again, if you want to say for leftover blood, then you might have see, the head signals, I don't even watch it. لازم تحس غصب عنك أو يسوي تحت أول شيء حاسة حياة نوعية وحاسة أنت ما يسوي أسبوعي في الدراسة دي بعد ذلك في الدراسة دي أو نوعية سواء بالذات أو يوم الدراسة كل ما يجي حواليك بقول الناس اللي فيهم كل ما تجيني خاص عن الفيلم يصير في الناس الكنيسة
Just because the guy who came in second place with Dougie was it just a comedy competition? Was game. Okay, and take motherfucker on stage. So you think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lives. And I mean, every touchdown he goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that. See Chappelle get him like that. Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, that kid's dead. Dude, okay, take one now. Dougie still beat him. It was
Something that leaves.
So let's say, yeah, there's an explicit concept. The concept says that you'll take the fire and pull it.
Time comedy for me was MTV
The reality is that you're feeling action. And we don't talk about the chorus in the
sex, right?
how the meetings is paralyzed. So it's so again, very very what's up with specific person? Which the rest are so that it's so still looking for you because it was tough to say.
the first two times I saw stand up, it was just
Alright. But when we say it's really nothing but it's really give us something that's taken from the inside into the outside. What is that refer to? Schnee basiert Lebedola Sharia Kamapalin, the diminution to that was into this. What again is not going to give it the output of off. That's what we just said before. On Shabbos, the left party, and the strawberry. It's on the shoulder. Just give it to the bottom. When we put that left party, to school, a small bit of upgrade inside the level. So taking out of the base on the first of the open the top, so the arc of these grass and birds to by the Allah has not performance by the powers. Used to create culture together. So that's an example ultimately again of something that is taken from the inside to the outside. You know, so the whole, and that ultimately again, that's been that from Shirayim. And you talk about points, you mustn't with them. So most exactly example we're going to use a something thinking from the inside to the outside. We're going to. What's the example? You talk about hopefully, that's an example of a head and that outside then block inside. That's how will you call it normal? The only show people. Ultimately, so what's the item that's not from the outside to the inside? What was that referred to? That comes to the point the clothes that I manufactured on the top of the desk of my office. And I brush inside of the base of the brush each and every day on the color surface. And that's when I watch this. I watch this over again. What's the what was that? What was that? Ultimately, again, that was dangerous. The rule was anything taken from the outside to the inside, right? From the outside to the inside has to be put on an area of the inside that corresponds to the outside, but is not outside. Anything that is up from the inside to the outside must be put adjacent to inside, like that you put outside adjacent to the inside, as long as it's not inside. Okay, so that's that. Now watch this. The next is my cassava. Obviously, what's going to happen is it's going to complicate this position of it is better. So watch this. My cassava, really is get together on exposition of by nation. So let's say here's the problem. So what that means is like this. No, if you're moving out, let's say the boat. If you're moving out from the boat, let's just moving the boat on the boat. And I'm going to remember where's that being put. That's being put on this high over here. It's like the 30s. has to be placed on the left hand, but opposite the entrance to the building. Because remember, again, what's the rule? The rule is anything taken from the inside to the outside must be placed outside in an area directly adjacent to the inside. But the problem is that when you fill up the duct is placed in a southern orientation, that would mean, you know what it says? You would have to move it this halacha 27 hours in order to make it opposite ultimately identity to the south. So listen, so again, one more time, right? That's all. That's all the code is left down, right? If you hold on to it, you're going to get position with the south, then you know, just as soon as the Shabbat violation, you have to bring it up at 27 hours to move the way forward. In order to allow your practical example, we already have Shabbat, to do Shasri for the Iran party, and let's say, now remember again, the first probably is the case if you assume, but ultimately, again, you empty has the empty. Opposite the entry of the but if you assume that
that's a different day. He's professional. Yeah. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Plus his ass. Immediately when he came in, he got Doug all set up and fucking filled out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went, did merge, checked in 4 hours before. Came back, make sure Doug was alright. Had his suit, dress for him, ready to fucking rock and roll.
if this rule is true,
It was a fucking, that's
you
how
must
tour
upgrade
managers.
under the idea.
The guy's a
Also,
good
that the
hand.
rule is a true
He doesn't let him, he doesn't drink.
rule and
If
universally
you
accepted.
gotta go
And
anywhere,
something that's
doesn't
taken from
drink.
the outside of
You always
the
make sure your phone's fucking awesome. Everything's safe. It's a fucking, that's a, he's the cleaner. Okay, he's the fucking wolf. Okay, the Doug fucking circus. Okay, this guy's wrangling up. I mean, easily bitches in his way,
The event has a southern orientation because what? The 27 hours sport.
okay, and then we just pop
Okay,
up like
fine.
once
So
every 3
the minimum
weeks or some
window is
shit.
working to 22 hours sport. The other Kasaba, that's the first one, right? What else he said? What's up? Luca Saba, sorry, Luca Saba. Let's see the Saba in the country. The Garo, outside of my list. That's a here's the problem. Remember again.
Yeah.
Even if you hold this game situated like this, right? Where again it's kind of straddles the middle a little
Because
bit.
he looked like a nice guy.
Because it looks like you look at the Maharaja of the tortoises corresponding to the entrance of the Stura, and you still have to bring this Maharaja 11 hours forward in order to go ahead and line it up. This is what is Ella Kasaba. Ella Kasaba. I'm sorry, you couldn't pass out a dollar. Sorry.
It was Dilly.
You still have to bring the Halacha 11.
He slept late, drank enough to leave. He had an
On
extra
the phone, the Ella Kasaba, Kedusha State Farm,
put gas in it because the gas meter was broken. So you never know where
by the
his
next week,
It was a total scam, right? Yeah, total scam. That's the only other way you can comedians to put gas in stuff.
but ultimately, again, it's very much by signing to this entrance.
Yeah, man.
was the nail buster.
The problem with our signing to the Kingdom, which is a much larger.
It's
If they
broken.
go fine,
It's
so
broken.
ultimately, they're going to have to move forward another hour.
I'm telling you, it was a total scam.
Or
It
you
was a
use
fucking
this
do-it.
26.
Well, that's on you.
The
You should
bottom
put
line,
gas.
either way, when you begin to see it, whether it was situated in a southern orientation, or even if it's like this, where it's flat, where it's flat and
It
close,
was the
you're
same.
not
It was the
perfect. Correct, because
Beat
not
the
flying
shit.
up with the entrance way that was right, which then means that the rule exactly follows, which the election ever, obviously the Kasaba couldn't get the second. So let's say that way, it must be that, right? It must be that in order for this group to work, where is this guy have choice? There's not going to be
Don't see that we can no
yeah,
games.
so that is the way to do it.
Shirley Butters has a good gas.
Push down,
No, it's just
I would begin to see that it was there. This level of art, this power is going to become opposite of this entrance. But then you know, Satan was here again, there was not much else but to stop over there. So I think the good side. The soul, the technical episodes. But the food is a special message to be continued tomorrow, and the rest we'll see. Again, it's a little bit of overhanded financially, because you see, obviously, I got my consequence with the orientation of the track for an episode of working with my tomorrow, strike on the really gonna get it good.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, you guys have a chance to next to Joe's Pizza. Thanks, good.
Yeah. I don't think I've been a chance.
It's just really big. Yeah.
But when the book was
The game is so
closed,
much different than what it was.
So I was in 2000. And you were already at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
You were already making it happen. I mean, you know, I was up there with the spots. She was giving me spots out of my own before I home.
Yeah.
But I was there, you know, that fucking building where you gab and you.
I'm working with him in December.
Oh my God, there were so many people that had that. So he,
Yeah.
the other one, Gentry, you just fucking felt me at night to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank God that was the way it was.
I had to feel time for you, man.
That's why until I busted. Then I busted until I busted.
Nah, I think I busted it, man. I think you re-busted it.
Jesus Christ.
But at least you didn't, push a turn down my bathroom. Okay, Trey, that was always forgiven. I appreciate that.
I was telling you about that. I was telling you that ever since I was a kid, I still remember a fucking story of how hard it was when I was a kid. I love matches. I was about 5 or 6. I was being fucking a match kid. I would throw all these phases because I never did, I was a little confused. I would lock myself away. And I would take my mother's 45s.
The scenes.
So when I got bored, I said, I tried to light them on fire. And they would burn like they would burn. It's like I just like that. I just went through this phase where I just like shit. I'm fucking fine, and I don't buy cigarettes. I don't get cigarettes. That was just one way. And I would just slowly, I would just light it. And I would breathe out myself. And I would try to keep it alive, and I would fucking burn those things. I would fan it. I was just crazy. But one time I burned one of those stupid. And there was something going on that fucking stupid fire department. And I stayed in for a while because they said, this is the shit. They saw me kept running away. I took that jackknife out of my fucking bed. No, that's what stopped me from lighting those fires. I lit more fires. I got all good. I fire in Jersey. No, man, crazy. Once that shit got out popular, I was the king of that shit. I loved all that shit, just getting a bunch of sticks, lighting fires and sitting there. I wouldn't light fires like the California people, but not these ones. Like this is in Jersey. Those ones are big and goofy ass, and they want to shut off. They shut off automatically. You don't say those in Jersey. They just shut off. Or fucking need to shut off. Fire. That's really crazy. Why they just went away. The phase I was on. I was telling them. And they were smoking that fucking hash joints and shit. The only thing they realized like that 3 out of 5. I told me story about Gavin's. Gavin's at work on the phone, popping up on my fucking son. We got this guy trying to get this and trying to get sometimes he gets on the other phone, we on the road, smoking a cigarette and smoking a joint. Smoking or something, a cigarette, back out. 14, 40. So the windows open. I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm chasing joints with cigarettes. You know me, though. It's 9:30 in the morning. I'm on the third joint. I'm on a pack of cigarettes and shit, candle lights. I'm blowing these cigarettes out the window halfway on fire, right? And all of a sudden, I did not know that we could get out of that. I go, what the fuck? And I can hear this. Fuck lit me on fire. And I'm sitting there going, lights are going on. So I look through the window, there's the guy fucking smoking shit. So I just go out and the poor fucking guy. I go, at 10 o'clock at night, I walk back. There's the same homeless guy. When it comes to the cigarette, she's going on fire.
Somebody just dropped in that fucking alley, flicked it on it. Fuck him. Get that dirty bum the fuck out of our house. Scream this out.
I had a choice. I can't.
It was one on one side and 10 on the other side.
That's it. It took me 5 years like that.
And that Restream, that incredibly self-actualizing act, which meant this was like, actually come tomorrow. No, sir, that was supposed to say now, okay, I got it. So now I understand that tomorrow, I'm not supposed to tomorrow, apply. Even if the things that are not something to do with, how do I make this achieve no, sir? Rashi says, no, sir, you know what? If I give Allah, Allah B'Shem L'Matir, to be clear, that's the same. If I'm B'Shem Chayal L'Matir, they will have B'Shem L'Matir. So again, so now I know, even I would learn that something, but then I will be subject to tomorrow. How do I know that even I would learn that something, but they are subject to no, sir? What's no, sir? Well, so the definition of no sacrificial matter past, it's so the Gemara says, I'll see if this is going to be tomorrow. Zero Shabbat. Some of them from tomorrow. Some of us is like, I'm going to I can't make it zero Shabbat. I can say, check out Allah. It says, Allah like the Lord, it says, Allah like no, so I can say, just like the Lord, it's only the Lord that's an actual. Certain things are subject to Lord. So, if it has Allah today, which we must have to stop that, we shall have it, she can't bless her. She won't bless her sins. Once it's all put again, I can say, Muslims believe that the law, which operates much as the Lord out, no such a law, because no certain will share the power of the providence. Yes, I want to achieve that. I want to take us the opposition to Gaza City. No certain to one sure. So first of all, no certain to one. Representation, heavens, earth, validation, the actual entity itself, like the covenant something, we have something that's very, or we have something that comes so we got one of the kids, man, you know what I'm saying? Basically, something like that. Powerful kid, scene today from Casino. The guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him in Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney. Okay, they went on to be the mayor of Las Vegas, and he was apparently shady as hell. I mean, you'd have to wonder he'd sue if it was gross. I don't know. It was pretty rough. Well, shady. One mob lawyer. That's really. Maybe I watched the DVDs too. Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. So actually, two of them. One Warriors one at the Comedy Store early, and then my show at 10 o'clock Tuesday is called Rockin' the Rest, and 100% all the comedians are doing a good time. And we got Dane Cook, we got Margaret Cho, we got Gerard Carmichael, myself, Adrian Luca, now real, the actual native comedian, okay? Alright, and all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota and these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die, see their old people die, you know, and if they keep their old people with them, okay? White folks ship them away, put them in a box, okay? Feed them them heavy pills until they fucking die, you know? That's what happens. But Indians keep them closed. So every year people die, and this is keeping people warm. Really need it. And so, you know, having donate my time. So this thing is coming fucking great show. This weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know if I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around. Those guys can't get it together. They're always phenomenal maniacs. And then when they make, like, everyone is like living time last week. Okay, like mine was fucking amazing when they redid it. Okay, got a mommy burger in there,
it's a fucking damn cheeseburger check. Alright, and then boom, this one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one. And like they had to do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they got to step up, so they got another Carbon Blues in there, which is fucking like 100 beers on tap, and fucking like 300 whiskey. Nah, but it tastes great. It's fun. Oh yeah, fuck a fucking 50 cal, Barry 50 cal. It'll take down an airplane. Oh yeah, the drones are gonna be knocking shit out of this guy. Honestly, I think they're gonna attack comedy club. I really do. And then, like, you know, blasphemous assholes like us, you know, like took off and somebody gonna get shot. One of us gonna get shot on stage. It's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me, because at least I can take 42 9mm rounds to the door, but it'll fucking stop us. I'll get over there to fucking jug him up and fucking gun him with a Budweiser bottle. Hero. Dude, it's gonna happen. God forbid, exactly. No, it's fall. What if the people supposed to turn watching shit? States, Tennessee,
get a boner? No. Says that, right? Russian makes it class. Muscle the gun, put down food, what is the reason? Who is the Kapara to the Akasapara? Blood has the same status of color only as it does after. What does this mean? No, Akasapara is just like after color is really going to be just like a it's actually very interesting. In general, we're going to talk about this. Mudila is a main usage as a pigment item. Only applies up until the point that the item needs replacement. Once it serves its function, usually it's not subsequently subject to the event. So not after a part of the event. Just like after a part of the event. After you think about it, then you have it. So they have to go through all the pat downs and stuff. They just, it was happening for everybody. I mean, these guys are easy breezy. It's just things that's another great. And they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys in this one. Remains a good with that. There's no such thing as a item. Once an item serves its purpose, there's no review. There's no review. Review is only the status, only for somebody's in effect. How much of the item is
Shout out to my man. It was great seeing you like this man in Chicago. I love you motherfuckers. Yo, man, came out here. It was great seeing Pete the Greek. It was great seeing Josh. Such a fascinating motherfucking planet. You took some of the hours and stuff. And I want to really thank the management, the staff, they were great on me. I want to thank my man, Ramir, Siobhan, Jason Jackson. I want to thank you boys down there for watching the Restream, my man. Excited to see my boy in Las Vegas next week. Larry, a.k.a. the Dope Week motherfucking land. All next week in the San South Point Casino. Larry, we there Friday night. Fucking Larry.
NBC's a private desk. What does he do? He goes up, and you open it up, okay? Trying to say, Russian, well, no, I'm not killing money. So what does he do? He goes up to the high fashion, he makes a shovel full of some ash. He brings that down. The Wilson is one called sharp cabbage, and he puts it by the northern of the river. Well, therefore, we each was brought on your brain
just go inside to my shop. I really don't like the water because I got that license eye surgery and afterwards sinus. It gives me a migraine headache now. I get a fucking bad headache when I think it's because of that surgery. So I have to wear shades with a dish for people. It's like so annoying. I have to explain myself. Makes me that too. Just wish my eyes were lasers work good. Yeah, man, I got great vision. I did stuff in 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day, I was 2015. And the day after that, everything was healed up. And it was 2010. can't do those jokes no more because people are gonna see all that shit coming. You're not the type because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself. He'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spurs, right? And then fucking year he'll have an album and a half. That's how it is. But for like the next month, it's gonna be over for everybody. Right?
Is another example of something that has certain that this is a sacrificial purpose, but again, it kind of has certain religious purpose, yet it's still subject to the subject to the law. So let's say. So then, for example, she was the next guy, look, chicks are like that.
So you're ready with all that special.
Whenever you have two examples of the same rule, that shows you that it's not a paradigm. It's not a paradigm. And if I want to know what it says, it proves a two exceptions that you can ask for.
You know what I'm saying? When you're at that point, I'm not worried about that.
The particular purpose of this circuit is still subject to the rule, but in general, that's not the rule. In general, the rule is once something has served its designated purpose, it is no longer subject to the rule. So how many people this is fine from the European Association of after I read the language, but whenever you find two examples of the same rule, it's two examples that should be don't create a rule. Don't create a paradigm. I don't know if I'm in the language, not talking about, but I'm doing this is
So when I hit, I know what I was doing.
This summer,
You know, I've been headlining all over the South. I had
she must have lost with acceptance to that rule. And you are required to acceptance to that rule. And it's because the other thing is the rule is an exception to that rule. The rest of there's another issue to acceptance to that rule. That is just another and so this person is the lighter person has condition. But what is the rule? There's a person that you have to treat find the was told that you might say the person's body, and the other may fight with certain their purpose in life, therefore the body has no recognition. The recognition is so holy, so holy, almost like she has salvation. Like I love the reminder even after the person has served the Lord's purpose in this world, I've seen ultimately the body still is some level of safety as well. It's such a positive cover on this. I can't imagine being able to show I can't imagine being able to see that. There's no place they can take breathing. They put them out there. And these guys can't write fast. Ultimately, I get that. As well. It's not you want to fucking move anymore.
Yeah, you're not doing bong heads with your friends.
It's all different. It's all different now, so people can't adjust to that either. I was telling them either one of the most important things around it.
No, so that was a fucking people that I didn't enjoy it this whole discussion.
6 agents, the whole thing. I was always walking on the phone to a red thing. You know why? Bullshit. That's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes from it. You keep your friends around, you keep your ground, and you know what? They're joking funny. But they didn't tell me you were fucking with me. We are. Get me on the show right now. Sometimes, with extra few exceptions, those troops on facilities have to be credible. They have to be major a little bit. So it should put this different from the obviously troops. Every year, every year, other countries, every year also has exceptions.
Our generation had those chicks from chicks were so fucking hot, okay? Was a good song, good singer. Basic same formula, minus good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song, it would have
In order for something to be subject to people, it must have enough blood as much as blood is in my ear. Blood doesn't have a separate the prohibition stated about consuming stomach or the niggas stomach in status about what it is that Tuma is not.
I think this guy was the first guy.
Three times. One is that you know,
This is the first guy I saw do it.
crowd, the icons the crowd. So as I said, all people again.
So this
The only reason we call it
seriously?
crowd, you know, it's nice. One is the crowd. One ultimately refers to all islands of Tunisia, not just Shlomo. I think all islands of Tunisia ultimately are subject to Shlomo, not just the crowd. What is talking about the general prohibition of Tuma when it comes to Shlomo? Yeah. Plus the prohibition of Tuma is very interesting. I say that the laws of Tuma applies even to things that are not normally considered. Now what is that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's in the short look. The short line is about 3 lines here, 4 lines here, 4 lines here. Remember? How is it? You don't eat city, you don't know. Sitting where you eat. Take the prohibition of Tumah by Shlomo 3 times. The answer if you were to take consecrated sacrificial wood and eat it, or eat ketolas, or eat right? Ultimately, in a state of Tumah, you are liable. You're liable. What's that? That is because again, general, the halacha is if you eat in the fit things, you're generally not subject to the designated prohibition. Now again, by Bakamas, we do. And the real prohibition, Bakamas, John Chena Chalei. However, long you should come on, the prohibition, you should be together. You should know in general. The halacha for too much consumption, that's the only line that I would draw for consumption. But if you either there's not fixed for consumption, you are not liable for consuming it in a state of tumah. Last year, no. What was three years before tumah? Right? With the whole bunch of tumah. Because the kind of usually open to remember. One for general touching, one for swine, and one for edible items. Or if the Shemina says that there is not tumah liability for the consumption of an edible item. So what does he do with the third? First, he knows that CA very interesting. He says it comes to a group of inner tapas. Teaching that the inner tapas was one of them. As well. What's up inner tapas? I haven't done the Tzibor. I'm playing the Shia. I've been prepared the Seir. And you're in Kipper. So if you want to eat those items in a state of tumah, there would be liability. So the Gemara says, not finally they think otherwise. Tell them, and I would thought, how about you should really culture on his birth at least, you should have you should do it. You should come up and have a little It was really good, and we were getting this is just a little bit. But you should have, said, well, I never was like, I love that, those will be mentioned in the context of the Shem. Based on that, the Shem, this was two Mishnahs, sorry, not the last Mishnah, two Mishnahs, but the Shem said that Halacha L'Maisa, but Halacha L'Maisa again, only something that is like Shlomim, i.e. offered up on the Mizbeach is subject to people. I'm going to fuck it. That same halacha applies to tumah. But therefore, the tumah is also mentioned in the context of Shlomo, and therefore, only an item offered up on the exterior of his day, ultimately, again, is subject to people, which the Gemara says, so it's subject to tumah. How much more on that? How much more even items that are offered up on the exterior of the base of the judge are also going to be subject to tumah. So really what we're saying is how you actually got that apple, so what we're saying actually know which one. As long as they're they don't have that blue side, really just means itself. So the darkness, the value is not going to understand. That's what it should be. So what's it going to hold this kind of challenge? It's only a piece of too much muscle. The sacrificial need so is tough. As I do, we can have how you know like again, if we're talking about the person that you're against. There was a close up to the idol is coming. Focuses doesn't apply to the I like to go with a company. So the person is coming. Everyone agrees that we don't get not this focus sitting at the end of the items. And I don't know what you said. The couple of focus the zoo pack not focus the zoo. Which is wrong. I'm not sure if it's different thing about focus and to us like this. I've seen it much better. There's also a whole new comment on that. So that's a nice thing. That's the reason for this. Since ultimately again we could apply the person. That's the person she will have to come in days, which is not ultimately they have to get some but he has to help you. So this is what's happening in this question. The kind of has to help you. Kind of look at this versus has an idea to have a house. Again, I think he's lots of the two parts of the money. One of these things shall be with each other. Right? We have some. It's so sharp. You realize that? You know, so see, but how can I afford this for us? That's great. One says you're doing like a good thing. How about the two nice muscle at home yoga? Or the flesh muscle heavy over the
The sofa is the same, you say. If anything, you feel anything weird, okay? We go to the safe, you say. Okay, write it out, okay? Yeah. You want to take a shower, take a shit. That's what it goes. Yeah.
He's a soldier.
I love it. through probably 300 kids. But ain't the same kids light up and we get toys and stuff.
You said like a half a face. This guy out the first time I he's nailed that fight because the photo is on the least feet. That's why you never take a window seat because everything that comes goes right into the window. If I sneeze, it goes to the window. If I blow my nose, it goes to the fire. So he gets the first dose of the fire. This guy gets the second dose later. Then the pain is supposed to come back. This fire goes back. This fire goes deep and it breaks. It's like a wave. It's like a wave that breaks like this. Everything goes least direction. Feel the heavy fire. Pretty sure it's right in this guy's mouth. It's them. I don't know if I did the first time. That fucking years. I started on Rogan. That's the first thing I was doing back there. That's first class. That's Turkey. You want to catch him asleep on the floor. And now that's the mirror. Rogan was asleep by the window with his mouth facing up. That's tough to catch him on the fucking floor. On the way back, I got upgraded the first class. So I was going to upgrade. I woke back to check on my man. Killing it. And I got it before we got to the flight. We started the flight at 7:30 a.m. Took 2 milligrams of death. Choice my hometown. Way up your fucking and we had just gone there back. We had 3 hours before. 3 hours before. So wait. You're like, let me stand on the fucking hill. It's fucking smoking dope outside. We on that plane. I get upgraded. He goes back to 14. The plane was building a dungeon. They charge you for seats now for 14 hours. Everything's from 16 back. You gotta get sick. Somebody got Dolly. So you got 28. But hell, that February. That April, that far. That far to the that's my God, yeah, the stroke. You think I'm dead? Listen, before you leave, 24, 28. You take a shower. You can't even fucking water. Meet your friends and hang out. Because you got this fucking layer. If we have leg trust me, we sit back on the leg. Those are the cheapest seats. Those are the ones that you go in there late and they give you a cheap seat for $189. Because I have tickets from Austin. Sitting on 24 I think let's look at $100 a ticket. I thought that was down in Long Beach. speed up. Plus, he has 19 bags. He's on the set. He's got the computer, the games in there, and God knows all the shit he's got. God knows all the shit he's got. I got two things I'm waiting. I got two things I'm waiting. That's the vacuum machine and the computer. And you don't want to drop the attention. No, I don't take nothing. I'm stupid. I never take nothing. I never give nothing. I haven't taken that computer out 20 years. They ever seen me a computer or laptop take it out? I haven't taken it out. That's how I run. I don't take nothing out. Leave it in there, shut your Bible. Take your stickers off. Take your fucking belt off. Take the tickets out of your pocket. Take your cell phone and put in your right shoe. And take your wallet and put in your fucking left shoe. So they can't rob you, cocksuckers. Then you get shaken down. Your shit's all the way over there. Yo, you can stand it. Some guys like you with the shit night shirt on. You got the shit night shirt on today. Smooth. You have to fucking do this shit for nobody robs you. Those DSA guys will rob you. Oh my God, you're awful.
All right, looks like good morning, let us begin. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for this morning today. Our annual television Close the Havertz of dedicating original instructions this year. As this is most from service levels for Annisra. Our California sponsors for the month of Amos Havalu and Tova, Aaron Alana Weinberg, the thanks to National Ball is DC, both you and Venus. The miracle of York had Shine Weinberg 14 years ago. Kobe Stone's Towers for Annisra, for Eric's Charles, and the marriage speedy arrival of Annisra. Daniel Bachelor Papa of Eric's creation of the second years of Bachelor's father, and Shlomo Ben Yehuda Aryeh today, Philadelphia, which is on the 7 premises of survivors Auschwitz, and that over 100 descendants were American art of the Torah, all over the Sunday Salvador Aliyah, families in the Haman, all of those who were Jewish level for their cult or raised their construction as the Roman messages, shown in the Torah, so that our holy soldiers can be successful. With all in the Hasei, we came and the Hashem Hamadai, Father, so should be benched. The source told us the choice in the comments, and we lost here at the Yamimu. Listen to God, let us be able to be incredible God, and us things that we found for we have nothing else for short time. We came over these 13 we left off on 2004. So it is 2004, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, about 21 of that. But the actual example is like that, which is really again, in this case, when we talk about concept, once again, we continue discussion about unauthorized patronizing stores that may be paying taxes to the adult child. And essentially, again, on the day of the actual celebration itself, being concerned that a phone calls are patronizing one of these establishments, so one could be inadvertently going ahead and supporting adult child. So I'm only seeing what tells the story. So the rest of the Yaakov said that Yaakov went ahead and bought a pair of sandals from one of these stores that really covered that really bought them. I really haven't had they encountered each other after having made their respective purchases, right between the stage. I don't have it happen. So one said to the fellow, Joshua, you ought to all but God Mahafi, with your ready have acted like this, was like they were putting each other orphans down the shop, right? What I mean by that? So I had this just like the orphans that come in Harold, they were accusing each other of being like orphans that were ready. Right? So orphans, what is this? You don't have a ready, you don't have everybody with orphans, if you're ready, I've got this, I'm gonna eat that. The other one, right? So one said that to the other, and the other one responded, yes, Lord, really, yes. Up, grab Mahafi. Right here, don't call me a yes, you're a yes. That's what we're showing up after this one. So it's obviously we're both doing this, we're giving each other stuff for having patronized the store and the store owned by so once I can hold that, what happened? The Taiwan, we call it bias, which is both of them. Both the purchases were totally why. They actually do not buy from shopkeepers, rather we do buy from above us. Right? Again, it wasn't first one. The private individuals too, so it's already got traditional like this whole issue of patronizing the store on the aqua and having the aqua pay taxes to whatever the local level. These other establishments, now what you did is on a full establishment client store. And again, about my is you just stop, goes ahead and sells the stuff. So in fact, interestingly enough, they both had engaged the stream that community, but they both thought that they both assumed that the other had bought from the merchant, which I must say is such a fascinating idea. When you think about this, it makes it pretty heated words, right? To call someone a Muslim, like essentially that's like saying like obviously you have no one. Obviously you have no one. It's a pretty strong statement, and incredibly enough, they came to that realization just based on what they saw. So I think they both were wrong. How often does this happen to us? And like we see a situation, we see a circumstance, we see a person doing something, we automatically create an entire narrative around their behavior, only to find out I was wrong. I was wrong. So you might go back to the verse says, I've done already out of way to see up our above emotionally. There's definitely a shock of this whole focus on patronizing the store of the staff will only buy a form of proprietors by the store. Why? Because if you purchase in the store, the shopkeeper is going to go and pay taxes about what exactly about buyers. So that shopkeeper being itself. If you purchase in your household, you just stop the bag and store our costs, there is not paying taxes and everything. Ultimately, whether you're a moment of something that you open up the shops, to ship versus not right like the obligated stuff. That's obviously if you're playing real life, like the other area you're playing hot sequence, you're really this time. So the answer that Hashaki makes us really bias Hamas. So this is interesting. So the other sensitivity is practices seem to have evolved and changed, and the work cases that people collect taxes from Balabat. Like even if you're a stamp, like an individual guy who's selling stuff out of your house, it doesn't collect taxes. The opposite is going to be open. People will lie, the taxes people are Balabat, have a hustle. Ultimately, again, he would ask for this practice as well. Otherwise, this makes sense because most of the stuff we practice from Balabat, by definition, saying you can't buy from Balabas either because they're also certain discipline. All that you do is exactly what I'm saying. And the other thing is something that the Abba is referring to trying to use the Yaakov and the Kiriak as well. In which case, we said the fact that Yaakov was able to buy the same way. The Yaakov was able to buy the bread because they both know about the ice. And now the operating society is thinking about the ice. So what's happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead? How are they permitted to make their respective purchases if they're going to be paying taxes about taxes? So what you're saying is versus I'll let you do so how are the ads? How will the ads? Sorry, how are the black women able to buy samples and bread about a virus because of their taxes? The Balabayas shouldn't have come to us. They bought it from a Balabayas who doesn't regularly sell it. Look at Rashi. Rashi says shouldn't have come to us. Rashi says, "Because I'm not saying I really think that Balabayas come to us." So apparently, even though already appointed by the Abba, everybody is paying taxes. Merchants will pay taxes. Balabayas regularly. Someone's paying taxes. That was only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. But if I'm not for the race, I can come to like that, an episodic seller. But that makes sense. You have to garage. People stuff for a garage, so you're not established merchant, they would not tax you. But apparently, again, when you have black people living abroad, you're saying the bread, you're buying it for $150 that. Which turns out, at the end of this book, so there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's the classic product, there's the merchant, which tells us again, on anything that you have to purchase from that person. Now, this actually points out, this is a little bit different, so let me again, before we were talking about this agent transaction, It's just not about commercial sellers. Management tells me I can't do that on the day of the end. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the others. That's category one. Category two is about a bias. It would be also an establishing merchant. That's the same between the other bias. The bias is selling right off of his house. Of his house. Because what he does is an established vendor. He's also a going to pay taxes. Therefore, then we can't pay taxes to people. They come to us. The third part is only because it's not about a bias. We have to cover up. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person again doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore again halacha unless you can patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to continue on the same theme here. So Mishnah, Eilit Farmasun and Kala following things, I want to say now, a little bit of switching gears. The following things you cannot sell to anybody. Now again, we're going to see why you can't sell these because these are things that are often used in the service of other desire. So you can't sell the following things. What can't you sell them? It's Talmud. Okay, we're going to find what that is in the Gemara. You know, it's Shua. Find what that is in the Gemara. Pitu Taros. And what's that? Pitu Taros literally means stems. Okay, we'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulavona, frankincense. A white rooster. And you know, he says, but he says, if you're selling an apple, a bunch of roosters, and in that rooster fevra is also a white rooster, that's going to be permitted. That'll be fine. But this match with the antelope, what happens if you want to sell a single white rooster to the animal? So the Gemara says, you could cut off one of its fingers. One of its, I don't know, is it a finger or a toe? By rooster. Claw. Okay, right. Good. Cutting the claws, and that's what we said. I wasn't talking about that. Because interestingly enough, apparently even by the akum, if the animal is deficient in its cluster, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see something with white roosters. So if you're going to sell a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, then cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. The fish, ultimately again because they do not go ahead and worship, they do not go ahead and offer up a deficient item to their avodah zarah. So this is a very, very interesting idea over here. There's also a tremendous Muslim hospital, if you can read about it as well, that even of the avodah zarah, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a shalom fashion. Don't do it chasser. So many times we say, if you start to do things and then we just kind of like, we don't give it our all. So halakha is again, if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's a shalom. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure there's a sense of status. Even though you have a desire, understand. Don't offer up something that is chasr. Incredible. Ushak Haradvarim, and again, all other items. Staman Motor, Uperushan Asma. So we'll see exactly what this means. All other items, it sounds like it says if you just sell it stamp to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be better. But Perushan, if you go ahead and it's explicit, again, akum found, this means asa. And there it says, when they're over after dekel kav, the chatzah asa even and there it says you also can't sell a dekel kav. And we'll say dekel kav really sounds like a good palm tree. Good palm tree. You can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzah can see the leaves for all the time. Good. That's all. Says the Gemara. My itztalub. What's an itztalub? Taranisa is a Taranisa. Very helpful for us. Rashi says that we are right. What's the Taranisa? Top Rashi. Min eresu v'hishita. So it's a type of cedar tree. A type of cedar tree. Okay, she knows it's a mineral. Another is a kasha. Is that true? Is that a true definition? Well, see-through out there. Listen now. This place of most coming here happens to be by Shemitah. Rashi says that we need Shmitas. So now it says by Shemitah, but see-through out there. Allah sing it's the lubin, sasin, ubinos shira. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shemitah prohibition. So you must if you decide like it's the lubin tarnisa means in the Shmitas. Now if you think that the Istanbul is in fact this target, so it's a type of cedar. Is this item really included in the Shemitah prohibition? Now listen, now this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shmita prohibition? Which is fascinating. When he says Islam, Za'al, Toshiyish lo Iker, Yish lo Shvis, Tosha in lo Iker, in lo Shvis. So this is actually a fascinating halacha. Iker means a root. So the Gemara says whatever has a root ultimately is subject to the laws of Shmita, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shmita. Now what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is the second white line, second line from the top. Tosha in lo Iker. This kain ba'aret yimos hagishamim. To go to shul in the so listen to this. Any object, any item, private item that has a root that is able to live through the winter, ultimately is subject to shmita. But any item that has a root source that dries up or that withers away during the winter is not subject to shmita. That's the halacha. So therefore, you're apparently it's the Rublim. So if it's the Rublim, you see, here's our problem. Right? Let's just trace this. Mishnah says you can't sell the Itzterubim to the apple. Gemara, what's Itzterubim? Gemara is answer Taranisa, a type of cedar tree. Gemara says that can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah between Shvius, I actually turn this actually Mishnah and Shabbos. In the Mishnah and Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shmita, including in that list is Itzterubim. Only items subject to the laws of Shmita are items that have root systems, which is very, very rare. And again, the Tarnisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa is the living plant in Tarnisa. That's the point of Ella, I just also point out, the wording of here is very beautiful. Toshidish Iker, Yeshlo Shvis. You understand? That's one of those beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real core of Shabbos is the day in which you really reap the collective benefits of how you spent your life. A powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Sheshis Yomim Chasam Techa. If for 6 days I'm plugging away, for 6 days I'm working, I not just at my job, but in my rhythms. Like literally, I'm learning, I'm doing class, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. The Shabbos ultimately becomes Shabbos is a composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. So the Lashon also, Kol Sheish Iker, whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an Iker in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday, Yesh Lo Shvis, 7 days Shabbos will be incredibly special. So you listen, otherwise, you see this. Shabbos could be a day when you get crash, you're just working very hard during the week, in which case you emerge from Shabbos physically rested but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos can be a day where ultimately the collective benefit of how I toil during the 6 days, whoever ultimately again has purposeful, intentional, living life, Sunday through Friday, that person shines to be. That's the mission that we know in Bible. So again, what's it? It's the Rubim. I'm not Safa, Kiri the Aisha. The Rubim is not the cedar tree itself, rather what is the Rubim? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the cedar tree. The fruit of the cedar tree. Kiri the Aisha. I think you also got to know the lesson, Kiri the Aisha. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the cedar tree. Incredible. Because those things, therefore, we got our first definition of salad. So apparently, again, from one woman's all these items is going to be that these were actively used for that result. So you can't go ahead and sell another result, but it's still a food. Okay, next. Benos Shila. Omra Barachan Omra Yochanan Tzemini Viyurasa. White dates. White dates, once again, there's nothing special per se about these items except that they're just they were actually used for other purposes. Okay, next, kitchen colors. What are kitchen colors? They picked Chusei and Shana. There's a slogan. Remember, kitchen colors are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like what we're doing is that Taurus is a separate category, right? Because the Mishnah means these are the things you can't sell between other people. You can't sell this thing that was established as the fruit of the seed. Right? Next, what is it? White dates. And then it says Taurus, stems. most other forms of the category. Stems is actually a modifier on the previous two. What it means is the case in the fruits of the single tree ultimately again, those can be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out that here, look at actually the subject, the pick two was statement, Shalut, first trump on Rashi, the target to the piece in love with the back of Rashi. The target is like the stems is not its own category on a happy trouble. A working on called aliens, the living Shiva, etc. The fish of living also if we have all this stuff having the downfall of the packs. It's very interesting. What would they do with the white dates and what would they do with the white fish? And the seeking to see the truth being dangerous. So they would do the understand they would understand the part of the idol and next to the idol. So it parts of the okay, zero was like live on us, like it's and nobody's got that in the dish. Live on us, that's any fight is just everyone up, but you know. Okay, it was his tunnel, and you couldn't look at him, which is easy. So now, I can't on the phone up to it was interesting enough, I sort of point that up until now, everything we do has been very important, date specific, like, can't transact business with an outcome on a particular day, or assume the days leading up to a particular day. If you notice that the conversation has switched, and now it has nothing to do with date and everything to do with product. The following items are items that are regularly used in the worship of our Lord. Therefore, it doesn't matter where you connect yourself to. You can have something to them. It's up to the one who's accepted what he says. But you can't get to the cells that you don't. So I could sell, let's say, those on to an alcohol talk. You know, what's the logic? Because as soon as I'm selling the phone, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others. Now that gets the story. If somebody's buying something to that, is that right? You realize, well, you're buying a marginal. That's what you're going to resell. So the kind of happy law, how much is considered to be a large amount? So you should be able to say that you're happy with the piece of the shellers for 3 million. Like 3 million, I should say. 3 million. The late was still not also the last one after you what is that? So let's say, guys, you know, the mission says to sell, let's say, I don't know, whatever, control the small to sell out, waiting for what he's on to an awesome amount out the room. Because I know that's for resale. That's for resale. He's not going to resell. He's going to resell it. So maybe I should be concerned that here he's going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for a so I still participate. Then I go to Zara. I'm going to I'm not buying it. I'll leave you in Pakistan. I'll leave you to lift me on the so listen to me. I am charged over the second year, or I am thinking from this may be the lesson to the show, right? Let's go back to the beginning of the second. Why can't I sell? I like the transaction business with others that having possible honesty only up to those on these items. Because again, I am being studied I am facilitating is that I am facilitating the performance of his ego desire. So the answer is one is the direct participation. Direct participation. Lift me to lift you. So essentially, I have 2 steps to so that you're afraid now. I'm going to start with both. I'm going to do the reset. And he's going to sell it to someone else. That's my problem. That's what I'm talking about. Are you doing the Latino? Are you doing the It was also that Russian over here is so profound. That's why obviously, when you're talking about it, you're listening to people see the rich. You have to tell about the customer. You selling
It's just the concept, you know what I mean? The first time my buddy Ari Shafir was, you know, Ari first time he ever saw it, and I was a waiter, and at the time, Ari, you're hilarious, I love you, you're a tremendous waiter. You know, that's it. We were the first. I mean, in my generation,
when you get when you enter the possibility or something new, when you enter the possibility, no one is taking yourself in a different direction. We're just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. So what we end up doing is we try to figure out, we try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to put it in my life, I do this, so this can go wrong, this can go wrong. And obviously, one of the things we really like want to do is sometimes it is that we overthink things to a point that it renders us absolutely passive. So what the presence is telling us is, how we can affect you. So when you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what you're trying to do. But a listener is a listener never fails. If in life you begin to contemplate every single what if, every single what if, there's no end to the what ifs in life. Contemplate every single what if, it'll lead you to only one inescapable conclusion, which is inaction, capacity, and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between on the one hand thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what ifs in front of you, be a listener, but a listener to listener, thinking things out too much, unfortunately just leads to a systemic life of custody. Incredible law life of systemic custody. Time to go love him. Next, don't sell white pieces to an author. Says the I'm not saying. Think of it as the I'm not saying. Trying to go. Listen to this. What happened is an Apple control, right? Apple is shopping for a terrible. He doesn't obviously. If the Apple shows up and he says, listen, I need a white trouble, right? Run. That's what we're doing, right? We're going to tell something because that's what I'm saying. Well, let's say he shows up and he says, terrible when he calls. No, doesn't just strike the purchase. Now, what's unique about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a white pistol. He's just saying, now, who is that? Look at him for the time of In this case, again, it says you can sell him a white pistol. Why? Because since he's not asking for a white pistol, the assumption is he's been looking for a white pistol. Therefore, if he's selling a white pistol, he's not going to use it says as follows. More control terrible, love again a terrible. So the Buddha says, remember the word on the side. The Buddha says, sell a white rooster if you're selling them to a shepherd. So it's only the people who use the inside group is a white rooster. That is permitted to sell. You want to say, what's the case? Even if the comments are going to go love on me, trying to go love on me. So if the upper is so listed, who has a white rooster? Right? This means so one white rooster, who has a white rooster? So ask this class. Then ultimately again, he didn't have time to give him money though. And again, let's say if he's actively asking for a white rooster, then Allah on the right side, even if I'm selling him a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. And Allah trying to go with me. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is really just shopping for a rooster. Right? Who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, when he's not even mentioning a white rooster, Taki Wahaki, would have you that thing that kind of goes in, if they ask small and low. You know, so what do you see from that? That eventually, that even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only requirement you have to sell the white rooster is when you're selling the thing in a group. And a group of roosters will kind of come off. Feeling that kind of going back down the road. So it's just in the appearance of kind of come off. You can't sell them a white rooster as your place. Even as part of a rooster shepherd. And I'm not going to stop talking about screen. What's the case? Going to Omar. Zach is Zach. What's the case? So I'm going to say it's very interesting. But ultimately, again, the outcome says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at Rashi. Chacham is going to Omar. Zach is Zach. מספיק ולא להביא בפני עצמו, לא תעקם על הגמרי, אז גם בני כל העקה לבוא משחר בעדם. Bilkov, so this is very interesting. So let's say the Akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster. Right? So what happens? He wants all kinds of roosters. So that was the answer. Also, give me car, I car, I have to shop on Rabbi. Basil, me car, none, me cover the Rabbi. But I have to shop on the Yuri Arai. This is what we're going to say. That people here, since the items only tend to actively identify a white rooster, even if halach comments you're buying in the context of who purchase is really changing. The only time ultimately again a white booster is permitted is when color was not identified. And just buying a chevra boosters. I don't know if you're going to white one. Incredible. So the most exciting that's the point that is Miguel a Masai. When is it occurred? Is Mancha Amar Carnival Zet? When is it also? Right? Mancha Amar Carnival Zet Love. About Amar Zet so once it's not the verses of the reading of Leviticus, but we will say that I love when I say the time that all white species can be problematic as well is when the Aquamamish identifies it. He identifies, I want that booster, right? Carnival Zet. But he says that, but again, if he goes ahead and he identifies a group, now again, in this version of Rita, even if Havak Malosa, so that we do this model, he's going ahead and
just walking crazy. Like, I almost want to go back to that city. Really still like Boston or New York. And like, get to like sit and watch the whole city was frozen.
It's aggravating, and you have to be very careful though, Lee, because those Boston white people are different type of white people.
I love the way so, like, even if that video American was that, I remember you could myself as much American was that love. About the Omar, I love the Malaysia, you know, so that this, that, going to be done, if you just go ahead and you identify a white spirit, that's one thing. But if I love the Malaysia, you say Carnival, Zet, love on, it's like, about Zet, I love the Malaysia again, if you go ahead and open Luca, and you buy the Luca boosters, even if you those that have identifies that he wants a white booster, ultimately again it is going to be بعد مثلا باشه خودی که کاریش اصلیش نمیدی اون شکل خود بسیار پیسا مطمئن so what's the interesting exception what's the exception to this rule if Allah measures like this if Allah the Ovid Kohavi says if he's making a mission making a party for his son or he has someone who is ill inside of his home ultimately it is going to be Muslim. But what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party right for his son, or ultimately again he has someone who's ill inside of his home, that means he's using the meat for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, Allah that will be Muslim. I recognize this Al-Qaeda. Only the Hadusha Asr Mishra Libyo. Aino Asr Ella Osa Hayom Osa you just said before that in general, God was giving you salvation for a servant. Like, this is actually beginning of the fact, right? That under circumstances like that, Allah is always us. Right? In other words, we've seen that before. That those are times that God is making a salvation for his son. That's the time that because he would be thanks to his deity. So isn't that an acute issue of Salah? To which the Gemara says, I know also so again, so here's how we there. So the Gemara says you can't go ahead and sell a white goose for the aqua. Why not? Because he's going to use it for apple desire after he was inside. If you know that he's making it simple for his son, or you know that he's going to have has a hole inside of his house, you can sell the white goose. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. Having this obsession, he said before that I'm feeling using salvation for his son, but that's not okay when he's going to go ahead and be worshiping his own God. He's going to be one God for no idea. And he's not going to be touched. He dubs it. But if another dubs it, that's it. Rashi says over here, dubs it. That's Rashi. That's Heimish that the cunning which are incredible, incredible love on the party when we schedule out to sell our white booster. Love Mishkat Kobas Beyo. To have 5 hours at levels over this Kohabi program. Right, so letting so we can sell a white booster because the passion is a person who will go ahead and the person will go ahead and definitely begins to on a day where they're making a soup of this. So what's the party we're talking about over here? And the Mishka Shal Mareus, Sha'osim and the Orim Zeh in Zeh, it's a little question. Very high people will have what are you talking about over here? Couples getting together. So Akum is hosting to get together for his friends. And so nice, friend. there's no life cycle event. Literally, again, it's just a group of guys getting together. What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, they're going to enjoy something. There's no necessarily Zara component to this. That is going to be mature. He's selling a white rooster under a bird's perspective. Incredible. The girl is right. The girl says, Tonight, we sharp for first, coming with the evolution also. And again, you ended off by saying something very interesting. And everything else, right? All of it, all the pollen, of stam on water, if you just sell them stam to an operative going to be water, the illusion also, that you explicit errors of sounds of this would be so gravel. This would be also, I think most of the time I think, what does that mean? What is stam? What's the shine? There must be feeling of stam, like the common PP to Barca, so you like, you usually come out of it. So give me like this. They stam me, because the phone says, I'm buying white meat. I'm buying white meat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for, just I'm buying white meat. And English means it says, I'm buying white meat. Example, how many days you might have most common people in like this video, right? And the pollution people are wrong people. That's the speech, right? Because that's it. So obviously, the other problem comes on the other problem says, I'd like to buy white meat. Like, I mean, that's basically say what it's for, then why can't you go ahead and sell it? And if he says, I'm buying white meat for Avodah, of course you're not allowed to sell it. So what's your name? Allowed to go to the stomach to the Amar Fiti, the Yushan to the Amar Fiti. Now you're going to say something over as follows. If an Akim comes along and says, I want to buy meat, he doesn't say what kind of meat, he doesn't say what it's for. He just says, you know, when that is going to be more. That's the case of stout. The case of English, where it says white meat. White meat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white meat, these things are using it for when I said in the trial, the kind of roll out, he was someone running back to my website. This is the case by me. Now, the US presupposing that a newspaper is going to be even more common than in this case, and we can look from here that whenever an applicant asks to buy a newspaper, most probably for applicants purposes and even stamp. Like, even if he doesn't explicitly say right one for Avodah, he still can't sell it. Seriously, the man says, I mean, the older son with Amar, that starts to become a Jew. Yes, I'm sorry. The old man, stomach with Amar, the new son, the Amar la Avodah Shabbat. What's the rest of the No, it's not the case. That's really the case of stamp is where an Akim says, I'd like to purchase white meat. That's the stamp case. What's the Danish case? The Danish case is when he says, I'd like to purchase white meat for Avodah. Now listen, if an Akim goes into your store and comes to your house and says, I'd like to buy white meat for Avodah, I say, what's the check? It's obvious. Obviously, you can't go ahead and sell that. So what's the Gemara says, this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. So I like Hamira, I have love, and what they see is happening. I look like I'm even when the athlete comes over to me and says he's looking to buy white meat for Avodah, he's not really buying it for Avodah. It's not really for Avodah. I said, why does he say Avodah? Ella, maybe it's the other cover, let's not listen. The guy isn't Avodah Zarah. Right? He is, he works Avodah. The Sabbath, he hit the Sabbath of the day, fully other money are equal. So listen to this. So sometimes, right? The Avodah Zarah comes over to me, right? And he says, listen, he's a big Avodah Zarah. And he assumes that since he's working Avodah Zarah, therefore what? Everyone works Avodah Zarah. That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to you, and I say, this is fascinating, right? How, like, we often assume that the way we think is the other people think, what we do is the other people do. This guy comes over to me, like, assumes I'm not going to have a Zara also, and therefore he says, hey, Mahaki, he hates the lace will be. So I said, this is great. So he says, I'd like to buy some white meat for Avodah Zarah. He doesn't need it, right? What is he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal, right? He's looking for a deal. So come on. One Ovid Avodah Zarah going on, right? You know, let's by the way, what a shock. Somebody could have figured to Ovid Avodah Zarah. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also Ovid Avodah Zarah. See, he doesn't need it. What he's just trying to do is just trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, again, and therefore, I might have thought that he's not really using it for a whole desire. He's name shopping. Because he's made it for dollars. So I know I thought that he's just going and kind of dropping up with desire just to get discount. Much more now. I will say, yeah, what is much more on the Kamash Malone could mean maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. If he says that over Zara, get involved in the second transaction. That's the bottom line. Okay, so by the Rashi, this discussion. Right? Turns on the link as well. Means listen very interesting. What happens if he acts in the marketplace and he's asking who has amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw? So you have a rooster missing something. So now you know, kind of go rubber. So let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster. Right? I am not allowed to sell you the white rooster. Now what's the shot? You know, I'm not going to blah blah blah. I'm not going to the fact that he put this way amputated rooster, it clearly indicates that what this is not for a result. That's because for a result, you're going to do this for rooster. Maybe I can sell you a rooster as well. Oh, you're not, you're moving from the house. Or maybe this is a new bike, this is going to trick, this is a new. Right? Like, if he's a smart guy, you know, that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters, and if they'll be able to get white roosters, incredible. So the United States, and I'm not hiding it from Adam. If you want to say this, the whole thing is a ruse, and if you need to try to get a white rooster, you must just kind of go loving me, the yard shaka, the yard other shaka, Maui love. So what's what I'm calling case? Let's see where the Achim comes when the Achim says, I want you to buy a white rooster. So what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys it. Or a red rooster. And he buys it. And I then sell him a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, me and even the other shaka, lava, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using the roosters for idolatry service. And then he's selling them the white ones is not a problem. All Jim love, he really from the house. Or maybe not, maybe talking his roots. In other words, the Akim is a smart guy, so he knows he needs to get the right rooster. He's not going to get the right rooster straight out. So maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care. Ultimately, in order to get the right rooster, which the Gemara says, take me. Okay, so at least this is an open-ended question. Back there. By Mayor Omer Ab, that helps. So over here said, even. What is called Dekai Talk? What is this? Gemara says, I'm a little bit this study up to me, this is incredible. To me, the Apolos spoke of the Amadino, Dallas may appear to have. So if you saw that, the Amadino also had the Saka Sabo Desire. Let's have Saka Sabo Desire. Because you also say, Amadino also had to know how to navigate. We have all these realities at this time. First quiz, Amadino's Saka Sabo Desire was 400 trucking. 400 trucking. Whereas the unknown, Kamisha Tunani below Yadino. Whereas our Misaka Sabo Desire is only 5 chapters. And yet each one. So as it's obviously Christian realize the fact that under his Misaka Sabo Desire was 400 chapters indicates that first of all, this was Halach Manaisa. Right? We find Halach Manaisa you have to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of this time. So 400, talking and others only 5. So this is interesting enough at this point down how beautiful is this. And the Lord says, even having something only have something. One of the most beautiful things is also when you open up a block here, right? That opens our last without. So just the only thing that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same words. It's something so beautiful to know. It's the power of Torah in general. Torah links the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Islam. My children look at the same black tomorrow, and my grandchildren will see the same black tomorrow, and my grandchildren will see the same black tomorrow. It's the most incredible and beautiful, overwhelming feeling in the world. This is there's so many things in life that will change. But in Salvador, back to Darwin, it was the same generations before me, and it will be the same generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our efforts into, or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not endure. One thing is clear. When I put an investment into life, that is an investment that will last the end of its life. It has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time, right? How incredible is it to think you pick up even though you hold that $1, I don't know really also how much is on that. Granted, he's like $1. I don't know how many pounds left in that is in Arsenal, right? Or Jack is like a shot, right? But what might suck,
So many of the fucking movies.
think about that. I don't know being how even set some $1, and you and I as we go through our different because the need to feel, to be rooted in something that is this. So many things in our life we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally unexpected. The total we have is absolutely eternal. It's incredible. So we have says, o mai passione, storia di me ora applicata the concept of Nicholas Puzzle in company. And years ago, I remember the Mishnah said all of these items. We know that's something of it. Gemara says, so that alternative to one of hot decal, ishbisa. I don't think you can't sell a good country to an uncle, but you can sell a bad country. Like, just trying to figure out what does it even mean? But in what we learned was that in general, you can't sell something anything that is attached to the ground. I was going to get to this in just a couple of days, but you're not allowed to sell an uncle land. Can't sell land. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, there's money for the specials. No, we'll talk about this. But again, so much as I'm not able to sell the palm tree at all, right? Because at the end of the day, a palm tree is attached to the earth. Sagas of palm tree, like good palm tree, bad palm tree. So you might just tunnel that. Nice deco. So what is that? Halos deco. You're ultimately going to turn to the fruit of a palm tree.
When they first went to 1080.
Okay. This is not going to be the best of this. You can't say you get
last like 4 show were in 4K. And so they're still going to be good for years and years and years. And I took less money, but it's better for me than worry about Netflix. I'm going to Australia in April because of Netflix. I've never gone to Australia. And I'm going to Thailand.
Okay, so we learned the plus, we don't know what the plus is. But I told you, I see this type of food. And all you have to know my house. So I'm not like, it's like, here's the issue. It's not like variety helps us all that much. More than what Nicholas is. Okay, so what's Nicholas is variety? What variety is Nicholas? What do they both mean as variety? But the message is how exactly do these alternative definitions of meat, which Gemara says, I'll tell you why, my understanding. I'll tell you, because this custom, Amr should be Nicholas, Amr will be correctly, the Yadi will come out. Also, you must actually why it does help at the end of it because people try to sell and you say Nicholas, you might not know what it is, but they'll tell you correctly, and ultimately you'll be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Nicholas was the more common name, correctly was the more common name. So although for us it might not be itself when we go there to sell, and again you go ahead and say correctly, they'll be able to point you in the direction of what it is that they are discussing. Those are some very late, tremendous stuff. Also, minion 650 is way less than you have in capital Shibahome, that is 650 and 3112 Hackney Road, or the club that we much appreciate the track of what Jason is. Capital Zero sorry that I'm exposed. I think he's still here because you're all still here. So yes, that means you hear my voice. Right? So I'm sorry that somehow I told you the tech team is not very excited. It was that kid
We still win every time. That was the sign right there. Not the police tell it to. Because they made them years later when they needed the money. Right. They just made it. It's garbage. They don't care. They just keep putting out shitty shit. Yeah. Break even in the box office. They sell it international. And they make a little profit with the fucking write-off. I heard that fucking CBS is redoing The Hunt. Yes, that's a true story. There's not an original fucking idea left. Not an original idea left. This movie is fucking garbage. This is garbage. The networks came because they don't know what to do. They panicked. So they said, what shows work? Nobody wanted it. They didn't know that it was Jeremy Gleason. Yeah. That was Senate the Entertainer. They didn't know that it was fucking Uncle Buck with the fat fuck, not fucking. Yeah, John's still saying, I got nothing against nobody. This time, but John Candy was Uncle Buck. That's it. Leave it at that. Yeah, leave it at that. Yeah, leave it at fucking that. They make Rainy Day as a TV show, but they just switch the races. Yeah. If you can't say my nigger, okay, then kill yourself. Okay, you can't say my nigger, one fucking text. Seriously, you gotta be able to say my nigger. You know what? I like it. I like that. You know, I like it. I like David Wayans. It's really tough to play rings. The day the fucking sun rain comes ranch dressing. Just because I like Chuck Norris. Guys went black. Don't silence. What was that Bruce Lee where they just start like warming up? Dragon. Chuck Norris fell by 85. The Octagon. What was that movie? The Dragon. Yeah, in the fucking Coliseum. Until that time, I wouldn't see that. Yeah, and these back to the table focus on what was wrong with at the car dealership, Detroit, Michigan. That was my dog. His name was Jim Bill. I lost contact with him 10 years ago. He's from fucking, where's that comedy club outside of Detroit that's been there on Ripley's Copycat? What's the name of that deal? That's what he was autograph. That's how you know he was cool as shit. He fucking came to see me when I was in Cali. He got me a job when I came out of Cali. He kept bugging me before I got arrested. That night, he kept bugging me for weeks to watch things I'm working in this movie. This fucking Steven Seagal. He's fucking great. He only did one good movie, and that was when he's on the boat. Under Siege with Tommy Lee, and they're doing that night shit. Which one is it? It was been good. It was tremendous. What was his name? Oh, man, was it good? I got it twisted up. He's got a walk the walk. Yeah, right. was married to Kelly. That's the deal. Always welcome. So let me smell your hand. Inside, it's good. Holy moly. You're a kid. Yeah, the whole Logan thing. But then that's the one when he goes to shop on me. Was a bag of sticks. That's the different one on it. Shop on me, no bull. He fights it. It's all about the mafia. I saw you the other day on a fucking Law and Order. So, is the gangster and then you police are putting on something which buys the real estate that she's on. To show that she's on something that's an excuse to mess around. And then she started dating Christopher. Yeah. Christopher was doing her own. Right. It's all for his own. She goes, she's the gangsters. Miss Stevens goes, that's down. Yeah. The third one was, he gets shot. He goes, no, oh, yeah, that's the one. He wakes up. He's fucking, no paralysis, no fucking, off the training after you wake up. Rehab. No doctor. No. He walked hopefully with no psychics. Jesus, 2 days later. Gets out of a car, it's like beep beep, we shit, it's cardio. I couldn't work a spoon in my mouth. What the fuck are you talking about? He almost drowned in a couple of houses. Almost drowned in apples. I saw you the other day talking about Alexis. Are you taking out the trash on that fucking Law and Order day? On you really? You were taking out the trash? You were telling the cops about the fucking young SVUs or something? I thought it was great. You get a check. No, they cut the first one. $16 I shot myself. Was it 16 minutes for myself? That's when I shot that, which had to be 2006. Yeah. I can't imagine a signature in New York. So next time you're going to be here, back heavy. In fact, there's something with Jim Papa point. Because he said he went to New York. He went downstairs, it was $10 a pack. He goes, I'm done. Yeah. It was 10. I got a snap on it as a fucking pack of smokes. And it was fucking $17, $16. Ridiculous. So I was like, what the fuck? Jesus. The wind was coming. See, this was trying to take a walk. All the chains in there because they were almost Jersey, coastline facing New York City, downtown. That's all that went down. It was a nice apartment. I can still remember maybe 4 nights. One night I was coming from Jewish priest. I met that little lady. I went over there by myself. And I came over and it just died. She was like 2 weeks. She fucking drove me. And I went over there and I got on that boulevard, these bus, and I was walking up to that boulevard. And the wind blew me, and I was dressed to kill. I mean, not dressed to kill, but like, all the sweatshirts and boats. That wind got a hold of me, man. My fucking spine almost broke. There was one time I took my own. I remember the night Freddie Prinze died. I was a kid. And I was finding out when I was out with a fucking kid. Because, those days you drink a bottle of booze, and I'm drinking a fucking like 2 bottles of booze on. We spent like a $10 bag of reefer. The cemetery is no short to Marbury. A lot of people know about you on 64th Street, right behind the project shit. Come on 46th Street. And just sometimes you bump into Santa Maria people, sometimes you bump into real devil worshippers and shit. Just 25 minutes. It's like you walk like Kenny Boulevard and then walk away during the now. You just come, you just go along somebody's backyard. You had a spot, you had way better. Just come out of somebody's backyard right there, they live. Cemetery. But out of that cemetery, it was fucking freezing. It was freezing, silky and shit. So you don't get respectful as all these fucking graves.
Was anywhere near.
I went over there, pulled my pants halfway up, and I started looking around real creepy. And I took my whole door and I pulled my pants on. I peed in my pants. And they froze already. I had shingles on the outside. They were fucking shingles on the outside like it's iced over. Oh, that's how fucking cold it was. Like I stood on that night. And one night I went to the fucking island on the Saturday party and I took out the bar. If you go to Hudson Valley Park in January, it's so cold that you're in freezes. There's no island with ducks on it. All my friends would go across that fucking pond with cables. And I couldn't fucking quit. Oh, this is crazy.
You raped yourself. You didn't do no cover.
This kid would walk around with a brother. And this fucking dude, he drove fucking right through the window. We got these granola biscuits and we got them straight. So we inhaled these granola biscuits and we went to the Alabama Saturday. We got so fucked up with that this we had to go. We had a fucking expensive date. So we went to the wing farm. Because our dad was out for our house. Kids were professionals. We went to the wing farm, Chinese restaurant, Broadfoot. So we could run chance. It was too fucking freezing. We walked down out to County Park. We made a lot to there with the wing farm. But the problem with the wing farm was we were always dying in cash. So these motherfuckers started working up. I called my cousins. They're on the roof. So we had money right there. So we just out there. Well, this is Kid Joe. He's on Facebook today. And he's got a hook nose. Joe LaFoe. They used to call him Joe LaFoe. So me and Paul just sit on the same side, and Joe LaFoe is over here. We're talking. We all had grams of pork fried rice, shrimp and lobster sauce, and blah, blah, blah. And we had this.
Fried rice with no peas or carrots.
Joe fucking Raggio's fucking feeding his face. Right, he's feeding his face, and all of a sudden I could see. It was like he ate most hard, right? And he got fucked up on it. And all of a sudden his face, he just fell into the Chinese restaurant, into the Chinese food. And he's fucking slow. I can tell. And I'm Brent's going for fucking everything we fucking got. Because we were fucked up and freezing. And those days, you could go home smelling like reefer and like duck shit. So the day that fucking contained the high from when we went to the wing farm and we fucking ate and we stayed there for like 2 weeks. We stayed there till we wanted extra more. Because it was time for my fucking tech on there.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's called Jack. And I fell asleep in the whole fucking grocery. It's still called Drag Grocery. On the way down to my house, I'm giving service. It's still in the corner there, one of the little corners house, North Brown, goes this way. And there's a bodega there. And next to this apartment building, it's like three floors. Maybe third floor. And I know it must have been freezing, and I blacked out with the devil. I blacked out. I still remember the baby with his white shirt. Like the duck vest. Yeah, like a duck jacket. The whole fucking jacket's supposed to be warm. I had gloves on and shit. But it gets better. I wake up in this room with this fucker like I slept in the fucking room with mailboxes are all games with the exits are all right there. I still call them there, but it was the fucking door. I fucking woke up running to the grocery store. I drank that motherfucker that time all the way down the hill. I know you love orange juice. Dog, I had this fucking jack. Motherfuckers love orange juice. Oh my god, I used to have this village every in those days. I wanted to my man Valerio had a Mustang, like a two-door white one. That was the only car in the family that was white. It was his sister's. Once he got a little old enough to drive, they gave him a Mustang. So he's driving a Pelican. So this is guy that was around. We all get it. And I'm like, Doug Jack, he gets caught. And he left the window open. So within 3 fucking minutes, the wind was hitting the dome and there was feathers. He's making some changes today. Saying, you know, these changes Roger fucking cheese. 11 red stars. You don't pick up a bag of fucking stars every Tuesday. Yeah, but that's all bags. So what are you doing? Because I'm talking about, you know, the trade. You know, I was doing a show at the Hold'em while I was there, and I ran into Tony Bennett, and he said his assistant, which was like a 30-year-old hot chick, and he was performing the next day, and I go, Mr. Bennett, just put it out there. I was down to come. Huge fan of your music, Anthony, and I love for you to come over and see the show. But the thing is, I was wasting my breath, right? He came to my show for a good stay 2.5 hours for that show. I didn't know he was in there. And at the end, I was doing those finger banging shirts, and he goes, hey, Melvin, can I get a shirt? They do the fingers. And that was the coolest time I've ever felt. So Tony Bennett was asking for a finger banging shirt. How strong is that? That song came out He's still coming. Because I saw him last year with Lady Gaga. He's older than 80, I think. He's 90. He's 26. That's as good as it gets, Jed. He stops sometimes. Yeah, because walking like this is one of those things. You do that once that shit gets out. That's what I'm going to do. That's the way I need another one to teach me ultimately I get that stuff. So that's all we use. Yeah. So we're going to say, I try to look this up. We got that some species, but in the South Africa, everyone knows I have to. If there was a reality, I'm not just right? So see was, and then I love the watching this and so the football can go anything. That is a story. We not even do a complete always do it like that. And the answer is the same as we have the chemistry, i.e. to a
Josh would treat like brush.
Then go to Sydney.
What they charge them to get
After you
Charge you $300.
yeah, it's gotta be free because Cat Stevens is charging $300 from the day. Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did last September. That's the what we gonna do for
in which case he was vocalized as
my friends at Cat Stevens. They pay you $300. I know for a fact. I heard about the fact that I was thinking about tickets. She came down like 300 was light. So I said, it's light. I was like, really?
That's a different audience.
First of all, that's the couch.
Oh my God.
They fly over from Michigan. They take them out of a cave.
They got kids
Just to be seen in there. Just to be seen amongst those Jews. They got certainly right there. She was here. That's the Columbia. So we don't live for fact.
Yeah. And that's the shit scenes. I mean, that's the shit sure. Okay, it wasn't that they're doing Joshua Tree. They're doing just Joshua Tree.
So the fact that it says the fact that it changed
To sit through an amazing album.
and this year
It's amazing album.
it should also be vocalized
Check this ticket I can find for
it goes on the radio state
It's $50.
to make more sense than the instead of the shit.
The place in Nashville is $300.
So remember again, the tickets that got done, all discussion we're having is because my favorite is saying, it's a lot.
But they might not now because they just got
So I think the someone says two, or we go with that Stein.
they've been playing Monterey. It's gonna be 90,000 people there.
Still says one, which is just for
No, but Monterey gets real shitty about that. They don't want nobody performing. They didn't want me performing anywhere in Tennessee for like 4 months before, 3 months after. Spend their entire career like hoping for retirement. Do you guys think about retiring? Is that even a goal for me in the head? Is this like that could be like doing nothing or doing something to me? You never know what anybody can keep for you. So you to tribute me, that's all on YouTube and like that's opening for me. Tribute me. It says YouTube tribute me. I swear to God. The Staples. Why do they have them on YouTube?
I tried.
I took a strike. This YouTube over here is the original. Yes. Not the fucking trading club. Jesus.
What is that song?
It's $55 for standing room only at the Candy Club for a YouTube tribute base. Okay,
You know, so
was it 60,000?
it's certain applications inside of this. A lot of applications outside of this.
This is California.
I'm doing the good.
Sounds right for me.
When it comes to interior applications. As you can tell, that's one of our goals for us at work. If you left out any of the applications or services or whatever, depending on your look, you still have us in our house. So practicing that application on the
That was like
outside.
55. I don't think so.
If you left that everything, will be in that. Let's say if you're talking about that's
Okay.
you know this comparing what applications for your deadline to what applications across the line. The what applications for your life essentially refers to every single problem. And you have a phase, but even if you just end up doing one what application will cover as a problem. So I would compare what the rolling one to what above the deadline to what doing. Essentially, what applications above the deadline, I do expect us to do the same level, but as long as you do minimum of one your application, you're good to go. Beautiful. That's the first step. That is it. The customer will want to so one your application of context is enough to be the contact. You know, this is a problem. You can also take that unit to your because, for example, when it comes to blood, there's interior blood, blood that is inside of those.
I think the top man is a savage. The bass player is a savage.
This is blood that is outside. When I say outside, there's a
So right, man.
not the high item is there.
I like music. I like
So this, just like how the concrete is, right? If you go ahead,
that's what you're asking me about. I like that.
because it's not yet. I'm sorry. The quick,
For shitsies.
for tomorrow is just going to be here. We're going to be go. So let's start with some stuff. What's such a thing with that? This is
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those dudes are those stars. Man, those are great.
So you know it says it's fun. So you know it says I can compare exterior blood to interior blood. Just like you do not say, oh, a little bit. Oh, it's exactly good. So just like interior blood, just like interior blood. So ultimately, again, it is invalid. So exterior blood, if you left that one application, it's also not good. That wasn't obviously that one actually which the US is really good. So much is really
Pretty good.
technical comparison to like
He's good about you. What's this? He gets
so
like
you might say very interesting bits. Very interesting bits. It's much easier to go ahead and have exterior blood and then exterior blood to interior blood. So again, when it's a full function, are sprinkled on the exterior. First of all, really seems to be the one that we're going to stick with. So you put the blood sprinkled on that one. As long as you do, just to get a good culture and myself, yeah. So to the big cake, when you do cereal blood application in 50 bucks, and then for 6 bucks. Okay, that's the best. We can go ahead and top us, the tunnels, and top us, the panels. Ultimately, we're going to be really educated on it. But another case of podcast support players are the that are offered on the other side. Because again, you don't have to do podcast support players. If you bet, if I'm able to remember that to be reasonable, that's how we started. That's how we started. So, how do you The first people teaches me,
I've been in
and I love
rooms,
the
so
best stuff.
yeah.
It's just good, even if you only spend like on 3 portfolios. Perché poi capisce la sua e sapere che per te sta fare il fatto di vedere ogni giorno si va a gestione e finché a partire sono andato a finché tanto se lo scusi con me vuole venire cerca la parte se lo dico si c'è se vuoi scoprire e non ti viene non sono sposate anche fai un it's within yourself. On the level, I got money aspirations, like I said, I got money
My favorite Joey Booger story is we were at the Comedy Store in like 2000. Okay, and me and Joe Diaz were the only ones smoking weed. Okay, up there. There were a bunch of ladies. It just wasn't it. Me and Coco were in, and we kept on getting the ear beating from this black guy who said he was a producer from Fox. He was just doing this to come into the shows. He probably wasn't even a PA, a production assistant. You know, this guy was there, and he was so fucking annoying at telling us about what TV show we should do, stuff like this. I guess he had a head call, and the boogers he was pulling out, like, they were like hard at the beginning, and then like really thick and wet at the end. Okay, you know what I'm talking about? Those thoroughman is like half Triscuit, half snail. Okay, and he take those, and he go to this guy, and like you're rubbing it. Okay, that guy must have had 20,000 socks on the back of his jacket by the end of the night. Coco, I saw this one too. Like, he got one finger, and then one with the other nostril with the thumb, right? So he had two, and that would look like a fucking seagull shit on that guy's shoulder. It was so thick, and it was crazy. And this guy was such a fucking asshole. It was the most tremendous. So much shit. They're so full of shit. Oh my god, if somebody's doing day extra work, all of a sudden they start in this one, where you may have seen them in that movie. It's like, no one saw them in that movie. You know, it's just annoying as shit. But speaking of movies, kind of tell just the church of an Eminem story. Is the church of an Eminem? It was a fucking peanut M&M.
that this filter is above anything. It's not fair enough to not feel. That's actually not a physics reason. So if it's a sprinkler, what is that? That's not fair. But that's what I'm saying. call the club. Oh yeah, no, yeah, we call the club. That's no way. It's not professional. What about ultimately again? Unless you like, listen, but you think it's like a blood. we'll see the rest of the blood ultimately in playoff on base.
There's
So
a
if you got an example, ultimately again, some of the blood being applied, let's say by a half hour. So that means some of the blood was applied ultimately again across the red line, and the rest of the blood up the line. So don't you have some of the blood cells being done above, some of the blood cells being done below?
and you find out we get
Which
many
converts
words
it.
on
Should I know
over here right now.
should I know that again? Because should I know that the sense of how the type of thing. And if you want to tell the hand, then you know should I know all the color is still like that. However, if you should I know you have to do you give the man a I what about internal? What about inner should I? Ultimately, again, it is showing someone something to say, yeah, I'm happy, which you listen, but have not in common, come out of one place. It is showing that this can separately bend the blood circles. So talking about the new blood applications in one place. Look at this side, bottom line, the conclusion of the video was that remember what we must come from this whole last part was is your separate thing ultimately again it's blood applications at two different parts of the scale. You might actually place in the division the answer to that is no. There is no such thing as blood applications on multiple parts of the scale. Now again, that's the difference. There is no such thing as mandated blood application on multiple parts of the scale. That would be sometimes just the process of sprinting, but blood ends up in different places. Sure. And essentially, for our purposes, there's no such thing as a roadblock where there's a mandate to do some of the blood applications above the focus above the red line or for greater like that. Now, the halal for once again, if you're going to have blood applications on your blood, it is either ultimately again above the red line or the table red line. So just use your interestingly enough. And we'll get to this. Actually, not going to do that one. So because we'll do it tomorrow. But we're still left with our original focus in Sandwich. So remember again, all of the Shabbat, the Sandwich here will do this whatever is real. But halal for once again, agree is what blood application ultimately again to go ahead and affect the total. That's what we do. After again, halal for once again, what about how the Shabbat said that practice is useless. The Simon says all you need is one. The Shabbat says you need two. After the focus, that's the godliness and the that's not what you said about this tomorrow. Again, tomorrow the show that's on the whole day is the actual legitimate. It's short. They have to come and make up some guy's mind. That's actually a speech style. And this is how it is.
Okay, I was there when Coco said that he had the yellow, ruby, and gold. Okay, Bobby, look here, Bobby. Oh my God. It's ruby and gold. Alright, and Bobby, I put it outside. I put it in your mailbox, and I left it alone for you. Alright, I'll be right there. Alright, have the goddamn money. Don't fuck around this time, Bobby. Don't fuck him, don't fuck him. And then hang up, and we'd sit there for 3 hours.
I would have 3 coke dealers. I would look at one time, and I would torture him to just get to it. Like if they said to me, I'll go get in my mailbox. You just do this. Some comes with 1,000 stories.
You know, by the way, this is the thing. Exactly how he does everyone doing the blood animals or something like that. They'll call me starting 2 nights before to blow the same others. Do you ever
I'm saving that asset to correct. When he sees this asset, I'm waiting for the fucking night.
You know who else can be an attack on Wednesday, by the way? That's why I'm turning left here. I never did that. I turned left here because he tortured me for about 36 hours. And I was convinced that it was the strongest, most potent in the world. And I was going to freak out. I had to. My car wasn't here.
So funny. I saw Dr. about this fucking Vegas thing.
Man, it's great. We're in Harris. come see me. You're done at 11:30. That's perfect. That's when Vegas starts rocking. You know, it's so much fun. So much fun. Fuck yeah, I'll be out there with them. These guys are heroes. I mean, heroes is a Caesar's property. They give me chips to go out and gamble. I want to be on the $5 chip. That's fucking cool. You know, these guys are really spending a lot of dough. They're giving away trips. We gotta do one on here, bro. You know, you love your fucking fans, the church people. I love them. Why don't we send a couple of them out there in Vegas? Dude, let me get it together. Church guys, church members, listen up. We're gonna fucking get a whole thing together. You listen to Coco, alright, and my brother Lee, and I will fly you to Vegas, wherever you are, Canada too, wherever the fuck you are. I'll fly you to Vegas on me, put you up, you come to the show, alright, maybe we can get some of those stars or something, I don't know, we'll work something out, okay? Alright, so I'm talking to you guys like D in Colorado, Nope, Darren Noble, I love him, and my man Ookie Spooky, I love that guy.
Tabby Winkler.
Oh,
That's my girl. Shit.
she's bad, she's everywhere.
Shout out when you mention that shit. Paul Folklore, Louis Hector, Jesse Linquist, Tom De Niro, my brother, MMA Insider, fucking Spanish German Leon Vega. There she is. Tabby Winkler, aka Louis Smokey, Julian Thomas, and Horny. I love you motherfuckers. Thank you for always doing your thing.
I forgot the shit, the cold, the flu.
Everybody's got the fucking cold.
Some man.
Get well, yeah, I talked to get well. You've been with someone that this is good. Vegas before Restream.
Yeah, man.
Slow it down for a while. Right. You go.
I'm going, that was 2 weeks. I've got a weekend in Canada at 2 casinos, Calgary, Winnipeg, and then I think I got a week off. And then I'm back at Harris for a couple weeks, and then I go to, and then I go to Australia. I'm in Australia for 2 weeks.
You go back there.
But yeah, go right back there.
This is how many weeks work together.
28 weeks. And, you know, the deal they thrown at me is phenomenal. You know, I mean, I can't ask for anything better. A suite that's bigger than any apartment that we've ever had.
You're gonna stay there all weekend.
No, I'll stay there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I'll get the fuck out. Dude, I'm taking a page out of Dr. Coco's book. Sunday is for my house, my family. I either gotta go see my dog or I gotta come see my kids or something, you know. But I can't be in Vegas more than 3 days in a row. It's crazy. It's tough for a guest, especially like Vegas. Like, I love the face. I hate buffet. Yeah, I'm gonna do you a favor, Lee. Any food you're eating at a buffet, somebody did not want that food. They picked something else besides that. It's disgusting. Think about that. They're all breathing on it. They got AIDS. I know some plastic. Stop. They don't stop AIDS. That's Coco. He knows. They don't stop AIDS.
Jumps right at you.
I have no idea. I love the face. That's what I miss. Asian Chinese. My face from back east. You're good. You're lucky. You're too fat to do that. You can't do that. I love the woman. That's why I love it. If I lived in Vegas, I'd go every day. No. That's disgusting. I wouldn't let you. I just I love disgusting. What do you mean? What do you mean? Everything bad. Everything bad? Yeah, I love it. That's seriously? Yeah, I love burgers. I love buffets, but people like you and I like buffets. Buffets are like Asian food, like dumplings, Chinese food. I hate breakfast buffets. I think breakfast buffets are a waste of time. I like brunch. Why? You can make eggs or eat the portion. They always charge like $30 for breakfast. Dude, let me tell you what's up, Lane, because you're young, you don't know. Blowjobs and egg benedicts are exactly the same. You can only get them in hotels. Okay? Alright? That's it. Alright? You can't get them nowhere else. Alright? I'm telling you, that's what you want, man. That eggs benedict is the fucking way
I'm excited to get taking a breathe.
Yeah.
Backyard Wednesdays or Sunday.
Yeah. I'll be doing a lot of Los Angeles press, so I'll be coming into those off days and stuff. And, maybe I can come in here and hang out with you guys. I love it. Even if you got, you got other guests, I just want to hang out with you for a little. Every time I'm going to do it tonight. It does. It keeps me humble. I remember where I fell in front of my house where you thought, Ralphie, get up. They're going to think I mugged you. Ralphie, get the fuck up. You got to get up. They're going to think they're going to take me to jail, Ralphie.
I want to go fucking something happened. I was on a trip to the okay, so I went the long way. It was like 1:30 in the morning. Then I shot up that street. I parked into that train. And it was for like 10 minutes, man. It was like I was waiting.
Yeah.
It was like fucking 5 minutes. I just thought about Ricky and I thought about Gavin and I thought about Celine and my fucking sisters from Houston. And I thought about Doug Stanhope. Crazy money. I did part of the original or something. And just how many years would it tell me I'm walking around
that neighborhood, man. Tucky was there. Mitch Hedberg was there. He was there. Everybody was in that neighborhood.
I got Pablo Joshua.
Yeah.
It is a great little neighborhood, man. And you gotta see it now. It's like, I used to be in that hotel on the corner.
Right.
On Vista.
Was that a hotel?
It was like a dead hotel. Making a turn one day and see the pool. And it was fucking loungy with cigarettes in it. There was a guy on the pool. I forget what it was. And there was a mom with 3 kids and a husband, and they were tourists. Like when they sent them the picture of the hotel, the pool.
Right.
And they were fucking, I remember going, what a waste to come to fucking California. But there used to be a print shop there on the corner named Charlie Jam Printing. I gave that motherfucker millions of dollars in the beginning from printing resumes to headshots to cutting them.
Charlie Jam.
There used to be this kid. I don't know how the fuck I met him. I was right around the time I was always showing when weed was starting to percolate. It just popped out of somewhere. He had this weed that killed Lincoln. Fucking, we passed over. This weed was fucking, it was a Dallas Cowboy thing. He had a Dallas Cowboy tattoo on his head. And he'd always give me weed, like sell me weed. It was fucking high power. And he was a guy that got so fucked up in LA one night. And he went out with his friends, smoked a bunch of blow, took a pill. Didn't even look down the plane and woke up in fucking Florida. And they called his parents and they put him in rehab for 6 months.
Florida,
Like something weird, man. Like it was just, the story was amazing. I forget what the fuck his name was. I can't believe he just came into my mind right fucking now. Weird situation. We met some fucking characters that night, man. That was a long fucking time. Listen, next week I'll be at 20 fucking years. Wow. 20 fucking years. On February 19th of my 54th birthday, I'll be a regular at the store 20 fucking years.
Wow.
I never did nothing. It was just a man. And no,
I'm at 18.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right after you came, right after.
Oh my god. 18. God damn, Coco. It don't seem like it's been that long. Nice.
You had the manager, you had the cancer.
Well, fuck, let me even know how I'm banana peel around me.
That'll be around the outside of the south.
Okay, Coco, that's good.
Fuck.
You cracked me with that one. I was a nice kid. My manager, man, when I first got here, she signed me in San Antonio during the Latino Live Festival. They fucked up and let me go first, and I got to stand to go.
So she signed me on the spot. Come out here, and within a week and a half weeks, I found out she's got terminal cancer. All right. That happened to me. She had terminal cancer. I'll raise her bed right here. I've already said fuck everybody in Houston. Fuck you. I'm going to LA. Suck my dick. And now my manager's fucking dying. All right.
She had money or gas or somebody.
Yeah, she had Medina. Yeah, Joy Medina.
She was out there in the fucking 30. Right?
Yeah.
She was listening to me. I just got off the phone with these casting people at CBS. I had done Dick at that time. I had done the pilot for CBS. And maybe basketball, maybe not. She called me up at that time. I was getting tormented by people. I was at Ken Phillips.
Yeah.
Okay, and I was getting tormented by the weird offers in those days. There was a guy that went to the comedy store every night to torment a bunch of comedians, and I was one of them. And they had a company that booked actors. He would come to the comedy store, well, what are you doing tomorrow? They were like, he would come around when they were shooting Titanic. I was with him when they were shooting Titanic. Everybody had a job for you in Titanic. They had 4 different casting people sending 50 people a day down to Rosarito, Mexico to work on the Titanic. You would go to a place, they take a picture, you would get an hour, you were in a fucking van, take you to Rosarito, they had to shoot there. Party, they put you on there, there you go. You're gonna be here, and you might not be done. You ain't Titanic. No, that was the big ticket sell when I got here. So if you wanted to get to be in the movie, you go to Rosarito, Mexico, and they cash you for the day. And at the end, they had all those violin players.
Yeah.
Thousands of people on that fucking boat, or at least it looked like it, you know what I'm saying? That was the hard job. Every fucking backstage, everybody could get you an extra job on the Titanic. But this specific company would be at the store every night tormenting me. Listen, that could be in the movie tomorrow. What if the director likes you and he upgrades you and gives you a line? You know, come on down tomorrow morning, take a hit in your Puerto Rico. What did I have a question? In Puerto Rico. You already told me I got to go. Yeah, tomorrow I get it for you. They just need a roller right to sell inside shirt. You know what the fuck? So it costs you 40 hours. Some those days you make $30 a day. So something fucking crazy. Like you get like $75 a day or something. And you gotta pay him $30 or something crazy. That's no fucking deal. You know, they're all like those guys. But you just spent all day on those shit like that. Yeah, but I was going to Mexico. Some people fell for that fucking trip. Why you want to go to Mexico? No, don't get your extra Titanic. Yeah, I'm second. So I get a call from her. I'm salivating about for a role. What the fuck? Because they didn't like me to stand up comic. And there was a hot show at the time. I forget what the fuck the show was. And she called me one day. And she was telling me her father and all that.
Yeah.
People and the whole thing. And she goes, I like it. I like the work with you. I got a job. She goes, usually when a manager signs you don't have a job. You got a job, you're gonna make $10,000 on it or some shit. She goes, they want to meet me here this afternoon. Sign with me, come to my office, sign with me, I'll send you right to the audition. And I was like, you know what? Send me on the audition. And then I thought, what the fuck? There's no choice to you. She goes, no, you gotta come down and sign the paper. And I thought that was something you know, we later on, if we came up with me. Yeah, he said, she's dying. What do you think? I'm like, you know what? Say like me, bitch. I'll sign the paper. Like, she's dead and buried. This guy's
on the grave with a little banana pill. What are you doing, Robin? She's put any money in your pocket.
You know, I think it was the hottest club. Yeah. The hot club, the hot prop is hot on Mondays and Friday on Thursdays. Right. I mean that if you had to sit at the Laugh Factory 3 nights in a row, something was gonna happen. You either got an agent, you got an audition, you got a commercial. That's how the first 3 roles just hit me.
All the time.
I can't tell you how the auditions I got just for the Monday nights.
Yeah,
You would ask me about the show. The audition.
that was a great show.
On Monday nights when that genre was very hot. That was the hottest show. And then like
It was.
Carlos
Definitely.
and Willie going in there every Monday. And then
George Lopez would go in there.
Lopez would go in
Oh, Rodriguez.
It was really a fucking deadly Monday. That was the hottest Monday night. Then they had Freaky Monday, and that got really hot. That was the genre theme.
Yeah.
That was a great night because they were white dudes up till about 8:35. Then about 8:35, they put like a mixed guy up. Like somebody confused the white dude with an afro or something.
Yeah.
They would put David tell him he would kill that motherfucker. They would start black man. He would. David tell would go up there on those Monday nights and sizzle that fucking room.
Blow it up.
Blow that fucking room up.
I believe that. I thought you had the white guy with the afro.
There's always some of that spot. That 8:35 spot, they always reserve for somebody who's
Right.
on the website. Because then the black show started.
So what do they call it? Freak? What do they call it? Freaky night?
Freaky Monday.
Yeah.
That's it was freaks. Hot chicks were there. People, that's where all that Bible service started, all that shit. Freaky Monday.
Yeah.
Fucking they incorporated Miami and Roswell. Freaky. I'm not saying it's a city. I'm saying it's an improv.
Right.
I'm saying it's an improv. That was the first club to be there Monday nights. And then Monday night at the Laugh Factory was Latino night banging. Monday
Sold out.
sold out. Monday at the Comedy Store was an open mic.
Yeah.
You could people.
Yeah.
That's how different it was then.
Yeah.
The improv was packed.
The Comedy Store.
The Comedy Store was nobody on Monday night. 50 fucking people watched that microphone.
Okay.
There's another slip out and shit.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is like it's completely different. Tuesday nights, the main room at the Comedy Store was 500 people. The original room had 8 people. Tops.
Yeah.
Tops. I remember leaving like the bars to walk over that to do the spot and shit. You had to $15.
Really?
But there was guaranteed 8 people. Wednesday night, 64. Thursday night, 110. Oh, it was sold out.
Yeah.
On Thursday night, and then Friday and Saturday was sold out. It was always dead. The Comedy Store now it's completely different.
It's only the place to go.
It's the only place to go. The Improv and the Laugh Factory then.
Yeah.
So that's how it changes. Is that the club is better now? The club with the Brian was there.
Yeah.
Years it was rough at the Comedy Store.
Man, do you remember all those nights we went up there trying to do and get our $15 fucking, and then like Eddie Griffin come in do an hour and a half, and then Andrew do an hour and a half, and then somebody else, Paul Mooney would do an hour.
It was rough to be a comic up there. You know, you want to try material. You want to try material. Let's be honest. You needed the $15 fucking.
Needed it.
Counted on that $15 fucking. Yeah. They paid you every 2 weeks. It was like we got the main room, 3 spots. Okay. I mean, you weren't gonna pay rent for that.
No, but it was nice.
Chinese food and refund. They gave me that ching ching. You took me to Chin Chin.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad, man. It's pretty interesting how we can do
Green Tea House.
green tea house.
And always walk.
You know what? Before the podcast started, Ralphie and I were talking about how many people we had been out here with, and we were talking about what they were doing now. And it's pretty funny how we weren't saying nothing bad about them, man. We're just talking about the situation that the only reason we were in this position here is because we stayed here.
Yeah.
This isn't no genius fucking
Just outlast everybody else.
That's it. That was it. We just, is it tough skin? Is it, what is it? We just stuck it out. We just believed in the dream and stayed, and things happened. Brett Roberts been kicking ass for 12 fucking years, you know. But this is the podcast will lead the whole thing. This is 20 years in the making. You know what I'm saying?
What's that done? Dude, we were doing this without the cameras and the internet. Kept my fuck on you 20 years ago.
At night, after the Comedy Store till 4 in the morning every night.
Oh my god. Drinking Bloody Marys. Like, and I was you.
Getting fucked up on new drugs all the time. It was awesome. It was awesome.
You can only imagine the time when the more we have, you know, how many nights have we seen me all those years before the morning?
The only time is we'll woke up to get an early flight. That's it. We don't never took
We'd be up till 4 talking, laughing, listening to music, giggling, talking about fucking reality and politics and town.
set my hair on fire.
It seemed like such a long time ago, but it really wasn't.
Isn't it crazy? It's weird, Coco. I mean, 20 years. God damn it, man. If when you got here and when you were skinny and you were showing your dick on Doug Stanhope's fucking door with the picture, okay? Did you fucking know that you would be here for 20 fucking years? Right when you
At that time, when I was doing that, acting that way, and having a great time, doing blow, and hanging out with the stripper chick, I thought I would last 3 or 4 years.
how close do you get to go back? Seriously,
When I got into that last fucking tussle with the stripper, that fucked my head up for a month or two. I got on a plane and went right to Miami for like 5 weeks. And he paid me like $500 a week with more clothes again. I bought a black bag and I bought t-shirts and underwear. And I had to start from fucking scratch, guys. I had to start from fucking scratch. I got told.
the car I got towed. I couldn't get into the trunk.
The fucking headshots, the boxing
That trunk was in
the freeze.
I got my earphones out, but all the bits
Oh, there was they got nothing up. That motherfucker, they had that car on the high patrol and shit.
Dude, they did.
They had that car. There was no way they would have let me go in the fucking trunk. I begged them at that police station, guys, you need to go. I'm done. I understand. At least let me take my shit out. No. They called me when I was taking a shower. You know, all my shit was in the car. I was taking a fucking shower at a girl's house and realized the tickets were from Hollywood. And now I went out and the car was fucking gone. I didn't know what like that. In those days, I'd always take my big bag of clothes with me. But that particular day, I just wanted to just take one set of clothes. And they got me a fucking realized that was the end of that car. With all that shit. And then her and I got into a fucking a blowout. I'll never forget, I threw a fucking ribbon I had on the street. She amazed me. Something that tooth. And then she realized I had it. I'll never forget when she got in the car. And I said to myself, I just threw a pot roast at her or something. That was marinade. I was driving the car. I called Joe Chandler from Miami. And I got him to give me the word express number. He got a plane ticket. I went to Miami for like 5 weeks. And it was, what's that fucking store that the clothes were real cheap?
TJ Maxx.
Real cheap.
Marshalls.
They had an old lady Coconut Grove. And had more clothes for $10. Because nobody's going to go right. I would go to Miami in January, and they would buy winter jackets in January for 2 weeks. They would be fucking $6 a brand new fucking jacket for the winter on the road, you know, shit like that. I just bought clothes and then it was, I came back, I stayed on my farm.
On the couch. Come on.
On the couch, the floor, John Wesley.
We made Wesley sleep on the floor. Alright? The big guy's gonna comfortable spots. But this is the truth. When we couldn't sleep, we were all talking. It's like studio apartment. And you just get quiet and do things and fart. And then like giggle. And then we'd start laughing and fucking. So what it was asleep. So go. Put all that Joy Medina out, and we put on his comedy album. Oh my God! It was a bootleg show of his, and we never made it past 5 minutes. We were all out. I swear to God, every time it was like, hey, how far did you get? How far did you get? How far did you get? Oh my God! We never got past 6 minutes.
How many comics friends go to like insane asylums? Like, I can't imagine. Because brutal. Like, listening to something like that. Like, you that are hardworking, like, I want to sleep at 6 months.
We did sleep, but it's the truth. That's what we did. I mean, what's a better to lie? What's a better to tell the truth? Thank you, sir. Long time, man. A lot of miles. I mean,
It's like you went to Vegas, you can like breathe,
yeah, man. And it's like, I get to work out. I get steady thing going. I'll be in just 2 time zones a week, not 6 like we were in December. Okay, I'll just be in my house or in Vegas. And it's like that's the greatest. That's the greatest. I mean, it don't get much better than that.
So you can't wait to travel this one day. You know what? Before the flight shits get the fucking home.
Yeah, man. Yeah, today we were thinking that. Your fucking fans, dude. They're so nice. They're so gentle. They're so nice. They order tons of food. They get coffees. They drink. They're so good.
Sponsorship, this media, this bullshit. Because I don't want nobody fucking with these people.
Yeah.
Let me fucking well with these guys. They know right. When I play music, I'm having a good time, man. It haven't done anyway. You gotta say, put something out there for them to get motivated.
Right.
It's no thing, man. I can feel
I love your fucking Periscopes.
it's an outlet now. You don't have to fucking wait to pitch something.
Yeah, right.
That's it. Those days are done. You feel like doing something, do it. Do it. Use the fuck what you say. Do it. That's it. You start with 3 people. Eventually you gotta get 4. Eventually you're gonna get 8. You're gonna get 12. That one bitch.
Yeah.
How long you got 12 people watching me now for a week? You can get 13, but you keep going. They're one day getting right up to 38. And you don't even know how the fuck that happened. Take your time now. Keep going. Nothing special.
Exactly.
That dream. You have to know you're gonna live.
Fuck yeah, Cody.
Show up, bitch.
That's more than half the fucking battle of life. Show the fuck up. I mean, when people wouldn't show up, who got their spots? Me and Coco. We were there early. We didn't have no spots. We were getting them. Smoking weed out back on the steps. Like doctors.
That's my little.
Fuck yeah, you do.
That's my little. It's like that fucking first line. Nobody keeps me waiting to look at the bottom. That's my favorite fucking line.
Damn, that's a good one.
Anyway, this has been on the podcast for a long fucking time now. For one reason, they're comfortable. I like how they feel. They work like shit. They keep everything tight. Plus, they have a family. They keep their nutsack nice and fucking clean. If I once I said 1,000 times. When I had the surgery last time for my nose, I couldn't bathe for a day and a half. The next day I went in there, I took a whiff, and they smelled like hip hop. You understand me? You know why? Because these special material called Bulldog. Listen, this Valentine's Day, give a gift that they can unwrap again and again. Imagine underwear from me on these almost better than you. Valentine's Day is here, and it's golden time for the thoughtful gift hunting. Me on this has covered you with an edition. Matching pairs of undies for you and yours. As Valentine's Day got you stuck, forget the cliches and give a gift that looks great, feels great, and will make everybody happy. Me on these, you never girls with their underwear. They knock them right off that fucking horse. You understand me? You know, they just make sure the size is right. Because if you don't, they're gonna smack you right in the face. You get the fucking head job. You understand me? Fancy dinners, chocolate last night, flowers last week. Fancy dinners, chocolate last night, and flowers last a week this year. Get the gift of looking great and feeling great. Every day with the world's most comfortable underwear. Me undies, alright? Me undies are the perfect gift for you and yours this holiday. And I believe our song is coming in limited edition prints. Me undies knows that you're special someone deserves a special private, which is why the underwear is made exclusively out of no doubt, I told you. A fabric with a touch great time, soft and cotton. Me undies are special. Limited edition Valentine's Day, which means you and your Valentine can match. And yeah, it's as cute as it sounds. You understand that for me? Women like that shit. And if for some reason you and me are design a perfect match, they'll give you money back and you keep your first bet. There's no refund on bad fancy dinner, alright? They offer free shipping for limited time. Listeners to this podcast get 20% off their first order. But you gotta go to MeUndies.com/Joey. With the MeUndies better day guarantee, you have nothing to lose. So don't wait any longer. Go to MeUndies right now. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now and get 20% off your first order. Get the matching Valentine's. Get the red with the fucking black polka dots. She's gonna love it. She fucked the flowers. Hit her with the underwear. But once she's done, you rip them off. You throw her on the floor. You ain't that lucky. And then you put the underwear on. You say happy Valentine's Day, honey. Been together 10 years. Your monkeys never tasted so delicious. That's what we're doing. MeUndies are, again, go to MeUndies.com right now/Joey and get 20% off your first order and free shipping. Who's better than you, cocksuckers? Alright, here we go. Here's some play hiring. You know where to post for your job to find the best candidates. Posting your job in one place is enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. You ready? With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 200 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter and Vimeo. With a single click, find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post one time and watch your qualified candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggle emails, no calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and you hire the right person. Boom, fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by Fortune 100 companies and thousands of small and medium-sized businesses. And right now, the listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. One more time. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Right, do me a favor. Go post jobs on ZipRecruiter right now for free. I want to start it. I want to thank me on these, and I want to thank Zipper most of all. I want to thank my brother Ralphie May for stopping in.
Thank you so much, Coco.
You know, I hope you guys enjoy
It's a pleasure, man. Thank you.
down to Vegas. I'll tell you what, you look at this calendar, you pick a date, you go on the hotel thing, you fucking help you. You pick a cheap fucking hotel, whatever you need to do to get there. You know, from time to time you deserve a break. They got great deals in Vegas. They got fucking great deals if you look for those things.
It's really, it's a nice hotel that's reasonable. And the thing I love about here is it's right on that rail line. It's right along even in Hampton. Yeah, so you just stop there at the MGM, connected to the entire strip.
You go for a couple of days, you see Ralph, you get a massage, you take your wife. You come on up to these. It's fucking never live once. Like I said, Ralph, you'll be there how many weeks?
Coco, it's going to be 28 weeks this year. And you know,
You fly in and make a weekend out of it.
you church people, y'all come up to me and tell me you're part of the church, what's happening now. And guess what? We're taking pictures and hanging out. I'm probably hitting you up for a number. Alright, so don't come empty handed, Jack. Let's go.
Motherfuckers, don't forget I'm in Nashville next week.
Fuck yes.
And I don't know what's going to happen with the flat mistake for the taping for the cat special because they put me on the cover show by mistake. So I didn't know if I'm doing that till about 3 until one Thursday night, right? And that's basically it. Ralphie starts where this weekend.
I'll be in Harris at in Las Vegas, right there on the strip. Thursday, what? The 26th, Thursday the 26th, Friday 27th, and Saturday 28th at 10 o'clock. Just on the station.
I know my first match 1983.
No, really?
January 1983, I got benched.
Was that the jewelry job?
Possessions, some tools and shit. That's the whole one bill, man.
Yeah.
What's up, Lisa? You know, changes again.
I have a
You know why? Because you know it's great.
I was on a money on it so big. He said that they give you chips. Yeah, like my drink. Harris, yeah. Well, you come late. You gotta be part of church weekend. We'll see if we can get Coco to go out there. Maybe we'll make a big thing of it. Me, you, bring the girls if they want to come. I get spa, so I'll send Terry to the spa with the doctor. Alright, we'll go down there and get massages and get steams and shit like that. It's the best. It's better than you. Alright, and look at that. And we'll go to Vegas. Have fun. We'll bring some church people. You know, my man Aaron Noble wants to come out. Those fools, dude, all my friends are on watching this right now. My Twitter's blowing up.
Shit.
They love us. I love them. They can't do nothing about it. I know. It's like, you know, it's like, if we can't fucking have fun with our fans that are friends of ours, what the fuck are we doing this for, you know? It's like you see those comics who try to big time everybody. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? These are people that love you and pay you fucking bad looks. They're fucking nightmares.
It's like a genocide information. Italy.
Come on.
I love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. And don't forget about Joey, Ralphie May, Lisa, I love you. We'll see you motherfuckers Wednesday night, same bad time, same bad channel.
sharets, they have the ability to send a copy to the team. Remember again, who we are talking about here? I want to tell you about that. Code. If you know the order, I install, I have to go from the part. I have to be coming to us sharets. Still want to send. Like coming to the base of the Dutch, so that I'm not asking to I have the ability to do them, and I'm coming to the offer of my behalf. Goods! At least, Pesach. Show in also on the sharets, and show for the own, so wasn't separate from base, wasn't like this one. Why is from base of the exception? It's very exciting. Why is from the exception for this rule? Why is from base of the exception? Is that there's a change. No, because remember in the recourse, this is when it says it's the law. Right? Because again, remember in the recourse. Maybe your recourse, I don't have to do this part. So first of all, two reasons. Number one, so you decide the recourse. But because by base of the issues, you cannot ask us for that. We ask that in order to those things properties have to be able to eat every time. If you can't eat it, you can't offer it. Believe us like convinced which is the way. So I know how love that is, even if I come into my sharets, I have the ability to send the cover to be offered up on my land. How about coming mace? Oh, if you're coming to my space, then what? In not even a love carbon cloud. Listen, I look at my son. If you are coming to my space, you do not offer me. You do not send the cover to listen, that is not done. If you're coming to my sharets, we'll let you offer up a cover. You have to let you offer up send the cover. This is not talking about the color. You feel like you smell, you can send the cover, but if you are coming to my space, you will not send the cover like that. But, watch this. There's nothing to do something fresh. Now, how about the past? So watch this. Now the test. Called cardboard, sugar, cardboard, and snap. That was a nice in the first halacha, which was like this guy. In days with days. Days with days. Travel for generalities. Generalities, if you're coming to my sharets, do you have a copy offered up on your behalf coming to my sharets? Yes. To my space? No. But now that I'm in the value test, here's a little more specific. And here's more interesting technical. All carbon should have doing is not specific. Carbon is not carbon. Then what? We looked up for us. I shot this for us. It was like, the carbon is not carbon. There's never a need to suspend the laws of carbon. Why? Shinoyu Kari Kayo Shabbos Asai. Shinoyu Kari Kayo, Shinoyu Kayo. You can Lamachar, Ulamachar Machar. You must have a race of level. It's not going to be Ulamachar Machar. What? Ulamachar Machar whenever. What about the carbon should have laws? They come and see what they come and look. You don't pass that Shabbos, you don't pass that too. It was a whole thing of the people that they put on this. I love the way this set aside the month of Shabbos and the month of the roll call out two rolls. There was like people does not sense. It's like both on the roll. Ella Thomas at least in the back. That way you can set aside as one. Set aside one for the yeah. So that's set aside. The reason why we're not able to
The Church of What's Happening Now is presented by Art. The days are back. The Church of What's Happening Now is proud to introduce you to HelloTushy.com. HelloTushy.com makes portable devices that spray your butt clean with water. Go to HelloTushy.com/church right now to get 10% off. That's HelloTushy.com/church.
shit. Here we go, suckers. This is our favorite song. This one again, nobody does everything. This is the Obama's left front. Look at that. Here you go, suckers. Church of what's happening now. Wednesday, February 8th. Kick that listening. Come on. Oh, shit. This is just a podcast. This is a fucking party where here we go. Black people down. I see the just down. Armenian Tuesday. Oh shit. This is white shit. What the fuck? What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey in the church. What's happening now? It's a beautiful motherfucking night. I'm happy you get to join us. Lisa Ann's here. And yes, again, my brother, Mr. Ralphie May. Hi, everybody. If he's in town, we both motherfuckers are Ralphie May. I had to tell somebody to tell you something happening. I'm sorry, but the periscope was small. What happened was this. Let me explain to you what happened. Listen to all the creepy people. When they can't get rid of him, they start going down the line. So they go to Duncan. When Duncan tells them to fuck off, they go to Harvey. When Harvey tells them to fuck off, they'll come to me. When I tell them to fuck off, they'll go to Brian. When Brian tells them to fuck off, they'll go to Angela. When to Angela, they'll go to Sarah Tiana. And it's so they started 3 weeks ago. I had to fly in early the night before, right? I get there, my fucking sleep apnea machine breaks. At 6 o'clock at night, I'm fucking wild. So rag on the back. I got radio on Thursday. I gotta be there. I'm not gonna go to fucking Sisters. I'm not dealing with this. With some team, these dudes from LA that want to play with me. They know them. And I'll come back and I'll deal with this shit and I'll figure it out. I'll scotch tape it out or something. We go in with these 2 guys. It's cold out. They walk me back to the hotel. I walk in and there's these 2 people there. I will tell you what I love. They don't like to see 2 people. That's what my job is. Talking to these 2 guys, and all of a sudden they're looking over at us. And they keep looking. And as soon as I try to say, I know they're here for a fucking picture. God damn it. No. And next thing you know, I go real loud. I go, listen, my sleep apnea machine broke. Turn the guys, I go upstairs and deal with this. And I turn around. The guy chases me. With the girl, they come up to me like, listen. We got your present. Let's in our car. Right away, that's not gonna happen. Right. We didn't know if we'd see you. And then, listen. I'm not walking to the car. You come to the show. It's like, we'll give you tickets for the show. That's nice. Yes, we would. I mean, that's how fast it was. I'm gonna rush, guy. Yeah. I gotta go figure out the sleep apnea fucking thing. So you got tickets for the show. We took a picture. While we're taking the picture, that's when he starts his shit together. I'm fucking going to fucking some country in the jungle of Amazon, doing fucking ayahuasca and all this shit. And I'm really dirty with it. I don't need to hear this shit. This is not for me. You want to take a chance with a bro? It's gonna be on back out. You don't need to go right fucking bro. I said before you move to LA, you see how these fucking idiots work. You don't watch the TV. And you try to lose weight, they're working real hard. You're doing jumping jacks, also smiling. They've got control of that. Revolutionary way to lose weight. We do this, and these motherfuckers always have the next answer. Guess what? I'm from the 70s, bitch. That was the answer. That was the answer. You motherfuckers are stealing. Living off the 70s. Every TV show, every fucking movie. You guys are living off the fucking 70s, okay? So when I see all this, like, Quaaludes are great. They became exes. Yeah, that's what happens. They become exes. It's the same cousin to the fucking Quaaludes. It's the same thing. They're just evolved. Listen, you want the answer? Take an ass. When my mother was dead, 3-4 months, I had to recover from the pain. I ate ass every fucking night. And that breaks down whatever problem you have. You don't need to go to ayahuasca in the jungle and have a shaman around you breathing, stinky, dirty, music reality. Fucking window pane, you put on Black Sabbath, fucking Sabbath, Sabbath. The answer to your questions will come to you. I don't care if you put the Beatles out on. The answers to your questions will come to you. I'm telling you this as a man because this is what I did for fucking years when I was a criminal. The biggest pain you could possibly have in your fucking life. So don't fucking tell me my fucking job, okay? And this, and I'm gonna tell you in front of somebody just so you guys know what he's gonna tell you. This November, I'm gonna be clean up for 10 years, bro. I know. 10 fucking years. So yes, I ain't gonna get rubber canned. I go to Brazil. I go get hunched. I go to rehab. I ain't gonna fucking rehab. You know, these people in LA go to rehab and get clean. And 2 weeks later, they go on doctor. They get on stretcher pills. And also, they have all these symptoms, these fake fucking symptoms. And they give you pills. So you just drugged up on pills. There's no more people telling me you're an AA. Yeah. And not for nothing. I was there the last night. You had a great fucking run. And that was a great last night to go out on. That was a great fucking 27-year-old fucking block. Yeah, but I was there at the fucking finish line, dude. I mean, dude, you sent an ounce of my fucking Matzo TV. An ounce, okay? After eating like 4 dinners. It was terrific food, alright? And we're laughing our butts off. And then I bring out mushrooms all after dinner, fucking get you started, let the day go. But remember the Indians, gators? Hey, but they're out there. Hey, I love the Indians. Are you kidding me? Don't bring the fucking Indians. I love them. I brought Indians up here to do benefits. I still do it all the time. I'm on somewhere. No, I know. I sent that kid to camp, space camp. I'm fucking talking about helping out natives. I'm fucking saving them. Somebody's got to do it. Anyway, listen to this guy. We did bring out an ounce of fucking great mushrooms. Hawaiian ones. Have you ever had the Hawaiian ones? Okay, the regular ones are a little bit bigger. The Hawaiians are smaller and the cap's thicker. Alright? And I brought out a fucking ounce of the most deadly fucking mushroom on the planet. Coco ate half an ounce of mushrooms. Okay? Half an ounce. Do you understand me? On top of smoking because it was Thanksgiving and he was goddamn thankful. Alright? He did all of that over the course of like 6 hours. Okay? And then I went to the Catholic store and I said, so straight to the moon. The fucking lights in there were turning purple. The whole original was purple. And I've been there telling jokes on stage. Oh my God, I was the only one in the room. I couldn't even see the audience members. I got my fucking car. And I got the fuck out of there. But you know, oh my God, I feel like that. What's happening? It's your birthday. This poor girl went to find me on the floor dead. I don't want to walk out of the bed and see fat little legs in the kitchen. Because I want to be born from it. I can't do it no more. And that's pretty much the fucking end of it. That was real shit. But it's like, we had so much drama without getting out of it. Like, I like to just roll a joint. No, you gotta roll a joint down. That's what we can put filter. What filter are you talking about? What filter are you talking about? Actual color. You gotta be cool. I want to be fucking cool. I'm totally cool. Right? I didn't play that game. Where I'm from, I didn't play the cool game. You were just fucking either you were cool or you didn't. Nobody teaches you. You putting on a t-shirt doesn't make you cool. You putting a goatee and shit real tight. You know, like a fucking half a fag. That don't make you cool. You know what I'm saying? But it does tickle my balls. Just like either. Everybody in LA wants to be cool. My girl said, talk to them. now is fucking stupid. I know listen, it helps people with opiate addictions and it helps all these type of people and shit like this. Take it to somebody else. Alright? He's a different type of fucking guy. And that's the way I'm gonna go out. That's it. We have conversations every night when he looks at me. Because he knows I don't give a fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. You want an adventure? Really do. I'm surrounded with 20 black guys and 3 Puerto Ricans. And that's an adventure right there. You need to make till you can tell your friends and start books. I went to Brazil. Oh my God, you're so strong and valiant. Shut the fuck up. Go flex yourself. People that live in Canada. Trauma came right here. It gets old. No shit. Fucking old. I come from a different fucking society of people. Men act like men. You know, I've been doing the fucking TV and I'm like, they're protesting again. I'm gonna tell you, there's no future. You're protesting. There's no future. People know you never let that bitch go down there and fucking with a hole in their chest. Just do drugs like I did. You don't have to make me like to be homeless or people. Oh my God. You're marching. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got better things to do with your wife. Yeah, you're creating traffic. I know you don't like trouble. Go fuck yourself. You're fucking making traffic, you cunt. I'll be fucking hands to your mouth. Fuck you. Alright, a bunch of dicks. Okay? I got stuck in one of the goddamn Mormon march. And I didn't know why they were bitching. Okay? You don't like Trump. Hey, guess what? Maybe you should have lost your ass to the fucking voting booth. Alright? Because he told you 3 weeks before, hey, I'm gonna grab you by the pussy. And you know what? Most of America was like, I'm cool with that. That's alright. I can overlook that. Nice fucking Trump. Yeah. They should have called something on the end of Trump. Okay? You know what bitches me about being a Democrat is looking. You have until the end of the game to win the fucking game, Coco. You have until the end of fucking last play. Alright? Like fucking. And all of a sudden, you thought I was going over and overtime. Now we're gonna settle it. Okay? Alright? And instead, alright? These assholes, these all fucking Democrat pussies, are all fucking crying. We want to recount. We want to recount. We want to get the electoral college. You lose on Sunday. You don't wake up. Nobody from the Falcons woke up on Monday. Man, you know, everybody I know we lost yesterday. The biggest, you know, fucking choke you could ever lose. But we really wanted to win. So, now, if everybody disagrees, then we'll just say that we won. That's cool, right? That's cool. That's cool. We won the Super Bowl. Even though we really won. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck it. I don't give a fuck if referee fell out of there putting on the fucking call. I don't give a shit. You fucking lost. You lost. So now look at this. They had Joe Biden. Okay? But you tried to fucking choose me. To go to the party, parties. That's how fucking embarrassing you got. Like, I had to sit there and watch that fucking teleprompter. You know me, I don't give a fuck. I think we're doing a podcast. We were able to turn oh, man. Oh, Nikki. Oh, man, you get like 2 days ago. If you know how hard we worked in our lives, there was the president that helped us. I love Obama. He never gave me the fucking last anesthesia. Fucking Restream, when I got brought up in Venezuela, they fucking agreed with that shit. Yeah, they played that before. So much. Yeah, funny dog. They fucking reach out for them now, man. That's what I learned about this. That's what I really learned. What this country's all about. It's we'll give you money. We got paid to play this kind of thing. They said, what they do to you now? Cold Spring. Yeah. To tell them that you're a no problem. They put you on school and you say, like,
So what did I try
it's work, you know what I'm saying? People don't see it. Well, my mother died. And I got to go down every other week. I'm fucking 16. I'm fucking working the fucking house. My mother's dead. What mortgage book? Every week it was like, oh shit. I was thinking about something. Sometimes I get a ride, but most of the time I take a bus at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and come back at 7, 8 o'clock at night. I learned about bureaucracy and I'm government the hard fucking way. Because I need something. I can file paperwork. And one thing, come back 3 weeks from Thursday. You know, said you can't on the job. They get 3 weeks for your disability kick. Most American families, they can't wait 3 weeks. They ain't got fucking 3 weeks of insurance. It's fucking gets a fucking Bible. Everything. That's why I get this fucking way. That's why I took the place at Harris. I got offered a bigger place that would have to charge more for tickets. And I said no. My fans can't do that. And I won't do that to them. Okay? You want to fucking go pay $120 and laughing fucking sock jokes from Jerry Seinfeld? Right? There it is. If you want $35, me banging you in the face, talking about teabagging bitches, I got you covered. I'll give you way more fucking laughs than he will. But if you want to spend that money, it's there. But man, my fans are coming from everywhere now. The church people, you guys are fucking showing up. Like nobody's business. Like nobody's business. They drive. They get residents too. They go. And they're coming out. And because of all the love you showed me my first 2 weeks church, we're gonna do a giveaway. Alright, where we'll be talking to late. Let's fucking get all of you fucking the real deal motherfuckers. Okay. Alright? And you fucking win. You start tweeting about me and Mad Flavor and the Flying Jew. Tammy's the official one. She's the first one.
Oh, yeah. She's already fucked up. Yeah, she's good. She's won. That's no problem. But we gotta get some more.
They just cultivate.
Well, Noble D, I'm bringing. Okay, so I'm bringing Darren from Colorado. So I got that party going. Alright, I'm gonna bring George out under the auspices that it might be a sports show. Of course, George from fucking Jersey. He ain't going nowhere, right? I know he's got a car. Let's get this okay. He gotta go flick some George. Hey, bring me that chicken francese, lemon francese pizza. And just keep it like that.
Do you guys see what y'all were over tonight? I wasn't left for 10 minutes.
So it's really been Friday.
I think it's the next Friday. I don't know if it's fully been announced yet, but I guess it's Oh, no, it's basically, I love trash talk, so just made a GoFundMe page for SB's future medical bills. And the cool thing it's just funny.
This is so fucking funny. That MMA is getting fucking funnier and fucking funnier. My fucking Irish brother, Conor McGregor, suck my big Irish balls. I want that on my phone, on t-shirts. I want that suck my big Irish balls. Fuck yeah. Oh no, we have a church. And I want to say that, okay, me and you.
I said, I don't know what's going on the last 2 weeks. I haven't seen I saw that today. I said, wow, that's the first time I've seen anything like that.
Yeah, that's all I said. There's a fight this week. Yeah, it's probably about Anderson's up. I place money on
Nobody's calling. That's why I didn't know. I'm like, what the fuck's on the MMA? I seen the fucking thing today. And I go, there's a fight this weekend. Nobody's talking about this fight.
I don't know what would be a better fight. The one in the ring and the octagon, or the ones with the big old even. Okay, that's gonna be a great fight. Right outside, all these guys get all fucked up on Red Bull, Brooklyn.
It's not gonna be necessarily it's just gonna be those tickets are gonna be high. They're doing it because they can charge a little more. That's Jay-Z's lanyard of that shit, right? So it's not the Brooklyn that we left 30 years ago. Now we're gonna take each other for sure. It's very civilized. Stevie has that's drunk. Listen, I used to be by the joint and all those things. Now they look at you like if you're in.
Yeah.
Did you know that, man? Especially in New York. I can't believe it. I grew up in New York. I used to smoke everywhere in New York. I did a lot of joint.
People walking on the other side of the street, they look at you, they take pictures of you with their fucking phone.
There's a lot of cities I go and I travel. People get big embarrassed about those guys. I hate to say. I hate to say, but I know you get embarrassed don't want to know where you can. Yeah, there's some places you can sit behind on the side, smoke a joint with the fucking the phone on the fence, and nobody sees me. There's some place they're watching you stick out like a fucking sore thumb. They're watching. What's my own name?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what changes. I started the sweat started. Oh my god. It's a sweat started. It's just always stylish. Does it make you sweat too? What? The shirt cubes make you sweat. The shirt.
The shirt cubes.
It's not the shirt cubes.
It's the motherfucking shirt cubes that makes you sweat.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at your fingers and you get no way. Not yet, little fingers. I'm good. Everything else. Do you a favor, my daughter? She made this for me, and I won't wear it. I just want you to look at it every now and then. Okay. It's gonna be a safe place for you, alright? Alright, you need to look at anything. You know, it's on the yellow. It's on the yellow. Okay, just find me the yellow. Alright, I got the yellow right here. I was scared of that for drugs.
Talking about more dating high school.
Weed and drinking and maybe some pills. And my mom was a nerd, so maybe they were doing it. They just invited, but I didn't see any of this. Maybe some mushrooms. I think some ecstasy.
Ecstasy, ecstasy, coke.
Yeah, I think it would see what I didn't see coke.
When you see coke, I think first time.
Party of a guy we're with. I think I see it. I saw that. And I've been put it in there. That's why I told you. I have Volkswagen instead of this key. That's this is the key rates. I was like 22 or something.
Oh, they're doing key bumps.
Yeah.
What's with the key thing?
And it's it was scary. Yeah, pretty much.
Flipping dude, right?
Yeah, there was positives that I never really. My introduction to like psychedelics is the podcast, but like you talking about it, Robin, I've never read of it.
It's at 12. We were fucking doing mushrooms every weekend. Every weekend in Clarksville, Arkansas. Boy Scout camp, didn't fucking matter. Fucking anything camping, deer hunting, fight didn't matter. Fucking shrooms were on the menu everywhere. Bad carded cow pastures. Everybody, you just go pick. Keep on trying so you don't get wheeled up. And you're done, okay? And then there was like the creepy guys who were like over the 21 who were always trying to fuck our high school girls. At parties, right? The red cup party, bonfires. And that's when I first smoked a joint, was there at that party. My buddy, Joel, goddamn it, I forget what Joe was called, motherfucker. He's that long hair, hippie motherfucker. Dad was a Vietnam vet. But Joe Penny, I knew I'd get it. Joe Penny, rolling fucking pinners. That's where I thought that name came from, little pinner joints. Was from Joe Penny, because he wrote little joints. Alright, and he saw me, because that guy wouldn't pay, I didn't pay for my fed cup, and I'm like, you dumb, that was a wise ass. I was like, you fucking dumb fuck. I'm just walking around the woods with a big red cup, and I just happened to fucking bump into
you. You fucking dummy. Right? Anyway, then fucking give me any beer. That fucking cocksucker. So Joe saw it. And then when we were leaving, by the way, I spoke. I thought that he was like, this is marijuana. He's like, go kill me. He's like, no. And he was right, Coca. He was fucking right. Jack, I smoked 5 joints that night of that Mexican dirt weed. Okay, we even played that game where you load up one joint with a big ass seed, and everybody takes a joint. We all power smoke until the seed blows up. Blows their face. They go so cigarette. That's the greatest weed game. Nobody can play it now because there's no fucking seeds or seeds in the weed. And we did mushrooms then, and you'd always save up your money for wine coolers, so you could try to finger bang girls. Alright, that was our fucking move. Finger banging the chicks with the Bartles and James Mountain Berry was the specific stones. That's what it is. You like it sweaty, like, oh my god. Because I'm not on my, put it on the admin to full face so people can see this on the church, because I didn't know the church's Twitter handle. Right? And before you get too fucked up, text it to read, send it out. Okay, yeah, out the ass. On everybody that know, because all my fans, if you ain't down with the church, you need to be. Okay, alright. That's number one. Alright, you gotta get down with the church. And number two, I want everybody to have more chances to win free vacation, to come to fucking Las Vegas to buy the check. Alright, we'll have a fucking blast. I like it. I like it. It's so fucking red. Shut up. Right now, I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about you. Sit there and you fucking roll it. Yeah, you get mad chips, dude. When was the last time you looked at the yellow? Look at the yellow. Look at the yellow. On the fucking yellow right there. Look at the fucking yellow. Look at the yellow. There you go. All right, good man. I know. Fuck yeah, you feel it. What's your name? Come on. Let your street name Shook White. Okay, Shook White. He's bad. He's bad. So, what's that? Friday night to no, dude. I think I'm the first one to have George Wallace. George Wallace isn't there anymore. They've got that piece of shit, Vinny Favorito. It's got some the Orleans or something. I don't even know where it is. Fucking piece of shit as is. That guy's the worst fucking human ever to combine a microphone the colors of a comedian. I hope he gets 3 types of cancer in his ass and his mouth. Not the fast kind, the slow kind, so they think they can cure it. Alright, he's a fucking best chance of fucking humanity. I'm sorry. I get overheated, man. Benny Favorito's a piece of shit. He didn't pay his bookies. He didn't pay his fucking bookies. I'll tell you that. Fucking guy watches on that still. And you fucking, and people taking action for him still. You dumb fucks. Okay? I might ask all those Boston comics who got fucked out all that money. You fucked them off with. Alright? It's a teacher comedy class. Dumb suckers, they should have known. You either have it or you don't. You don't go to class. Focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow. Exactly. Now you see it, right? Stay in the middle. Stay in the zone. Especially when I came out here, I go, how long is it going to take for me to fuck up? Like, how long is it going to take for me to hit somebody with a chair? Or these guys, they go, as you can just
Everybody else is wedding.
And they crack jokes, but I'm sad as into like fucking like they used to. Like Ozzy Osbourne, he still doing blowing pills. She's trying to promote the months ago because he was still getting fucking high. And fucking the hairdresser, how old is this guy? They don't stop. What people don't realize is, I just figured this out too. I feel like my tour manager Japan, we were talking about how the fuck can Ozzy not understand a goddamn word he says, but sings like a fucking bird. How the fuck did that ever happen? English people, that's what they do. They're fucking bad in the bones, Jack. I'm sorry I cut you off. I'm just thinking about all these people. I see a motherfucker like they used to. Like especially the cartel thing. Yeah. And I always felt bad. Like, I never knew when the trust was going to happen. Like, I never knew what point. I didn't know if it was going to be me on the road with Mark Babbitt one day. What's his name was still very hot. What's the Mexican guy? Rodriguez. George Lopez. I mean, that was Babbitt was driving back to Texas with 30, 40 G in cash. Yeah, because he was going to take the money from the safe at the last stop. He used it to finance his tours. She was ahead of the man. She said, she's still alive. No. He bought it. I mean, he didn't buy it. It was an old lady who, no. You're thinking of the Austin or because Pete was a stepson. Yeah. And she owned a bunch of country bars, but she just thought it was a good manager, and she bought it from Sandy Martins. Okay, and Sandy and her husband are the ones who started the last stuff, and then Sandy sold it when she wanted to get out to this lady who was multi-millionaire, probably worth $150 million. She owned like the men's club. She owned the biggest country bars. She had a majority of in Gillies when Gillies was on, and fucking the Urban Cowboy. This woman had so much fucking money, and this was just one of the things. And she liked comedy, but she wouldn't even come in, and then so she got beat in there. But before paper, with three hands, Mark Babbitt was taking money out of her face. He was taking money out of her face. You can't do Monday for the Friday. As long as you have back Monday before the bank opens, back 30 grand. Because I have working the bank. That was the deal. Friday at 3, Monday at 9. We better have my money. Went back on that fucking bank book. I'm getting 5 grand off the top. We need that every fucking week, this kid. But it can never be like one day that you only. So if we take it, we don't know if I want to see it. Let me tell you, worked at a bank. And that time still a sugar brother. I got these checks, got this credit card. So I called the brother. I gave the 10 checks to credit cards. She calls me 2 days later. Guys, give me a fix. So it's a just guy. Just shut your money. Just shut your money. They shut your money one day. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like I gave him those checks on Saturday. The next day, when I was in school, his brother came over and said, "Oh, my brother, his birthday month's up. They told me he'll meet me at like 8 o'clock. The day he gave me that envelope that was 4 inches deep. All fucking bills were out of my brother's bed. Let's take care of all the things for a while. So I got that money. I put it on my credit. So just figured out that I'm out of my way. And they would never fucking know. It was just, it was like a real ATM machine. Like I hit my jeans on top of it, and I would just dip my hand in there, take a little bit and go out in there. Like that's how small that was. They like that kind of play. Oh yeah, I know what I'm saying. This thing go fucking 17 years old. Just get a motel view, fucking. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm invested in. You want to hear something fucked up, Blake? Is that not only did he just say, oh, that was fine, he was still working. Right? Him and his buddies, they would drop out of trees on unsuspecting gay guys. You put them like, we was still work for that. Oh, yo. Suspecting gay guys, this is so trees like gorillas. My friend just went to Vegas to my buddy's ball. He's good. My friend just went to my buddy's ball on Friday when they Madison ball on Friday on the 75 was a ticket. Going very close. He's in the commercial. He's in the 7th. And he told me that the guy who used to bait this kid was there. They go, how does he look? He goes, bro, that dude has AIDS. A fucking day. He said he stole a second Italian mom. Oh, wow. We used to take this kid and we was working on this connection. I know that if we ever got arrested, this shit would get squashed at the end. Right before they ready to press charges, this kid had too much juice. That's the reason why he used to take it. It's right down. All he had to do was just bait. That's all he had to do was just bait. We didn't fucking kick him in the Alright, so to explain, okay, so he'd be out there and then dark and fun time. I didn't say that. That was a terrible, horrible, fun time in my life. It was dark. If I think about it now, it was dark. Like even at nighttime, it was dark. There was no sunlight in my life then. And it was like my junior year. It started my sophomore summer going into junior year. We heard rumblings. It was this David Thomas, Thomas family. And they were the things that they didn't know what they stay with each other. They were the first ones that 64th Street were the first ones that started calling up both artists. Word started getting out. You can make some money. People trying to live now. Oh, yeah, right. So who was that? Yeah, right. All these things. Like, that's how it was so spiritual. And I know what's crazy when I read the Iceman. The Iceman. Yeah, the Iceman used to live in West New Jersey. He said that in the 60s he would just kill people for practice. On Boulevard, he said, get the fucking book. Because I can't, he goes, I really couldn't give an actual count of how many people he killed. Because there was 3 years I was just practicing. Because I go to a bar on the west side and tell a guy I was gay or whatever, and he would follow me to church, and I can kill him on the Jersey side. Just for practice. Just to practice control tactics. This guy was doing a fucking deal. Why do you read this book? Because it's fascinating. It was very fascinating. But there's somebody looking tigers in the zoo when the Iceman popped up 10, 15 years ago. Like people called me the next day. It was fucking disturbing. Yeah. It was disturbing. Like, even the first time I was, because you wouldn't hear it, it was disturbing that I always thought that he kicked somebody in the stomach and he had some fun. We called him a cocksucker. This guy had to complete different level. He was a hitman that, I think it's the whole fucking story. He was working on it all day. Yeah, he was editing. He was making more of the bag. And the guy would pay him. And
he fucking whacked him. And then he was the worst brother raped the 12-year-old girl. Oh my god, the family was rocked to the core.
When you read the book, this time you read the book, you have to shut the book and go right. His first wife, Dominic Kennedy, was and he used to live right there with a coal factory. Kids that resentment will buy a coal factory. If you go to a coal factory today and vacuum it, you can find rocks of coal from the 80s until now. I wish I was gay. It was every year. You know that if you want to come over, you want to get coal, you just come from the city. Go to the coal factory, there'll be 4 cars there. And somebody in that car had blood. So, I'm in a tree, I'm in the dumpster somewhere in this area. There's an ounce of fucking coal. Yeah, the first interview with the Iceman was very fascinating. What happened was leave that conducted an interview, sucked it in, and then started hearing other things and also put them together. And they were all really tied together. All different stories. All the hits were tied together. Yeah, so we began putting our hits for one family, and they kept calling different families. Different captains, and nobody knew what the fuck he was doing. Then he got really crazy. The third phase of it, he got really crazy. And they started saying that he was there. And I remember when Kennedy got shot, there was something going on. Yeah, right. When a guy from the fucking Bananas got shot at Joe Larry's restaurant. He says he had one of the tables that he was one of the backup shooters. If the original shooters fucked up, that's a lie. He was saying that was an error. Family didn't know what we were going to fucking pull off. To step in on that one, there was just a lot of things he claimed, but then at the end, he said something like, so, you know, all these people like conspiracies. You know, like everyone last week, any problem with he knows conspiracies. One of his last things said that he shot a cop in Westwood, New Jersey. What's the fucking thing on HBO? It's on YouTube. That'll be on YouTube. All 3 of them on YouTube. But he tells a story on there very nonchalantly about that he had to kill a cop. Paul Peter something, and he shot the guy, and he goes, okay, the other side, you know about. Right there was a Fed watching me. And part of the fucking witness relocation thing is that you've never shot a cop or ever contracted a murder on a cop. In their statement, they regular statement said we never contracted that in. You follow what I'm saying? Like they figured out that Sammy never told them. By this point, they had so many people coming in telling their stories, and they were throwing them out because they were, you know what? Sammy told us something different. But one day they figured out that people came in. He was lying to us. This motherfucker, Sammy was genius because he tried himself at first. So they're gonna believe his story before anybody. He knew the nuts and bolts. He wasn't on that regular finger. He knew the nuts and bolts of what was going on. So when they went in there, they put his story on the second. They got so blinded, they didn't care what he told them. They just wanted to kill God. They got so blinded by getting killed God that they took whatever. All right, you killed 24 people. Don't worry about it. So when 24 was when he killed them 1 year. You know, when he was responsible for 1 fucking year. Jesus Christ. So they put it all together, and they, because of that documentary on HBO, Criminal was already in jail for the ecstasy with the fucking neo-Nazis in Phoenix. They picked him up, and they put him under the fucking jail. That's Supermax, but here's the beauty of it. Iceman died mysteriously in his jail cell. People like conspiracies, there you go, cops. Take that to the wall. Take that to the fucking wall and back. I love it. How you feeling, buddy?
That's the only thing that's about them. You know that now?
No, because it's a common effect. It's a common effect. Generation. Yeah, but you're also talking to guys who've done it like a lot. Okay, and you gotta have fun. This is 7 years that you're the older big fan. No, but now
face. You know what I'm saying? Now, today, you need that.
It's helping. It's helping.
Maybe turn the lights off. The rest of the podcast, just do it that you like. Say it. I come up with stuff even without asking. Really shiny.
Oh my god, I can't stop sweating.
I can feel the heat.
See, this is the last time. It is. I was freaking out. That's what I said. Now, I'm still a little nervous. It's burning straight through.
Transmission fluid. That's it. We keep
Next time we'll be back here, fucking 18-year-olds.
We lost that strip of acid. We lost that 6 points. A sheet of acid. Oh my god. 65 shit. That's the shit. That goes all the way back to what that acid. You gave me that. It was Charlie Oakley. That's the shit that Pink Floyd took with the band. That's the shit. That's the cousin to the acid. Yeah. Take a piece of paper home. I come into it. We're talking about the acid. Talking about the acid. The shelf. The acid's been on that shelf right there for the last 6 months.
See, people don't see
It's sticking. I thought he put this away.
When he's talking about Tin Bears and about their fucking, his walk on jerk beef every spring, about them good men. Motherfucker, talking about let's smoke. I want to be an actor.
If it's I have 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. It stays on play long. Yeah, 20 minutes per drive. But the last 3 weeks, the park's been coming on. My all-time favorite, the kids play. And he goes, I give him the bucket. Give him the bucket. Where's the bucket? Over there. Give him the bucket. He's starting to see it now. That's the rope. Yeah. HBO is doing another thing about it. They just released the other day, just so HBO works watching HBO. And they said, going on to HBO, Francis Ford Coppola, HBO are teaming up again to do this. The unseen football, just a ton of shit that you never get out. Makes that fucking interesting, I guess.
I never knew when get the cannolis, okay? Then he goes in and sits down and has a whole spaghetti dinner. Alright, he's like, guys, I'll be right back. He goes in, right, and he sits down, eats a whole huge plate of pasta. Right? He was Bruno Kirby's guy. And then in one, okay? Right, and he gets the cannolis and everything, and there's a meatball and fucking all this shit. And his guys are waiting on him like it's some big transaction. He's having fucking dinner before dinner.
He makes them all know that guys keep eyes open. I'm gonna go there and see these people. He walks in, hits the back of the kitchen. He takes his jacket off, he hangs it up and shit. There's a little table waiting for him. He sits there. It's a fucking 3-course meal. Meanwhile, they think the mafia's coming. They're out there with guns. Blaze, he comes out 20 minutes later after a good meal, man. It was like, I could be shit with all of this. How you doing? Breathing heavy. Oh, yeah, the cops are going everywhere.
No more shit gives you that's
It's always fucking something at the show. You know, I'm not gonna say no. What the fuck? I bring him back. I'm in Leedsburg. We're gonna be trying that. I'm just breaking his balls with the ass, and also people don't show up. I'm like, what ass? And people start showing up.
I heard that person has a huge comeback. Because there for like 10, 15 years, and so I wasn't real fucking big. But once again, the name of this guy said, yeah, but it's not such a negative fucking thing when you ask me. And it's so funny, we got the same name, like, God damn, we've been friends for 20 years now.
Yes, as a 13 or 14-year-old, you're like, I'll never do that shit. And all of a sudden, you're a rolling stone guns.
You're like, fucking stop me out, nigga.
What the fuck is happening to my life? There was one that grew. There was one night that was horrible. Like this cold nights and this pill nights and this alcohol nights. There was 2 assholes. Yeah, that's like that's good.
It was good to them. It was good to them. Until start singing. Let's settle down. Okay, good. Jesus Christ.
At least I had it was my 17th birthday party. Right? It was my 17th birthday party. And we broke into my house. I went to this again. It was on Monday afternoon. We walked in there about 2 in the afternoon. No heat. No electricity. February 19th.
Happy birthday, coming
2 in the afternoon. We had jackets up in the attic. We're drinking fucking beer. We could hear the mice running around because the electricity was off. We started eating all Mike McDonald's ass, man. We started popping them. We probably had like 3 of them each. We were gone. We walked in there. The sun was out. When we walked out of there, it was dark. And people were tripping their balls off. And I was wrong.
Yeah, you're fucking on house.
I broke into my house. I was out with the business. There was a party. Which I was tripping so hard. I went downstairs. He's going to change his ladies and gentlemen. I went downstairs to pee. It's fucking crazy how racist it really was. These people don't know what they went through. Louis was Dominican, they called him Louis. To his face. If he still pops up and not burning the world, look what it is. 50 years old, they're still calling me
I don't think I've never heard about Louis.
Some guy just started dropping things on us. He dropped this on us. I got the back when I practiced on summer, so I got good and Dave Brewers. And we said this great fucking team. I forget what all we had Tommy Special and Chucky McBreen. That's how deep we got. That's how deep I go with Chucky. 6th fucking grade.
I knew you were talking about acid. And then in your old house, when you broke it down, man.
So we can end this. We can end this people. The toilet in the basement. Everybody had from us a little bit. I'm sorry. And it was the first birthday when I was cracked. I was cracked because I walked into that bed in the house. So now we get you on dinner and stuff, and they don't know that I'm on fire. I see the rings on fire. I see everything that they don't see at the right time. It's 7 o'clock at night. I fucking go into that bed. I like myself in there, like myself in there, like I'm not even leaving the room. And the fucking phones are ringing. You expect to have phones in their rooms or cell phones. You gotta actually leave your room, come downstairs, and Louis Lisa had is the beauty that right from the phone. And I went like, oh, when I started taking the mic, I'm glad you gal behind one one. I looked at the mirror. I was on my face to let them know. And I'm like, hold on, I gotta call you. No, I forget that started tripping right there. That's when you like, fuck, I'm going away. And he goes, no, you don't even look at that way. Because everything you look at starts shifting.
That's where I am right now, and it's just a little bit. That's what I'm saying all day. It's just because I can't even close my eyes.
Close your eyes.
No, because then the colors are moving to it, doesn't it? And then there's like there's like a 20-minute period where I'm fucked. So I'm in it right now. So I'm just
I'm starting to see little dragons. I just saw a fucking didn't find it. There was little bats there. There was little tiny one. And it was everywhere like it was together. Like it flew in there. I was tripping. For like a half hour. I watched this all just torment me like that.
where do you go in there?
I mean, there's no fucking bat.
I just saw a bat. Oh my god.
It wasn't wrong.
Oh, Christ, okay. Alright. And back in Houston. Alright, and this is like late 90s. We did acid in Midgetburg. It was over at the house, and it was like me and John Wesley and one other person, and we did acid, and the fucking greatest time of my life. But one guy was nervous that a fucking dragon was gonna kill him. Alright, and you gotta tell him no, there's no sense in dragons. And they're not real. They're not even real. They're not even real. What he's saying? Dragons are not real. No. But pterodactyls, they are real. They were real. They were. Just like, no, fuck that. He just took church communion over here for the first time. My tour manager, man. He's smoking a cigarette, drinking water. Get out feeling about it. I'm sure men like anything. Don't wander nowhere. Stay in your water, okay? Everyone's responsibilities, but they always are the first time. They don't know. Fucking find a couch. Let life come to you, motherfuckers. Yeah. It's like he's one of the ones that took him to the chocolate factory. He didn't take a lesson and got on the fucking boat and fucking just hit it. Oh, yeah. What is it about LA that causes people to run from the cops? Oh my god, you see that like that today? It's every day here. It's every day today. How about that stupid fucking white guy? There was a stupid white guy in a white minivan today that pulled up on two cops and he had a gun in the car and then took him on a fucking 8 mile around the world. Slow chase like he's got OJ in there, alright? And then gets out of there just at one point, a guy with a camera walks up to him and was like, hey, where you at from the cops? The guy's got the camera. The guy supposedly says he's got a gun, and you're fucking away with a camera, you dumb fuck. And where were the cops? And the beautiful fucking fat ass with a beta cam can get right there by the guy. Why couldn't a cop go, hey, run the fuck out the club? Alright, please, can we just stop this? Yeah, let's see what happens over here. The cameraman literally, he must have been far away.
We can not sure it's a good so I think this is
The helicopter.
I don't think that's me.
Oh, yeah, they will. Yeah, I get blamed for everything in this city. We'll make everyone Oh, yeah. I never saw that. All everyone's faces are moving out. I never saw that anywhere else in my whole life. Running from the cops. Fuck no. Really?
Even as a kid,
I haven't loved anything better. Let's see. That's right. That's at least it's fucking short legs. I can't even walk. You took me from a
fucking the greatest of all time. I don't run from anything. I got short legs. I love picture. Okay, legs out.
We got chases again. Great day. 5,000 light the fire at the park until we go, hey, little bastards. You run away, knock that down. I guess I tell the super white I was like the whitest of the white. Like, I don't know, but you don't have one by the fire. It's a campfire. What's that like? All the fires that are here. What about the bullfrogs with the firecrackers? Oh man, okay, well you ain't from the south, because let me tell you what, you get some of them straight from fucking Tijuana M80s. Alright, we'll strap a fucking bullfrog on them motherfuckers. Bitch, get out the way. Are you kidding me? No thanks, man. I got like a quarter stick of dynamite, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god, Lee. Did you just repeat the song? Just went everywhere. Just everywhere. But then they just love it for the love. Not even close, not even by mistake. Not even my mom looked at that thing and you come here and start on the day, boy, you should try something. That's the most fuck right stressing, right? I just said it. I mean, seriously. Well, you know, in my house, there's always blue cheese in my house. Fucking always blue cheese in my house. We're fucking synchronizing. Oh my god. Fucking little shout out to both of them. Fuck those and the motherfuckers. Music, yeah. Fucking Led Zeppelin. It just hits me strong. I'm enjoying it. I'm just enjoying listening to you guys. Okay. You need some Led Zeppelin because Led Zeppelin will let you go live and then it'll slow down. You know, and then it'll high and then it'll slow. But they do the bass and then it's fucking get your heart going. It's when the drums kick in and that fucking the horse tranquilizer fucking drums in. That's when the shit's over, Dick. You gotta be ready. You gotta be on the train or you gotta to the station. That's all I'm saying. Right? It's the real shit, everybody. This week on the church, we're doing kettle shakes. Someone's ass to stop. It's all over. You got ice acid. Okay, you gotta take it.
They're gonna flavor your falafel. Alright, they're gonna give you that shit straight from fucking Hebron, or whatever that is, that fucking, where's your people from? Over there in Israel. Come on from even though you're Muslim. Christ, nigga, you're a Jew. I wouldn't understand that. Oh my God, I never gambled with you, lady. I love you. But if you're a Russian, I can't gamble. It didn't work out for fucking Denzel. It ain't gonna work out for me. You know what I'm saying?
What does he John Wick do?
I haven't seen it yet. It comes out this week, baby. I think it comes out this week.
So I'm happy because the guy who trains him is he put him as a cab driver. He gave Machado, so I'm telling you, fam.
What was that place we used to go at breakfast on Sunset? Pat's? Not Pat's.
The place
Let me tell you. Let me go down the strip by the rocks. Keanu would just walk on his fucking, just walk right in. Cool like a motherfucker. Dukes. And he was slow as shit. Oh, stop.
will be family. Dukes. I need to talk to that time to get price. At 7 in the morning, you can switch up the regular friends and they feel better than you.
That's fucking awesome. I do that at Denny's.
Wait, in the morning at 7 in the morning.
If I get the sandwiches, yeah, I catch price. Oh my God, damn. You know, Southern, you spit in my face. Don't like hash browns. Denny's hash browns got AIDS. Okay, Denny's hash browns got AIDS. Alright, buddy, you come down and I'll put you on some hash browns. Sure, I'll bring you to Jesus. That's how I'll take you to the past Jew. Right to Jesus.
Fucking cheddar cheese.
Oh, stop. There you go. Oh my God, I'll turn that thing to fucking 1,000. Turn it up to 7.
Motherfuckers must have got that one.
Even if it was a man.
We can't even sustain it.
If I'm about to get black for it, but you fucking sweet ass and came out and do anything. Right, when you're the one who first said something, so eventually it's gonna come to me, and you're gonna fucking hit me like you did in fucking El Paso when you been shot on payback. Right? That was your birthday. That was your birthday. Yeah, it was your birthday. We were in El Paso working. We had the red devil with us giving shit to Mencia. Okay? And we fucking 99. And we fucking went and saw payback. And because me and Joy both wanted to fuck Lucy Lou, and she's throwing sidekicks and her little Asian pussy just looking at me, she just winking. She's just winking. Oh my God, dude. And you got quiet. And truth is, you fucking let out a fart. That was tremendous. As a man to a man, I gotta tell you. And I've had phenomenal fucks. Man's been a witness.
She goes to the chair. Between the two friends. Right before Malcolm was about to spit his line, it went to
I was shocked. Everybody was shocked. He started and everybody's fucking looking at me. And I'm like, God damn it, Coca.
It's on a snake right now, so it's okay.
It's on a snake.
Oh my god, they say you're so fucking funny. I'm trying to be. I know, that's what makes you great. If you tried, you would make it this funny. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was fully. Surprise, what this is it for 4 or 5 hours. It's a constant. And have a really for this torture. This one can't think of what you mean. Did your mother call? It's dead. Why would she get up? That's what you do. Like I said, I'm the master. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna tell you this one time. This is how much I got it before you got it. Oh my god. Come on, here's how much time. Yeah, fuck it, you got me 1,000 seconds. This shit was so fun. Cocoa with your cola juice. And then we come out and go. Who fucking drink all the juice? Where the fuck is the juice? And I'm like, goddamn, Coco, I just made some juice on top. Oh fuck, I got one more can. I'll make that juice up, stir it up. And fucking, I swear to God, I've been watching a movie. And he was home for the kitchen, I'm getting a glass of water. He drank all that jug of juice. Okay, you were vitamin C, you were orange, you were drunk before drunk. Yeah, right, you gotta get that with it. Oh my god, there you go. What the fuck? Just play some green, white rum. Nice, easy for you if you're glass. Go cream. The man cream. No, you gotta talk to the cops. We're gonna be I'll get you out of here as fast as I did. When you ate that cup rock in the fucking refrigerator. It's crazy.
Fuck it. I'll go over there and dance in front of him. I didn't set the camera up for nothing. I can dance and fucking teabag it. Fuck yeah, like, I don't give a shit. Fuck you.
No, camera, you gotta take that shit. That's wild. Listen, listen.
Show everything, right?
At this point, they got everything. Everything they push on you. It's good stuff for you to get the credit card.
Yeah, right.
You can put any credit card that he slot down with it. 30 seconds, you know. Credit history comes with creepy.
I had an issue where I had an issue where a credit card, I had to change the numbers changed, and I went to my gym to switch the numbers. Like, oh no, the bank code, they already contacted us and switched the numbers for the automatic payment. Like, motherfucker. I guess it's okay, but it's fucking weird.
Is it the bank is working against you? You're never supposed to be working for you. Is that what you mean?
But it was just weird that like they were giving my information to the gym, and then it was. It's weird. Every time I get a card from Bank of America, it somehow magically gets stolen. Every time. Like, I don't even get it. I'm like, oh, but
You just heard about Bank of America. You just heard.
what's happening now?
Just what I'm saying, dude. Why you watching Parks and Rec?
Yeah,
Bank of America just got in trouble for what? They get in trouble for fucking.
it was Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo was making, they would gave artificial, you open all these accounts, and they charge you, and you didn't even have these accounts, and people weren't fucking, and they weren't even fucking going through they were pulling kinky shit.
That shit from the fucking
That's shady shit, man, and they just got busted on. But you know what? I mean, I'm fucking tired of hearing people. Fucking, if we can't, we'll shoot a black guy who stole a fucking ham sandwich, okay? But we didn't do anything to those cocksucking bankers, alright? And now Trump's got them all in their cabinet. Those cocksuckers should be in jail. They're fucking bigger thieves than any of us. They're bigger thieves than anybody. And they just fucking stole. And we just let them. Motherfuckers. Alright? And they call us fucking criminals and outlaws. We smoke reefer. You know what I didn't do? Take your grandma's fucking yum money. Okay, I didn't do that. Alright? I didn't make sure that you're fucking, oh shit, where you go, like,
hit the whole wall's behind you moving now, so it's
wait, you need to take a hit? Sure, I know you did.
How you think about it? All your information is gone. It's gone, dog.
It's all gone,
It's all gone.
It's all gone.
It's all gone. It's sad to think. I don't mean to body about the bad mode, but it's a reality.
Yeah.
Once you put those pair of shoes, or you got those getting that plane ticket online and use your Amex, that's it.
Yeah.
They got everything. When you call the phone company, when you call the airline already, their security system's so high tech that while you're talking to them, your phone number and stuff, everything comes up. Everything comes up. They already know what card you're gonna use.
just so basically it pisses me off when they make you go through the whole system and they already know.
Yeah.
They already know. I don't know what they're all fucking. Sorry.
No, man, we're fascinated.
I bet you come over here to fucking burn my man. Just know how to come right up they say. I'm not saying fucking ghosts or, spirits and shit.
Take a hit, though.
I'm high as fuck. Everyone's dead.
For some reason, my brain is I can't take a deep breath.
I'm off this week, bro. I always seem to forget that. Like I always, when I go to Nashville, when I go to these cities, when you work, man, I'm a grown fucking man. I get tired. I go so fucking early when the flights kill me. So when I'm fucking off, I'm off. Right? I write jokes and I send my emails. I take care of my business. But on nights I'm off. I'm not training camp. I'm not taking a shoot anything, a tape or anything. That's the most distant thing from my fucking mind. I'm off. I'm just doing a podcast on a Wednesday night with two fucking savages. That's it. Let me get some shout outs before I forget real quick. To some bad motherfuckers. motherfuckers. There you go. Listen.
Well, hey, okay, because I got time about the thing.
I fucking forget. I just want to give some shout outs.
I love these guys, man. My buddy Enforcer, he's Paul Mars down in Little Rock, fucking, he's a member of the church. Okay, he's deep in love. Alright, wants to give you moonshine and watch you fucking get all fucked up on that. Okay, Michael Paul's fucking great, babe. Also, I heard today Ricky Cruz down in Florida. His boy's out of the hospital. His boy had a sinus infection, and he took him to the ER. The doctor said, "Oh, it's a virus." And the sinus infection got so bad, there was an abscess in the little boy's sinuses. Right, this little boy 7 years old, God bless. Right, and so the little boy he was in ICU for like 9 days, had to have surgery. Okay, and he does all this, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, "Well, Mikey, what can I get you? Are you okay?" You know, I said everything for kids, okay? And he goes, "I'm laughing. You maybe like, oh, is there something?" I said, "That kid every kind of Lego they had." I sent him everything. The kid goes to that. All he wants is a Lego. God damn it, you got heart, kid. You almost died. Alright, because 9 days, dude, the abscess got so close, the little bones, and then they're so close to the brain. And these dumb fucking ER doctors who don't give it two shits. Alright, take 5 minutes, look at a kid. Alright, what's the color of the snot? Okay, you know what? Hey, he's 7. Let's give him antibiotics anyway, just to make sure he's okay. Alright, it's fucking Miami, trust me. He'll need extra antibiotics for something. Alright, he's only 7, but he'll still need it, okay? And it's like, and that little boy, Ricky and I were working together. We were in West Palm, and he left every day and every night. And he was like, his wife was like, "I took him to the ER. He had a fever and spikes, and he was just waiting for a little bit. It's hard. That's hard. But God bless. He okay? Yeah, he's okay now. Thank God. I know, thank God. Ricky's a brother. You know, Ricky's fan. Old school fan. 1440.
I still want to be Joe Chadwick, brother. Ricky was like, "You can't do that. Fuck him. He pays his $3 to host."
Fuck you. Joe Chadwick.
He wanted me to MC, and I told him something to play with again.
Yeah.
Send me cash. I just said, "Fuck it. I'm making something." And Ricky's in the dub. What the fuck is with the plates?
They're coming for Lee because he's on acid. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're probably looking at all them pterodactyls flying around outside, wondering what the hell's going on. The Jurassic Park pterodactyls pop out of here. What's going on? What's happening, Lee? Sounds like the pterodactyls are moving. Fuck it out of there.
I'm sure I'm going to
Oh my God. So funny. Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's us. Oh yeah, both y'all are finding the right spot, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, right. Yes, it's fun. If I didn't have court drama, I'd have taken some of it. Save me some of that shit that fucking nice.
I don't think they're making this stuff. First off, my tolerance is off the chains.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, right.
My tolerance is off the fucking chains.
Yeah.
But, you know,
He said that like he had a cup of coffee. Really, that is interesting.
I'm not seeing devils, so fuck it. Yeah, I just felt something tell me.
Fucking good. So fucking funny.
That's why you just gotta bring out you up there. I love doing different types of podcasts, man. I do. I love experimenting in here. There's nights we eat mushrooms. There's nights we just fucking smoke mushrooms. We smoke mushrooms.
Y'all smoked mushrooms?
Yeah, that's like an hour. Oh, we did that a few times.
Yeah, but yeah, right, fuck it, it'll burn somebody's will be alright.
It's kind of good to fucking just get fucked up and done with that. I think if I eat the mushrooms, I'd be having diarrhea. Because of this shit, though, I go home, I hear forced myself to eat something.
Yeah, that kills it.
Yeah, that kills it. On the drive home, listen, I'm home too. If I see something, I just walk home. Yeah, man, so I just walk home. Again, I can't believe I just drove home. I sat there for 15 minutes. I watched TV tonight. I sat next to the roast. I got some salami and a piece of American cheese and a piece of wonky bread. I got 10 minutes later. I was napping. I was fucking napping. He told me he stayed up all night.
You stayed up all night on this? Oh my god.
I did it with Ari. We went to see that kid. Went to see the Pink Floyd. Same thing happened in that. Yes, that's 6:30. By 8 o'clock, we're kind of early. By 9, we walked to that. What's the famous restaurant downtown? Philippe's.
Yeah.
Walked to Philippe's. Tripping up balls. We ordered food. The food came. We were in the kitchen. It was late. This shit. It's allows us to learn how to hold hands. I'm up on the next stuff. When you have a accountability, or when you take one, well, watching yeah, hold up your hello, I'm happy. Because I got one boxes of alcohol. I got on the train over to the house and I'm watching some TV about it on the chip with the fucking Mickey Rourke and Bounty, whatever the fuck, Mickey Rourke and the black dude, Lindo, whatever his name is. He was the black dude and what's the big one? Del Lindo. That picture motherfuckers here. With Travolta and fucking Get Shorty. Del Rey Lindo. Something like that.
I like that guy.
He was great in Get Shorty.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
No, but you can do that for us, but which my guy is like this? It's like, which one? Which one else? Like swirl like this, or like first one like this, yeah, with a whistle, like Starry Night, like Starry Night ones, yeah, okay, yeah, cause this one, that's badass, this one's the good ass. It's both. I don't know. And like even my pee, like the last time, like I have a picture on my phone. One time I took acid and I shaved my head and my beard, and I thought the hair looked so magical. I took a picture of it, and my phone looked stupid. Look at it, look at it, it looks like a sink. Don't shave it. Okay, I'm doing your side. See, it was weird. I felt that. Wait till 4 yeah, we can time shave with that. I can change. Shave with that. Shave with that, brother. Like a Filipino. Take a big shot. Make it high, man. You look real surprised. It's a different level. It's the roast, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you get it high. He used to do that shit to people all the time. I was growing up one day, one year, he was sleeping.
shower the head with They used to have some wicked shit down there. When people lost their lemon pump. Remember that shampoo? They would put it in your hair. It was lemon to your hair. Got light up. It was like lighten up. Lighten up. There was a shampoo in the 70s. It was fucking huge. Everybody, once June came, you got that shampoo. And you put it in your hair, your hair got all white and shit. You got sexy for the summer. But by September, you're like a dirty old man. That was the first invasion of the dirty old. Was the lemon again. Later on, went down.
I gotta tell you, what is the fucking deal? Alright, what are you gonna do? You gonna tell stories about you go to Gavin's, the producer's apartment, and clog up his shower. You gotta tell these people. Someone's a shower. He took a shit in there. It was so good and powerful in the shower. When he couldn't push it down, he tried to turn the foot down with his toe. And it was such a good turn. It wouldn't go down. It hit hard. That's exactly what happened. And then he said the water started coming up on you. Shut the fuck up. You know, I don't remember anything. And so you watch your feelings like it was disgusting. You're like, I can't do this. And you get out of the head. And you're like, and again, slow it on you. But look at you, okay? And then you get over to my place. Just in your fucking head, your red on towel, Gavin's towel. I don't think I'm gonna get that towel back. I think that became my towel. Alright, and then you finish your shower. He got a towel that won't make.
That shit.
Oh my god, no. Oh my god.
My guess that 3 weeks ago. They stopped putting the wire in the shit. The microphone's you can electrocute yourself. I'm gonna have other problems.
You okay, killer? Okay. Alright. How about this one? Have you ever told him that you fucked up J Boy? What the fuck you about to say?
I told him 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, you did? Oh, okay. Alright. How about that tag on True Gap? I know you didn't. But you and me were the only ones who knew you didn't cook. Alright, I think he was fucking with bro. That's not voice.
At that point in my life, you remember he came up to the store.
Yeah.
He tried to get tough on me with Keith.
Yeah, with all.
I told him he was fucking crazy. Listen, I made some mistakes, but what really happened was the circle crew came up and I hooked up with her. And he fell in love with her. She told him, fuck you. You know, that's the 6 months before that, they would up Skype. And they would whack off on the phone and talk dirty to each other and dildos and shit. You know, up to 1998. Skype wasn't 10 cents a fucking minute, you know what I'm saying? So he started getting his bills and bills are disappearing. You know, one of these high fucking bills on my thing. He was on that whacking off, you know. Then the watch disappeared. It was like 3 or 4 days. The watch disappeared. And he came to my house one morning. I was living with Terry. I was sleeping with Terry. He's like, yeah, I got my dog. One of that morning, I looked at him and I go, dog, don't have time on my phone, you know, again. You want to see me, you call. Then we'll meet you later. Goodbye. That was it. And then what time was about the watch? The watch was stolen. He left it on top of everything. He found it. And I couldn't make face. Then somebody saw it on his wrist and said, isn't that the watch he stole? And he was, no. I bought a fake one. So wait a second, you got a real watch. It got stolen. Then you when we bought a fake one.
The exact kind.
The exact kind. Listen, man, I was no saint.
No, but you weren't that
But I wasn't a devil, and you know what, at that point in my life, I was playing that role for 20 fucking years back in time. So I really knew I grew up in Woodburn. Those guys would go. You know, fucking Ralphie. You stay at the way in the morning, son. Go, really? Get up. Get up. Okay, I did a few lines, you know. I mean, what the fuck? I drank a few beers. So it was all Ralphie.
Yeah, right.
When I was growing up, that was every morning. When they walked into Ashways, they were the biggest speakers in the city to go. Fucking go get us out till 6 in the morning.
Right.
It was your car.
Yeah.
You gotta put me on a fucking car 3 hours early, but you didn't.
Exactly.
It's just,
Another can of Mama Ashway's rice pudding. God damn, that was delicious.
it's no lie, what a shame. You know, bringing to town. We talk from time to time. That's why nobody goes home now.
Yeah, right.
Because there's nowhere to go.
I mean, you go to Chance Dragon and it's still got a strong aggro. Okay.
I know those places though, but our base.
Yeah, right.
The one down the corner where we went to get a roast beef sandwich, and you know, Mrs. Ashley put on the arm for credit, and you would buy the counter, put on some mayonnaise.
Yeah, make it nice.
No. That's what happened. I talked to another friend of mine that called in regard to something else about a month ago, and I go, you come home a lot, because after Ashway's closed, I went down there and I never came back again.
Yeah.
Like 6 years.
Ashway's was so fucking good, dude. You get your fucking, what was it, chocolate sodas you used to give me? Was it head cream or something? The Yoo-Hoos. Okay, they get a Yoo-Hoo. And a roast beef. Chocolate bar. A roast beef on the raw. But I had to get the full, I got the chocolate bar.
You want chocolate? I want motherfucking you.
I was going strictly.
Last night, I stopped in. I go, I got you. I'm good for the night.
Yeah.
And you know you're good. It's amazing. You're 30 and 16 on you.
I did everything. It was before one of the Hatchways had the lump. Okay, but Mama still came in and made great rice pudding, and then it was my first time at Hatchways. It's like where this place was. 6 months later, 8 months later, I've gone through it and gone, fuck it. I don't know any place. I'm going to go into the city. I don't know any place. I want to park over there. I'm going to fucking JFK Boulevard. Fuck it, but I'll get off. Right before I go to the tunnel, I go to JFK, and then boom, pull right into Hatchways. I'm there, I gotta say hello. I gotta tell them to tell Coco they said hello. And then Mama Ashway, not only did I get my roast beef sandwich, she made me an extra one. And then she goes, I heard you love my rice pudding. So here, take a bigger bag. And she gave me extra rice pudding. And what was what the fuck, what's the chips that they had there? Those little Wise chips. With the owl, right? That's the ones. That's the fucking ones.
It's funny, one day we're having a conversation years ago, you remember about that pizza bar in your neighborhood?
Right, yeah.
That is the best pizza in the world. To you. Like to you, like when you go home. No matter what anybody says, no, you gotta go to Johnny's on First Street, you still go there. And it still tastes as good as it did when you were a fucking kid. That was Ashways. Only with yelling and screaming and giving gossip and
Man, how about that heart attack on Ron in the morning, that morning sandwich that she makes? Oh my God, you picked up Texas.
I started eating there. You gotta figure in 1975.
Dog.
Ralphie, I went up there. I was a downtown kid, but I went up there. The word on the street was if you want to get better in basketball, you gotta go up there and play little rough games in the daytime. When there's a kid four-wheel, Pitley Avenue, he's the catcher on the baseball team by mistake, slammed me. And he goes, man, I'm sorry, you know. So he got me a roast beef on rye, Swiss cheese, thin shaved lettuce, that mine. I went there every day after that time. You fucking cool. And the doctor like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why they didn't go in that time. One of their 2 o'clock. Rosary was already, I know that was name.
Yeah, right.
You do it. What?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? The Rosary was the big of the 10 and 1.
Earlier.
Earlier, Jimmy, there was beef. So it's like, when they go down, it's that first bounce check. The first time they do a bounce check, and they're like, oh, my wife did deposit the funds and millions and da-da-da-da-da. That first bounce check means the money or living. It's only like a first after that. Don't make me give you references. You know what I'm saying? That first basketball means run. Even if they give you even enough cash, you run away to make themselves look solid. What's going on?
I don't know. Don't wonder.
Don't wonder. What's going on?
I didn't wonder. Fuck it, he's gonna go down. He'll be fine. He goes downstairs with acid. I'll go with acid.
It's so very interesting. Nothing about that. I have no idea what happened.
I think we had fun, man. I know I left my balls up. And then fucking Lisa had to get to scare the snake. I was trying this. You gotta say that for the fucking high real. Alright, dude.
Don't forget your own fans. We're gonna $10,000 stake at the Red Arrows, the blackjack table.
10,000. I'll get you. I'll come on. We'll sit there. I'll give you. I got some
Jewish.
I know. What the fuck? Man, I love you. I'm not gonna let you know this is at the table and not fucking play with me. I mean, I'll give you money. I'll keep you there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Snake.
Focus on the yellow.
Yeah, funny yellow. So funny.
When you went out there, was out there with the car. Don't look now. You can't look. See what I'm saying? Now, I don't need you to look. I can see my over. That guy's like that guy's out on the left out of the seat. No. Yo, what's that shit, man? Yo, that's the DA waiting on you out there.
Just so everyone else knows, listening for anyone else listening to the podcast, this is just for him. He's just putting that in my head. He's gonna call me in 3 hours. DA's outside. Don't answer the door.
The kiss of death is at the end for the day. They cancel 2 of his friends. It's still there. What do you think? It's like he's
Oh my god. No, you can't fucking do it.
Can't take it no more. I've been clean for 9 years. This is bullshit. I hooked up my Colombian. He's Armenian too. This guy's got the guts. And he'll buy right into it. Like, what do you mean guts? Like, what do you mean with that guts? I'm talking about New York City, 1973. He is no
Flake.
your nose and no.
Like, it's yellow.
Chinese people like
It's yellow.
I'm saying, come on, man, how much you read? You just get the Rangers with like 250. You know what I'm saying? Man, I got the yellow box right there.
I'm telling you, man. We need that flip. Okay, the fucking slip was funny. When Joey does it like somebody, that's even funnier torture. Okay, alright. How about tell that story about how you torture my Jack Wilson? Alright, what the guy when he was 25 that day, like the cross dress.
Of course, you know some people like Jack Wilson.
With the kid. She said one time was the kid's father at the comedy store. She was thinking about bank. What happened to him, bro?
I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything.
Nothing. Yeah, I was sitting there going, and I see the dude.
Yeah. Hurry up.
Walking around, and I feel like saying, what happened to him? But why is his
So when you don't like somebody, folks, you'll find a way to work it. Call him and say somebody was complaining. I was at the 9 o'clock show started at 7. Then it was the 7 o'clock show. You just be so mad and so mad. And then, okay, then you get a call. Alright? And then like an hour later, you pick the phone back up and call the guy who hates. And what's going on? Hey man, nothing but the club just called me and asked me if I wanted to come in and do your week. Oh my God, they did? Let me talk to him. So he would make sure that they would talk to the club. And then he's like, yeah, we heard some complaints. Okay, we heard some complaints. And the guy gets scared. Hey, yeah, man, they already got me at the fucking airport. All right, you're going to lose your job. All right, hey, can you come pick me up and I won't let you feature. All right, you did that twice. But the best of the best you've ever done is when you used to fuck Pete out of the fucking, from the livestock, out of that fucking airfare money. Like, I want to say from like 10, 15 times, he got beat up fucking airline money. Like, hey, it's tight. Hey, Pete, you fly me down. I need the money now, though. So, here, send me the money. I'll buy the ticket. I'll be there. I swear to God, I'll be there. I'll be there. You had Pete at the fucking Holiday Intercontinental Airport waiting on a continental flight, alright? And you're like, no, and he's like, Joey, you hear? He's leaving messages, and Joey can hear baggage from Phoenix is on Carousel 3 for Phoenix, alright? And you can hear this, and then that's what made you laugh. You're like, wait, listen to this. And we're in my apartment, smoking weed, and fucking just fucking beat the livestock, and fucking about beat them out of 800. Listen to this, and we keep on hearing the baggage of the carousel. That's a 60-mile fucking trip. And when you get the lobby, I'm like, no, fuck. Where are you right now? Wait a second. Let me call you back in 5 minutes. We were in my kitchen table, and you know what this is? And I go, what? It's Pete driving home away from the airport. Because I hate that dog. I said that the 3 different airports. Because you used to only got 3 airports. You go all the way down to small airport. And if you get a ticket on like cheap fucking Puerto Rican ticket service, you leave 45 a.m. and no won't tell you. You gotta get all the way down there at 8:45 a.m. and they put you on additional. Let me tell you something. It's like putting you on a plane from Hollywood to North Hollywood, making you get on Hollywood. Oh yeah. Yeah, sure. Breathe. Coco, when you fucking get into people, and you play nice, like nothing. Them Clintons should be calling you, giving you Putin's, like, all you need is his phone number. Alright? Let me find out how much you fucking got into it. It's like, fuck a fat guy on a bed. Or all fucking cyber attacking. Let Coco have the number. Which one? Did it be like what street? Oh, okay. We always talk. We talk once a month. We talk extremely much. Talk. We get to the phone. Whatever. We take home back and talk. And then we got the now. He's going on this motherfucker.
This relationship started by him getting beat up and me giving him my gun. I stole for 1440. There was a piece that was there. An old piece from the apartment.
It was a 38. And I yeah.
It was in a top shelf. And I gave that to them for protection. Plus that bought me like 10 bags of blood from music. Just to keep me alive, I gave me that gun. Give me a couple fucking vendors here.
Yeah.
And the relationship's been on since 19. I was buying gold from them. But now we've been friends since. Yeah, damn near 97. That's how long I know them, brothers. Since 97, I was fucking with them. And I'm still friends with them today. And what I did to them, I used to torture you. I used to tell them, come to the store. Hurry up. Big Jag is here. Anthony's here. If they snort coke, they're here. Get on down here, motherfucker. I'm here.
You also had a lot of credibility because you had some new Bobby fucking Brown or Whitney Houston. Alright, that's legit.
I was not, but they never came to the store.
No.
But I kept that completely. So I don't even exist. But it was funny how that's how I would get this particular guy down there. Because I always opened $1,000.
Yeah.
He go, want me to come down there? You owe me money. I don't have money. Fuck no, I got a $15 check for you. But I'm telling you to come down here. Because you can sell a fucking house down here. Everybody's here. Rick James is here. Rick James is dead. He's here. I'm telling you. Because he's looking for fucking so I would make him go down there. I would make him go down like a police. I would make him go down there. And he would go, where's all the drug dealers? Where's everybody? Like, just like, oh my God, you give me a 60.
Are you serious? You're bringing
I would make him come down and want to tell him that they say his hand with a fucking
two bitches who are no country.
even if I just held on this game, just give me money. But 20, that's better than like, hold on to that 60 till the bar. You know what I'm saying? That shit happened. This is going on. I gotta go to
the laundry room at 1440.
This shit. Don't tell me that we don't know where my first name is.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Let's give him a refill.
Okay, we're outside our apartment complex.
Tell me if I had a check.
Yeah.
I got an hour before you go, I gotta pay a check. I had to get back to the mid-part. You're the fucking guy. Now, at that time, we could have been a check for $3. Or we could have been a check for $3,000. Nobody knew, but in my mind, it was the $3,000. Sometime they yelled at somewhere, you know what? And I would just, grace is numbers. Jesus Christ. I know I'm gonna fall all the way away from 3 G's. We'll make it work. You cash this check $1.
Yeah.
That means I take $1.50. It's got 23 in change. I can still stop on my place, get a 20 spot. I still got $3 for them. I had a $2 for a tip for a war at the comedy store.
Yeah, man. We would set up, we knew that guy so well. I mean, we'd just be sitting out there, and we would be playing around. And
This is way before me.
it wasn't before that, man. We still knew them. I mean, this was
I got mail there until 2005.
what? Yeah, easy. When did he move in? When did he move in? He didn't move in. He just opened the door, get us to here, yes. Well, that was that.
It was on the road when they come home. The door was open. There was always a cigarette, something. Something was going to happen in that fucking building. And that's a lie. For 2 or 3 years. Sorry, I'm still losing right now. You're fine. What'd you say?
Nothing. Just
What'd you get? It's 2017. Just take it. Top is I love to death always. Hello, listen. Nobody even talks about washing your own mouth, right? Everybody talks about slinging the dick and gonorrhea and using condoms. Nobody ever says, you know what? I washed my mouth for so fucking good last night. It was tremendous. Look at that late. She's trying to do that. Everything is fucking insensitive. It's hard getting everybody looks their asshole. Until you scratch your asshole, snipped it. And say, Jesus Christ, why do I live with myself? Comes out of my ass. I can't even imagine me alone. Into the shower like 7:30, you know, over around raw ass. So 7:30 to do shit, you ain't honest. It's 10 o'clock, you know, your ass is. It smells like hog beans. That's what that is. That's what they do. Like, I'm there right now. Walking down the street by yourself, walking down a bus stop, a friend will pull over. They put these incognito guys, man, strip you in, and they cut your asshole out, and they have like a Harvey sticker on it. Or something. You don't really have to say anything. I'm thinking this is a great thing for women to fucking buy their guy, because they're good. It's February, you don't have to suck some dick, so you might as well have a clean asshole. Listen, they got a fucking Valentine's Day thing. Really? That's what you need. Now look, she's in there, free shipping. Check it out. He gets a clean waffle, and Mama gets a clean waffle, because Mama's waffle doesn't need to get clean. It's the one, that's the one. But again, I don't want it to clean, just a little bit of water, like, just a little bit of scoop. I don't want you to get the fucking fungi out of your neck, but I want that tag, you know what I'm saying? You dirty animal. Just you have that option, that's right, it's medical. And it's a 60-day money-back guarantee, no less. What is it, a 60-day money-back guarantee? I don't even know your meaning. I think it's 30-60. 60-90, it don't matter. Listen, if it's lasted fucking 4 months in my house, and the size of my ass, and the size of my shit, and the amount of water it takes to wash that little brown waffle, it'll go wonders for your little tushy. Listen, please spit it out, cocksucker. See the littletushy.com right now and press in church. CHURCH. And get 10% off. And if you want to do it, you get free shipping. Right to the fucking house. And your muffler's clean. You can feel confident. You won't get that stick coming out of your back. You know what I'm saying? You can wear shorts again. It's a different experience. HelloDushy.com. Go to HelloDushy.com right now. Get a fucking bidet. HelloDushy.com/church. All right, get 10% off. Do anything for Valentine's Day special. Listen, we got something there for you. Look at something, you know what? I see that guy's asshole smells like that feet. That guy there just put in his chair for him. Valentine's Day. He doesn't have a Valentine. You want to talk notice. Single one for him. Go to HelloDushy.com. Right now, press in church. Bam, and get your 10% off. That's right. HelloDushy.com. Right now. I want to thank HelloDushy.com. I want to thank Ralphie May. I want to thank the Flying Jew. This was a Hello Podcast. Hello Podcast. Starting to see things too. That's what it really got. This motherfucker. It's called what's that like? Pode, você tem que Esse papo de Shakespeare, você leu viu? Aquele que espaços de produção, tem ainda não falei para os casos. Caso que trouxe de papo mais social, eu teria que ir para os jogos desse year, as pessoas que mas assim, ó,
Come sponsors for one day. One of the reason ever of parents is one reason, not reason. يعني Rosenzweig Stanley Rosenzweig is from Are we running sponsors? Dr. Most mentions the architect Dr. Father Science School, Shalom Bandits, and Nathan and that family memory of his father. And have like cover all of my friends and the real Russell is all those things with your shadow, they will hold for ways of shame and color, be successful. You follow and that's most of that, I'm going to really you know ahead of us today. We are up to today's death. Today's death is Sunday, 65. And we are picking up a mansion trying to work right at the bottom of something called this 64B. Literally last line of the below, 5 minutes from the end of the video. אז הוא לשדר לכל בנות, הפסנכי, לאביג'ת, Abigail Yoga sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Abigail, it actually comes out to be Abigail, is Shem Obikova. He was an idolater. Sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous young. Okay, so you might say, now, obviously, it's like, this is a way to say, like, it's literally like that to be doing this, right? But you're not really supposed to do anything. You have to give, not transact business. That would be to everything was going to happen on the young Jews, and a fear that this would cause them to go and give thanks to their idol. Here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Abigail, is happen on his property. He said it's not a problem. You gotta be the Lord of his home. I know that he's not a Irish. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's Gentile, but he's not a Happen. So because he's not a Happen, therefore there's no problem for you to send him a gift on his idolatrous. I know Yosef. I know he's going to get a Kosher Kiva, not different area. Show now or what's we were harkening back to yesterday's daf. We saw the most way that being enough focus about what the definition of the kosher is. And ultimately, the mayor said that in order for a person to be a ger kosher, they have to end up repeating the tree in front of the basin. So again, what the basin is this guy had the camera. This he didn't do this. He didn't do it. He said, how can you be sure he's not happen? So the man says, that's different. That's making someone official. What does it mean to be official? Again, in halacha, in Torah, so here Tosha is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to protect. So when is someone considered to be a categorical their culture? Like the community is obligated to the community is obligated to stuff like take care of and this kind of thing. Then it's someone who ultimately created idolatry from is the tree. And on the other side, someone who can give up their status and become it's the one that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, you're going to do the same thing. You just like, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. So there's a lot of their things are sha'avim Allah. This is Allah. How we can commit sha'avim Allah. There's one of our influences in the year to himself. In 12 months went by, he did not have this, which means he did not convert his specifically essentially is still as if he's not so this is very interesting, right? Because the trajectory of your culture is I don't think that's not the same. Your culture is a Gentile, right? So I just checked it. Who says that there's a trajectory of the conversion from Moses hold out? Hustling conversion, people on that one more than we're talking about a situation of someone who was in church and then he promised to convert. If he does not convert, on that balance with year, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous previous series. So listen, so really, it's just like really profound so hustling. And if you commit to do something and you don't do it, you sacrifice more of the time, right? So I'm going to do something good. You have to come up with all the excuses in the world as to why you did not get it done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are and the problem was the rule was sometimes the arts do
Shorts, okay, and warm water, I got breakfast cooking, jump in the pool, it's 100 degrees, feel like a champion, go in, eat breakfast, wake up, get motivated, still, I'm bummed out, depressed, laying up in the bed all day, it's right now it's half and half. I've got some house there. I'm about some land, my house is double the price like 8 years now, Florida. And so I'm gonna buy like 10 minutes outside of town. 10-minute drive close to 3 minute drive. I can do it, man. So 40 acres. I'll be 20 feet underground. Could be one of them fucking bunkers. Yeah.
So obviously, you know about shisha, because it doesn't look like that. But it doesn't look like a tree. It's not a problem for me to go and give it. So let's say it's correct. So that's essentially the same with foods. This entire story. Also, acho que fez um lance agora aí, the timing is almost almost rather than went to pay a visit to Ashish. Fountain covered up to his neck rose petals with fresh rose hearts staring from I'm a leg, so rubber walks. This is all of this stuff. Ashish says I'm a leg. This is the thing I got now. I don't know.
As soon as it gets done,
He says to rub.
Good. That's all I feel like I got 60,000 here, 70,000 there, 85 over here. I mean, there's 6 lawyers involved in 2 states. So, man, it just keeps on adding up. But, you know, I'm married a great girl. She's a great mom to my wonderful children. And God bless. I want her to find love and be happy and just go on about it.
As much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of pain. I know you can probably a lot of disagreements. We need to look to them to not just be like this. As I said, this is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what is this thing? So, we could have a lot of things about Shisha. In this world, every person is in fear. I see in Shisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you're okay. You choose them. We won't come. We don't have to fear. But I think so that's the key culture shock. I think when people promise something maybe there's one yes is being in this world there's a concept of food or a concept of reverence. So some people revere other people. Some people revere or fear other Hero is an emotion that is very much transformed with commanded you. In other words, I see things that I don't fully understand. I don't refuse, right? Listen, beyond attention, there's reference. What's the beauty of it? The beauty of only have is that it's time. The beauty of the world to come is that there's a specific there's no idea. Everything is everything is
So I had to
You only want to have it. You want to come.
This disconnect me 35 fucking lives.
You guys are
You're trying to tell me it's 35 years of progress to realize
He's only
that's what you're trying to fucking tell me.
You know what's fucked up? You know, you just think you got that bad. But they kicked me out of school. I didn't get to graduate. So, like,
Regular state kid.
no.
ultimately against it.
And my classes had reunions, and they don't invite me.
That's just what you
The
know.
only one from Arkansas that's,
If he's a
I don't know,
how
been on TV, night specials, Netflix, stand-up comic. It's so crazy. You know, that's a couple of years ago. In 2010, the class 2010 wanted me to come and give the graduation speech. And the fucking school. So I canceled a week of work. Alright, I get a nice suit made for me. Alright, I get my car shined up. I'm ready to go back. Let the doctor be nice. 2 days before, they had one of my own buddies call me up and go, no, an insurance guy's gonna talk. Alright, the kids wanted me, and they invited me, and I accepted it. And so it's like, that whole thing cost me like $60,000. I've been called a motherfucker. It's just like, what? They don't let me be there. I don't know. God bless. Maybe somebody in Clarksville, Arkansas is a fan of that. I got my buddy, 30 Sanchez. He's Nicky. Is right there by the barbecue. He plays with this Jack Boy, white hillbilly. I got put out of school in 1990. 27 years. My girlfriend's 25.
So listen, what is this?
So yeah, we got which is weird. I don't keep in touch with anybody.
Where are you from? Oh, okay. Like in North Andover?
Sudbury.
Oh, I know what Sudbury is. Yeah, there used to be a Chinese food place there that had comedy. No, Worcester had it, but and then there's Cow Bones. Okay, it's on the one. And then Sudbury had a Chinese place that I did comedy at one time. It was owned by Nick's. So I did that in the name of the Lord. I think so.
And what it says,
Yeah, it's not been in your hometown.
he goes on to explain it. And people about she shook his head.
You always talk about the drug like seeing where you
Peachy.
the last time I went to go see
Peachy.
I want to go launch
I like
and
Peachy
drug
Road
me through the temple.
because it's a little light and
House. And it was
unreal.
weird. It was kids
Unreal.
like babysat.
And so much of my life is being exercising futility. And I'm spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the young ways. And deep down by Shisha covers this simple
Without a doubt. First of all,
you can't both be right. Can't both be right. So it's your right, I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life?
I told you what, right? The part that made me want to be a comedian and go to college and give a shit about high school, because I was going to college and high school at the same time, was I performed at a Shakey's Pizza. And I won like $50 and the whole table got attacked, okay? They were drinking pitchers of beers, okay? It's like, right, mostly it was fucked up on big red cokes, okay? And shit weed, right? And I got a fucking, I was at 79 Wolfsville Cup of Supreme, okay? Burgundy on Burgundy, right? Okay? And I was walking out there, and this kind of ugly chick came over and started talking, and then made out, and she blew me by the fucking dumpster behind Shakey's Pizza on Highway 71. And I said, fuck school. Fuck it all. I want to be a comedian. I just did 5 minutes that I've never done before. Alright, and people laugh. I got free pizza. I got fucking $50. And the girl sucked my dick. I'm in.
was a kid then. I was a kid. I was a kid because, all my friends were much older, so they always talked to me as a kid because I was the youngest person doing stand-up in Houston, And I was a kid. I had no peers, nobody my age.